Hotep, Great Saba Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra. Health and prosperity unto you. May your monument be established forever on the foundations of Ma'at. May your posterity give you praise and offerings. May your goddesses personify devotion to you like the great goddesses Aset and Netet. To Saba Tehuti, Amen. Hotep Ra.
Uben Ra, Ma'at Hotep, Glorious Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. It is said good advice is rarer than emeralds. That led me to think Tehuti's advice and teachings is life's wealth. You are the doorway to Miao, the ancient conscious state. You are the wise one, an incarnating Ren that is breathing the Ankh, living from Ma'at, the Nefer, ancient Ba, the ancestor, Tehuti. I am incredibly grateful to have access to your podcast and guidance, Tua for your immortality and taking moments out of your day to help me. Tua for not leaving me to suffer in a world of matrix. Tua for teaching me truth, honesty, and teaching me that it is good to search for wrongdoings and make corrections. Tua for everything. May your exquisite netzerts have a day as beautiful as them. May they always have clarity and never be under hypnosis. May they always be safe, never in harm's way. May they never receive headaches or stress. Their beauty like the sun's reflection on water. Their beauty like a snake wrapping itself around a harp. Their beauty like circumpolar constellations. And their beauty like luscious forests of green with cacao plants and bamboo. My greatest love and respect to your immortal Nefer Kemetic family. Tua.
The most sophisticated artifacts, pyramids, everything are all the oldest. It gets worse as it goes on. That's not supposed to make sense.
There was some sort of very sophisticated civilization that was tens of thousands of years before that, and they were wiped out.
We even see that. You go to the Egyptian Museum and there is beautiful igneous stone vases made of granite. And right next to them, in the same display, because they're found in the same place, there's a rough pottery vase that's not even turned, just put together by hand, and they've painted it with dots to make it look like granite, and it's shaped the same way as the granite vase. That's like that's pure imitation. Like this here, you have a hard igneous stone vessel made with perfection, and right next to what's clearly an imitation of it, made from pottery, and they've even dotted it up to make it look like granite. The dynastic Egyptians, they do trace that back 30,000+ years. They have a list of kings and rulers that go back into that time. It's only in our interpretation and our archaeologists that really say, well, you know what, that's just myth and legend.
The people in Egypt, they believed in what's called Kemet, the people that existed before the Egyptians. When we hear these stories about the Great Pyramid being a tomb for the pharaoh, it's worth mentioning that even the locals didn't believe that. The saying that the pyramids were built to be tombs for the pharaohs wasn't even developed until 150 years ago. That's it. They were taught Kemet. And it's worth mentioning that when you go through inside these pyramids of Giza, there's not one single glyph in any of them whatsoever. There was never a mummy found in any Egyptian pyramid ever. Quite literally, the only reason why we are told this stuff is because that was the theory developed by these men that went in there and said, I believe these must have been for the pharaohs. That makes sense.
So it's all just one group of people had one theory, and that theory just stuck around.
100%. To people who aren't aware, there's something called the Osiris Shaft, which is located directly under the causeway between the Sphinx and the second pyramid. It goes about 100 feet underground. It's carved out of the limestone bedrock. It's the creepiest place I've ever been in my life. It's 3 different shafts, and you go down. When you get to the 3rd level, which is completely dark and freaky, there was a side tunnel. Zahiawas himself, he's standing in front of this tunnel, and he says, it's yet to be explored. I don't know what's down there, but they've since sealed it up. It's like cinder blocks. They sealed it up.
What?
Yes, it's the same thing. Like they excavated the Sphinx, and there was always said to be tunnels under there, and there was no pictures ever released to the public, and some dude snuck down in there and took some photos. You can't see much, but what you know is that there are things that have gone underground in Egypt that, for whatever reason, is just off limits to the public.
If you're the date.
But look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from the Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
it. Some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. Let's go. What the blood seed, Lord.
Brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M. Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of MAAT, meanings and symbolisms of Medu-Neter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti PODCLASS on YouTube.
your words, stand on it.
That's not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the topic.
I'm talking about the whole word, I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
Correlation of her not being a literal person with having the sun on her head. I'm trying to link in why you're bringing up the sun is on her head.
I'd love to know how you think that a literal person could exist with the sun on their head.
So because this image has the sun on her head, therefore this cannot be a literal person. Is that your stance?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I also want you to recognize that I'm saying the same about a rule and the same about a star.
Okay, great. Can I screen share, please?
Yes, sir.
So the brother Jabari.
Remove Jabari.
Sorry.
Okay. The brother Jabari stance is that because this image has a woman with her son on her head, her stance is that makes this woman not real. When I asked him if that was his stance, he said yes. I'm going to screen share, please. That is the premise that we are using. And I want to know is was Anksenamun a real woman, Jabari? Yes or no? Anksenamun, or was that a myth?
Are you referring to Anksenamun, the wife of Tutankhamun?
Yes. Was that a myth, a mythological Netzer, or was that a real person?
She was a real person.
Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Everybody see Anksenamun with the same sun on her head and the same two horns on her head that the statue of WAKEFULNESS has? Everybody, can you see that sun in her?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, this woman is Anksenamun. She has the sun on her head, the exact same sun on her head, and she has the horns on her head that Osset had on her head. And I made sure I asked Jabari clearly, what is the purpose of bringing up the sun? Is it because this woman has the sun on her head? Does that make this woman a myth or untrue? And he said that is his stance. Well, here we have a real person that the brother Jabari just acknowledged as a real person with the exact same symbol on her head, and nobody's going to ask what's the temperature of the sun. So we need to erase.
So wait. Let me see.
I got to finish though. I got to finish.
Go ahead.
We need to remove, Jabari. You need to remove the statement that you made. The premise that because you said because, and you agreed that because this woman has a sun on her head, then that makes her unreal. When Anksenamun is a real woman, and can everybody see the sun on her head? That's a real woman. So yes, real women are depicted with images of symbolic suns on their head.
Can I ask you a question, dear brother?
As soon as you acknowledge, my good brother, as soon as you acknowledge that having a sun on your head does not make you unreal. And you answered and you agreed with your stance.
I think you're not my question. You are not answering my question. You are not, and I know you are. That's because you have a smirk on your face, because you know you're not answering the question. And this is a simple question. In fact, you asked me when we started to go back to the question. I don't know to watch the videotape of being beaten, but let me show you the videotape again. Because we could have started someplace else. But you asked the question. And I started by asking you how hot was the sun.
All right. Let me say something.
Let me finish on that. I wanted you to explain to me whether it is possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head. And you are not answering that as yes or no. I'm not sure.
That's your question. Is it possible?
I've asked it like 7 times, brother.
It's not possible. And that's why that is symbolism. I'll send one and I'll set one.
Answer the question. You're not answering the question. Is it? Let me ask you again.
It's not possible, but you set your premise on it.
This is 8. This is 8. I'm gonna ask it to you one more time, and hopefully you'll give me a clear answer. Is it possible? Is it possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head?
No.
Oh, good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Let me right quick.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Jabari, you know I love you, brother. You did get hit with a straight right on this one right here. If the brother asks you, Jabari, hold on. In all fairness, the brother asks you Now, I agree. But because of the answer to you when he asked you the question, you definitely said the woman have a sun on her head. She can't be real. Brother then showed you a sun on the head of another who you did say was real. That's all it is. Hey, Jabari, Floyd Mayweather, the best of them gets hit with a jab, brother. That don't mean nothing. Come back and show the brothers and sisters out there why you are the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. That's it, brother. It ain't nothing.
This is the reason why you have to.
All right. Hey, peace and Black Power family. Welcome to another Sonetta TV House of Consciousness. But y'all already know what it is. The brother making his way back to the House of Consciousness. He is now official House of Consciousness member. Welcome to the party, brother Tehuti. He made his official step through the door a few days ago, taking on the Floyd Mayweather of consciousness, brother Jabari. Most people in the got brother Tehuti winning. Now, hey, majority rule. I can't be biased. I got to go with the majority, okay? Because I'm not the referee. So, don't get mad at me, brother Jabari.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform. I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not gonna say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, you know. He took some jabs, you know. And now, well, we got the rematch coming with brother Tehuti and brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
me be very clear. I have never had an official date with Tehuti. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We have Tehuti and Brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said Brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now, Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka Utmost gave me a call on Sunday. And said straight up, Sonetta, yo, Saw, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Utmost.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sonetter. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sonetter saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Kamisi.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know. Go ahead, show it, bro. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry, when you beat Floyd, you don't get his title? I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
I have learned to understand how you teach. So you're a very directed person. So you put up, how can I say, every time you speak, there is there's a sword and there's a shield, right? So there's something behind that, right? It's very directed. So you have very controlled thought process. So I see a lot of people fall into hell when they have conversations with you because of your they don't see that you have a war pose like aha. So you have a sword and a shield, and you're going to block and you're going to stab them because you already understand what is directed speech. So I've learned that from you. So.
Peace, Hotep. Mic check. Let me do a mic check. Everybody press 9. If you can hear me, press 9. If you can hear me, please, mic check. Mic check. You're taking down my shirt. What are you doing? Mic check. If you can hear me, please, mic check. Press a 9 if you can hear me. Check, 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 check. And let me fix something here. Yes, that's on. Perfect. Let me check the room. I see the 9s. Wonderful, wonderful. I see the 9s from Antu, Celeb. Okay, Caleb. Robert. Punuk, Minty. Neferkeparet. Tutmos. Is that Tutmos? Neferkeparet. Tutmos. John Noel. Peace. I think that's a new name there. Peace to you. Alabama Red. Is this Alabama Red from the beginning of the pod classes? The Alabama Red from way back. I remember Alabama Red. Peace and love. Alabama Red was one of the original supporters of the Tehuti pod class, even back to the Killer Priest days. Peace, everyone. Hold on. taking me. Okay. There we go. Peace. Oh, you're taking me down. Peace, everyone. Peace and love, everybody. Welcome to another beautiful Tehuti pod class. We're about to get right started. Much blessings and peace to all the beautiful supporters who appreciate the Tehuti pod class, who appreciate the guidance. Those great supporters are what keep this pod class going with a unique style, because I could teach consistently every week and pick my own topics. With the system of reciprocity that I set up for the students and any random person to be able to send in questions to Cash App, TT, AMUN, PayPal at RockySV, and then I make an ebook movie for your answer. And because of that dynamic system, that is what created this beautiful symbiotic relationship in the Tehuti pod class that exists nowhere else on this planet Earth. Glad everyone is here. We're going to start off with the proper affirmations as always, the wonderful affirmations and the frequency that we always start off with. And let me check the room. And let me move this away so that when we do the affirmation, you can actually see the words on the screen. For the new people in the room, the affirmation is the way that we start off everything. Let me put this away. Nice. We start off everything with the frequency of the affirmation, and we live a life of discipline, focused on immortality, breaking out of the matrix, and the ways that existed prior to the matrix existence. So with that understood, we always start off everything with a positive frequency. And here it is right here. We'll start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki en ma'at un en es nin tet aset en ma'at min habapet en ma'at her en hu kiui per ikut. I live for ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of ma'at. Every day I advance towards ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. What a beautiful frequency to start off the day. All right, everyone. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. Peace and love. This one, I don't know if Scribe is here. I've already seen some of the questions that have come in. This one, Scribe may cry. I'm not sure. He may cry for this one, because this is when you all see the system and the questions and the answers that are given in this beautiful Tehuti pod class, you will understand why the support and the donations are of such consistency by those who respect the system. Let me go ahead and tell people that are new and those who may be watching this 25 years from now on YouTube, who will be brand new. You know, there's a baby being born right now. As we're talking, there's a baby being born right now that may be anywhere from 13 to 25 to 45 years from today is going to press click on a Tehuti pod class. And the baby is just being born as we speak. Yet 25, 35, 75 years from now will be their first click on the Tehuti pod class. So therefore, for that particular person or people, or thousands or hundreds and thousands and millions of people that are born today that may click 12, 25, 35, 75 years from now on this Tehuti pod class, you will always see the introduction, because you were just born today. You were just born today. February 24th, 2024. Happy birthday to you when you click on this. 14 to 25 years from now. And I'm saying happy birthday to you already. So with that understood, let us get into what is happening here. So let me go ahead and place this at the bottom. You're probably wondering, why is that
at the bottom what is happening. You will find out during the introduction and find out as this class beautifully continues. A class based on you. It's not based on me. I am just the Saba. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. It took me 7 years to earn most of that name. Not fully the complete name. 7 years to earn most of that name. I've been teaching for several decades, mainly answering questions. That's how my classes actually begun. Some decades and decades ago. It started by me answering questions that people had decades and decades ago. And that is because my first teachers were not people. My first teachers were individuals like this. This is Naga Shampa. Say peace to the room. They're beautiful, glowing, beautiful, glowing all the way from the beautiful tropical area of Guyana. This is Nag Shampa. He is a Naga. That was one of the original words for serpent. And it comes from Nab Shampika, which is the yellow that shines off of the black. Which, if anybody wants to ask me about that, a class can be done on that. So therefore, you will see me at times with a lot of yellow, gold, and black. And of course, a serpent to match. This is 1/4 of him. He is bordering over 8 feet long, maybe 9. And this is 1/4 of him. He goes all the way down to the floor. And this is Nag Shampa. And he has a mate named Nab Shampika. Say peace to the camera. Okay, let me go ahead and do this because I have to keep my environment that I live in at around, what does the thermometer say? Some are approaching 90 degrees, some places over 90 degrees as the higher you get up in this environment that I live in, and that is because I have to keep my environment conducive to all of my partners and animals and other creatures that don't produce their own body heat. So at any rate, I started learning from them. The animals. I would leave my house as a young boy, and I would spend my time in the wilderness with the animal life. And there I would study them, examine them. I would catch them, take them home. Sometimes I would release them. I would watch them. Sometimes I would release them and they would stay with me. And we would go out. I would go out to the ponds and I would catch turtles and other animals and release the turtles, and the turtle would stay with me. And I noticed I was building a type of relationship, which meant that I had the ability to relate to their world. So I submitted to the animal world back when I was in my single digits of life, as they call it, single digits of life. And being with the animals, I learned something called biological imperative. I realized that all the animals were extremely disciplined. People describe discipline as doing one thing over and over and over again. And I found that the animals did that, one thing over and over and over again. And by doing that, they stayed looking exactly the same, which means that I could see a picture of my great-grandfather beside a zebra, and I could go to a zoo today and take a picture beside a zebra and put those two zebras side by side from 85 years ago, and the two zebras look the same. I could take the brother and sister zebra. They seem to look identical. I could take a praying mantis that I caught in the field today and a picture of a praying mantis from 200 years ago, and they look exactly the same. Why is this? So I found that the discipline of the animals actually governed the discipline of their physical genetics. So we don't find zebras and chimpanzees and baboons having to go to the gym. They don't seem to have a diet plan. They don't seem to have to do 50 crunches to get strong, yet even an adolescent chimpanzee is about 3 times as strong of a healthy male human. And the adults are around 5 times as strong. And they don't have to seem to work out. What is happening in the animal kingdom That seems to be not happening with us. So I immediately declared the animal world as the superior world. Then as I would come back into my surroundings with my family, Christianity, of course, was pushed in the environment. And in the Bible, it would state that humans were the superior. And I was confused back then. I could not comprehend how humans were the superior. And we were getting stressed out. I was looking in the field. I can't seem to find an animal stressed out. Depression? There's depressed lions. I'm looking for the depressed goldfish, and I can't seem to find the depressed giraffe. And suicide? Suicidal pumas? Suicidal bobcats? I'm looking for the suicidal bobcat, stressed out with life, and the bobcat's committing suicide. I can't take it anymore. I'm looking for the deception taking place in the animal world. I'm looking for all of the things that people do, and it confused me because people, when they did these evil things, they would actually name themselves animals, and that confused me even more. So when people would do this things that were cruel to another person, that other person trusted, they would call that person a snake, and nobody could explain that to me. I was young, I didn't understand what was happening. What does that mean, you're a snake? And they say, when you trust somebody and then they betray you, they backstab you, they cheat on you, they go in your bank account, they take your money, man, he's a snake. And I'm like, I go in the fields every day, I don't see snakes backstabbing anybody. I don't see snakes betraying each other. I don't see snakes doing anything to each other different from any other animal. Do snakes behave somehow different from lizards or crocodiles? I'm trying to figure out, why are people calling themselves an animal that actually doesn't do the attributes? He's untrustworthy, he's a snake, you trust him, you turn your back on him. And I'm like, snakes hunt animals, and they're not friends with the animals they hunt. So who does a snake betray in the wild? Does a snake betray a mouse, or is a snake born to eat a mouse like you're born to eat chicken? Where's the betrayal? A snake will eat a mouse, and so will a lizard, and so will a frog, and so will a cat. So what is it? And I didn't understand this concept. And then as I started to develop, I started to realize the concept was unaccountability. The unaccountability to blame something else for your own actions and not take accountability. And that was the theme of Christianity, was to do a bunch of evil things and then you blame it on a serpent that's in the garden. I didn't understand that story either. The serpent in the garden is the one to blame for humans' inaccountability and evil doings. When you have an uncle and the uncle molests and rapes the little girl, his niece, you call that sick snake. And I'm like, snakes don't molest their young. Snakes molesting baby snakes. Oh, that's what humans do. Oh, okay, so humans are actually the ones doing this evil wickedness, and to move off the accountability and responsibility that they're the ones that are the evil beings, they start calling themselves animals that actually don't do these things. And I said, something is wrong, completely wrong here. And then when I learned that in Christianity you can do all type of evils, and on your bedside when you're about to die, you just say, Jesus, forgive me for my sins, and then you go to heaven. The only thing you can't do is blaspheme in the name of God. So you can actually molest a child, you can rape a squirrel, you can kidnap a grandmother, you can rip her teeth out, you can stab a bobcat, you can take $1 million from somebody, you can knock an old grandmother down and take her purse and rob her, and she gets hit over the head with a car, and the car crushes her skull, and you're off with the money, off to the Bahamas with her money because you scammed her and got her bank account information. And on your deathbed you just say, Jesus, 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 and you're saved. And the poor grandmother is dead. And you're calling other people snakes and this. I didn't understand that. So from the beginnings, I had conversations with religious people, and I would utilize nature to do so. I would actually ask people questions about aspects of nature, aspects of race. I didn't understand race either. I didn't understand why the thing that describes who we are is also the thing that describes what somebody is doing to beat somebody else. I was like, I'm a race, but when I get into a race, I'm trying to beat somebody else, but yet the race is the name of what I am genetically. Who am I trying to be? I could not comprehend the matrix. From the time I was young, I kept asking questions, and I would ask questions and ask questions until the environment in my household became slightly uncomfortable, because I would start to ask questions about contradictions in the Bible and all type of things that were happening, and it was, of course, creating discomfort in the household. So at any rate, I hear somebody trying to move around behind me. I'm gonna have to check that in a moment. It may be a special snake that I may bring to class today, if an extra donation is sent based on what I'm going to teach. I have something special for Mr. Scribe today, and I have a snake that he really, really likes, but I have the dangerous version of that same one. So, but at any rate, so I would ask questions that would cause chaos in the household, and my questions were not appreciated, and I was called a disruptor, such and such and such and such, and it got to the point where I had to leave the household. So at any rate, what I ended up doing was I had a conversation with my mother, because I had nowhere to go, and this actually did something to me. This actually set in place what's called the biological imperative that the animals had. The animals had to survive or die. It was anything could kill you in the animal world. You could be a little baby turtle born, and boom, an eagle snatches you up. I guess that's a devious, conniving eagle in the sky, because there's like a snake is a snake in the grass. The eagle snuck up on the turtle. So, yo, man, you're evil, man. You're an eagle in the sky. So, but the animals have to live their life where they're constantly in fear of another animal that's not of his species eating it. They're born prey. Only a small percentage are born apex predators. So I found that if I set up a debate that was based on my actual survival, I'm actually imitating the animal world, because if I lose this debate, I have this fear. Where am I going to live? Where am I going to live? Where am I going to live? I have nowhere to live. So I have to set up my mother sets up a debate with me and the actual pastor. And if I win the debate, then I'm able to have a place to live. And if I lose the debate, I'm living with the alley cats. I guess I will go to the swamps for good. So at any rate, I have this debate with the pastor, and we had to set up a judging system. So usually judges have 3 judges, or they have the crowd. Well, there was only one person that was the audience of this debate, and that one person was the audience and the judge, and that was my mother. My mother said she would judge. I was already set up for my loss, because you're already on the side of the pastor. So I'm fighting for my life now. I'm fighting like I have to win. The judge is on the side of the pastor. So after about a few hours, my mother ends up kicking him out of the house. That's right. She kicked the pastor out of the house because she was completely embarrassed that this young little man was riddling this pastor up with all these kind of questions that were like trapping him. And the pastor was like 47, and I was barely young. I think I had peach fuzz. I don't know if I had a beard yet. I'm not sure if I even had a beard yet at that time. No, I was extremely much younger than this day and time. So the pastor got thrown out of the house of embarrassment. I got a place to live. Biological imperative set in, and that made me realize that this information is know it or die. Know this information or die. That's my very first experience of having an interaction of opposition with what it is that I'm teaching, what it is that I'm about. If I didn't know it well and impress my mother, I would be thrown on the streets. And who knows what would happen? I'd be put outside of the household. So know this or die. That's what started creating me. At any rate, a few days later, maybe a week later, there was a post on the door. It was an envelope. We opened it up, and it was a notarization of a restraining order. And I'm thinking, restraining order, maybe who's beating up on my mother? My stepfather with the restraining order. The restraining order, wait, it has my name on it. Huh? I'm like, I know I have multiple women I'm dealing with, but I don't physically harm them. What is this restraining order? A restraining order and the name on the restraining order is the pastor, but it's not a restraining order for him. So I'm like, I'm keep reading the print, and the restraining order was for the actual church. The actual church was the restraining order. It was for the church. I wasn't allowed 50 feet to 100 feet from the church. What? What does that mean? So if I go 50 feet or 100 feet from the church, I can get thrown in jail or get a fine against me because I broke my restraining order. And it doesn't matter if I knew that the church was there. You know, there's random churches just set up in different places. So I could be actually teaching somebody a few feet away from the church when my back is turned. There's a church behind me, and I turned the left so I couldn't see. I didn't look that way, and there's a church right there, and I'm there breaking down information. And literally, the pastor could see me and report me that I broke my restraining order, and I could be taken away by a logical imperative. Know this information or lose your freedom. Know this information or get put on the streets. So what do? I continue to teach. Now I make that turn and go into the church with my head down. I'm walking in the church, and I'm not bringing attention to myself. I'm actually asking questions to the people that are in the Bible study, because I timed it when I was young to get into the Bible study around 15 minutes prior to the Bible study starting. That's all that I needed, was 15 minutes to ask the questions, the snake style questions, to the audience before the pastor got in. So by the time the pastor got in, I put my head down, and the pastor would walk in and get riddled with all these questions from his church people, not from me. And then he's like, pop, pop, getting hit. I can't answer that. I don't know. Where'd you get these questions from? And I just sneak out. And so I do that from church to church to church to church to church. This is around the time when people are getting a lot of, doing weed or whatever youth did at that younger age, just experimenting with life, running around different girls and all these different things that people did. I didn't do all of that. I spent my time going from church to house to Bible study, just asking questions and gaining a following of people that wanted to break out of this confusion called religion. At any rate, I saw an organization actually teaching something similar to what I was already about, which was questioning these religions. And so I ended up joining that organization. The brother's name was Mutawakil. He was in a white long garb, and he started riddling me with questions. And I was like, nice, very nice. He's asking me these kind of questions, and I'm like, very nice. I like this. I like, make me think. This is good. And so I ended up joining that particular organization. But I came in that organization already with a set of teachings, and this is where the problem started. I ended up excelling to the top teacher of the organization. The teacher told the entire world on audio, videotape, if anybody here in my organization, if any of you want to learn how to teach learn from that brother, Amun Hotep Ra. He will teach you how to teach. And that created a lot of jealousy, but it created a lot of students, because a lot of people came up to me afterwards and said, what is this teaching style you have? And so I started teaching a lot of people in the organization, but I was setting up my own thing. I started setting up jiu-jitsu classes, things that were not ordained, I guess, setting up jiu-jitsu classes and teaching people about animals and different things like that. So at any rate, as time went on, the teacher started saying that I was asking questions that were trapping him. My snake style was actually trapping the owner of the organization. He told me that go ahead and ask my question, and I did, and he put himself in a cross position and said, see, he crucified me. As time went on and I continued to teach in a class, he told everybody that he's going to take information from me. He said, I'm going to take this. What's that thing you were teaching? He watched a video of me teaching. He said, what's that thing you were teaching about the Morphophilus plant and this and that? And I started breaking down the Morphophilus plant of Indonesia. I started breaking down how it's made up and what it eats, and gave all this breakdown, and then used that to actually destroy a pastor in a debate in Christianity. I used a plant from Indonesia. I didn't use any of the master teacher's books. I didn't use that. I used a plant from Indonesia and used my knowledge of nature to destroy a pastor that a lady brought to one of my classes. And I beat the pastor in a debate to the Christian lady. I beat her pastor. That's pastor number 2, beat by judged by another Christian. So he said he's going to take that. And he told the crowd, don't be mad. You all take my information anyways. I'm going to take his. So at any rate, as this went on, the other teachers came to my environment where I lived, and they brought a torch. And they said, we have to burn all of the items that you have that are not taught by our organization. What you're teaching is not coming from the master teacher. What you're teaching is not coming from our books. You have to teach strictly what comes from our books, and we have to burn everything that is not written by our teacher. Biological imperative again set up to create Tehuti. So what's the outcome of this? The outcome is, if I don't, I have to leave the property and go fend for myself. I have no job, no money, nothing at all. And I have to go back into the city life, of which I don't know much of anything about, because I didn't have a city life. I didn't have any type of life. I went from living around animals and living at home to joining this organization from a youth, and I never had any kind of that kind of life. So biological imperative set in. Of course, I'm not going to burn my books. So I ended up being removed from the organization. The teacher spoke to me and he said, I can't move the organization at the rate that you are at. You are at a particular rate, and I'll lose students and keep you and a couple others, but it will lose the masses of this organization. So I can't. So it's not safe for you to be around here anymore. So I left, and boom, biological imperative set in. Again, I had no way to survive. My beautiful aunt at the time, actually helped me get an apartment. And she asked me a question. I was breaking down all this knowledge to her, and she said, do you get paid for this? And I said, no, I don't. I don't get paid for this. That put a little bug in my ear, and I didn't understand why I didn't get paid, but I never wanted to get paid. I just wanted to teach. So at any rate, as time went on, I had to make a survival for myself. I had no way to survive. I liked fitness training. I liked doing push-ups and crunches on my couch and different things of such nature. And so as time went on, I ended up looking for different websites that were about fitness training. I got in there, started teaching the people, teaching them with all the information that I had. I was teaching them about fitness. I wasn't teaching them from the teacher's books or anything like that. It was just my love for health and nature and biological imperative. I'm just teaching them about how the body system works, and they get faith in me. And I said, you know what? Maybe I should sell to them, but I don't have any products to sell. So at any rate, I found the person who was selling the most products, and I contacted him, and he contacted me back on AOL. Remember that? AOL, he's a little box. You couldn't block anybody, a little box, no matter how many times you stopped. AOL days, right? Remember Black Planet? And so he's contacting me on AOL, and he says he'll meet up with me. I meet up with him, and he starts teaching me all the wisdom and knowledge on how to get sales, where to get products, what country they're in before they hit the stores, what to get, what to do, his connections, his business partners. He's connecting me with all these people. And he says, well, if you tell anyone, I'm going to have to whack you. I said, what does that mean? Whack? I said, wait, whack? Like, here's one. All you sucker MCs are wick, wick, whack. No, not that type of whacker. Oh, wait, whack from the Al Pacino movie? Whack from the Godfather movies? What does this mean? Whack, you're going to kill me? He said, I want to tell you that I'm not really into this business. I'm into it to making some money. I'm not really into this and making money, but I'm really, and he told me his profession. His profession was, he said he was a hitman in this city of New York. Where we met was at a swampy pond area in Staten Island, like the docks area. It was like a lot of mist, and it was just like the movies. And we met, and he said he's going to put cement shoes on me if I went and told any of these details to any of the opposition and the other people that were his competitors. I made a vow, and biological imperative set in again, which meant I had to hold the secrets. And if I didn't hold the secrets and do this properly, this man would whack me, because he got all my information. He knows how to find me. He knows how to get me. So anyways, biological imperative set in again. I took this knowledge and information, and I became pretty successful with it. I started sending out artificial lists of products that I didn't have, and everybody started sending me money for the products because they trusted my teachings. I went to contact people in Australia, Thailand, the UK, America, all the places that he gave me to contact, and I got the products and gave it to all the people in the elite fitness and bodybuilding.com, and I started getting a lot of followers and a lot of people that were learning from me. And it was beautiful. I took this information and went back to the organization. that kicked me out, and I started teaching them how to do this. And I took the money and showed them. I said, now take this money and invest it into real estate. I started showing them how to do real estate because my aunt, the same one that got me the apartment, she was owned a mortgage company at the time. I don't know if she still does, but she owned a mortgage company at the time. And so I'm teaching them this real estate. And so now we're taking the money from the from the fitness training, and we're investing into real estate. And I'm teaching them how to buy properties at $500. You don't need much. You don't need to save thousands of dollars to get a house. I said, let me show you. I'm going to Robert Kiyosaki meetings. I'm watching Robert Kiyosaki in front of me make $100,000 in about 4 minutes. I'm taking my notes. I'm at the seminars. I'm learning, and I'm teaching this to these group of people, teaching them to these Nawabian people that I thought were honest, and they ended up robbing me, doing a scam deal where they took my money because they. One second, hold on, Nana. It's a tub, a gray tub. No, just look where the Scott rack is. Okay, good. Tell me if the Cobra tub is closed. All right, so they robbed me and ended up plummeting again to zero money. Now I have no money at all. I'm reaching in the couch to look for quarters because I need to feed my son. I was a single father at the time, and I'm getting the quarters. And they totally took everything because I took a lot of money and invested it into magic at the time and invested into these deals. And they took the money, and it was in their name. Because I trust people when I feel that if I teach somebody something, they should have reciprocity to go through the deal and give me my portion. Because remember, I don't know about sly like a snake and all this. I don't know about those things. I just know that if you're in knowledge or high conscience, you're supposed to trust the individual. So I found it the hard way. I ended up becoming so low. I went to myself. I didn't teach anybody in the public much. I would teach on a thing called Pal Talk. You could hear my voice, but you couldn't see me. I taught on Pal Talk, and I was teaching on Pal Talk for a couple of years. And then I ended up moving to Canada, performing magic in Canada because I had no money. So I had enough money to purchase like a deck of cards and a fork or a couple things, and I was doing magic, and I was living off of tips, and I was able to take care of my family at the time, living off of tips. So I ended up moving to California because I had better weather, and I ended up doing magic on the pier and living off of that. But I was bringing my unk and my snakes. My snakes would come out with me to the magic show, and I'd have my unk. This exact shirt that I'm wearing is the same shirt that I would perform the magic in. This was 12 years ago. This is the same shirt, same comedic shirt, and people would ask me questions about what are these images here? What's real magic? Is there magic in Egypt? And is it magical? And so I started teaching in the middle of my shows, and I purposely set up in Canada beside the preachers. While the preachers have the big megaphones, come to Jesus, and they'd have their big crowds. I throw a blanket right beside their church sermon, and I'm sitting there doing magic, being called the devil, and he's bringing crowds to me because that's the devil. See him over there? That man over there? He's doing the magic and the witchcraft of the devil. And that would actually get me a crowd. And I was like, yeah, see me over here? See me doing this magic witchcraft? But wait a minute. The Bible said, those who believe in me will be able to do greater works than I. I would take the people, send them back to the pastor, and ask them to ask the pastor to do one miracle. One thing that's greater than Jesus. He couldn't. I said, so that's fake. At least if this is of the devil, at least I'm a true follower. If this magic I'm doing is of the devil, and he's saying the devil has magical powers that he gives to his students and his followers, and that's how this man's performing magic, then I'm a good student. I'm actually performing. Okay, are you a student of Jesus? Forget about me being the devil. Are you a better student of Jesus than I am of the devil? And I would have these kind of debates, snake styling them in the middle of their sermons, and the audience would be like, yeah, where's your ability? I got a grandmother that needs to be healed of such and such. Can you heal her? And the pastor couldn't do it. I think he's just talking. So at any rate, I kept on going on with that, And while I was in California, it was brought to my attention that there was a lot of people on YouTube that were teaching that was similar to what I was teaching, but not as detailed as what I was teaching. And I would say, that's cool. I'm still gonna stay alone for a little bit until I feel it's my time. I'm not quite interested right now. So as time went on, I went on and I started checking out the YouTube people. A brother named Mahati told me about the Lions Den group, some Hebrew group. I went and did an interview over there. I found out it was a debate league. I didn't know there was such thing as that. I thought I was just going to get interviewed. I ended up in this big debate with the champion from an interview. I'm like, oh, I'm in a debate now, and I ended up beating that champion. I kept beating people that were sending to me. They kept sending people to me, and I was beating them. And I said, this is good. It's an opportunity to teach. And then I just continued going on with that for a little bit of time. And then I found out about Killer Priest. I mean, I always knew about Killer Priest, but I wasn't quite interested in going on his show. I wasn't quite interested in that side of the Killer Priest. But I was told that there was a brother named Rasul who was teaching, but it was like weak teachings. And I was like, oh, let me press play and check it out. So when I check it out, I was like, yeah. So either I contacted Killer Priest or he contacted, I'm not sure if it was me or him that contacted, because when I spoke to him, he had said he heard about me, that I'm the actual person. He was watching me, and he heard about me, that I was the person who was actually living on the land with the teacher at the time. And he told me, he said, man, I always wanted to conduct a conversation with somebody who actually saw the person in person, not the Rasul brother. He just was living in Philadelphia, hundreds of miles away. So I ended up telling him my story. He ended up inviting me to an interview. I did an interview, and that's what leads us here to the Tehuti PODCLASS. It exploded the Killer Priest show. Go rewind the Killer Priest show from the day prior to Tehuti going on the show. Watch all the shows before that. Watch the strippers deep throating bananas. Watch the flat earthers. Watch the astrology guys. Watch this guy talking about DJing, and then watch Tehuti, and then watch the change of the Killer Priest show. AD and Killer Priest said, look at our subscribers growing. They said, yo, our subscribers are growing so fast. People were donating $500 to the super chats, $350 to the super chats. It was an explosion. AD took his wallet, dumped it in my hand, said, you deserve all the money in my wallet. I'm going to get Killer Priest to pay you. We have never seen anything on the Killer Priest podcast like this ever. You deserve to get paid. We don't pay anybody, but you deserve to get paid. I think she's coming out. I have to go check on something in a minute or so. So at any rate, as time went on, people started recognizing me from 1993, 1994, 2010, 2005, 2008, 1996, and they started saying, can you teach us on a one-on-one level? So I started teaching people on a one-on-one level. I think the first person actually from the Killer Priest show that I did the one-on-one with was, I think it was Oxafek. Is Oxafek or Nahum? I think it was Oxafek in the chat. And so I'm doing all these one-on-ones, and people now are paying me for my time. I am not asking for any set of money. Just after I do the one-on-one or before the one-on-one, they would say, here's a donation for your time. After I did the one-on-one, oh, here's a $200 for that. I didn't know our one-on-one's going to be like this. Here's another $100. I didn't know the one-on-one was going to be life-changing like this. And so people were donating very considerate reciprocities to me for one-on-ones. And it was beautiful, but it was taking up all of my time. I had over 30 spiders alone. I'm not even talking about the snakes. I have like 30 spiders, 10, 15 spiders at a time. That's just the tarantulas, not even the snakes. I had chinchillas and all these. I have my places just full of animals, and I have to tend to these animals. I have women that I'm involved with, and I have to tend to them, and it was just too much of my time. So I announced on Killer Priest show, I said, you know what? I'm going to start something brand new in the world. And Killer Priest said, what are you going to start? I said, this is called a podcast. I'm going to start a PODCLASS. See, it's like pod, but I'm going to put class in front of it, and the PODCLASS is going to be something very unique. How unique is it going to be? Well, it's going to be when you come to the class, I'm going to be silent. I'm going to put my head down. Well, what kind of channel is that going to be? I said, well, you know, like the breakdancers, sometimes they stand in a statue, stiff like this. They don't move. And then when you throw them like $5 or $10, all of a sudden now they start dancing. They dance for a little while, then they stop again and freeze. And then another person comes, throw them another tip, and then they start bobbing, doing their backflips and all this stuff again. I said, that's what I'm going to do, because I'm going to teach biological imperative, which means that if people understand the way that I guide and what I do, and they're going to spend money on things like Doritos, donuts. Anybody in the class? Is there anybody in the class who has not spent $40 on donuts in their life? Just in total, $100 on marijuana, alcohol, different types of drugs, going out to see the Avengers, the Superman. Can anybody in this class not tell me who Spider-Man is? Is there anybody in this class right now that's going to type right now? I have never heard of a creature called Spider-Man. Have you never been to an Avengers movie, Spider-Man, any kind of Captain America, whatever, Transformers, whatever movie, horror movie? Does anybody in this room not know who Freddy Krueger is? Press a 1 if you've never heard of the word Freddy, if you don't know anything about Freddy Krueger. If you don't know who Jason Voorhees is, press a 1. Who is Jason from Friday the 13th? Never heard of him? Press a 1. Hundreds and thousands and millions of people seem to be paying for horror movies. You've paid to go see a thriller movie. That's watching people kill people. Saw 3, Saw 1. Anybody ever seen Chucky? Gremlins? Anything? I mean, I'm going way back in time now. Anybody ever seen Carrie? Have you ever paid for it? Have you ever took your girl to the movies? So I found that people are spending thousands of dollars on watching people kill people, horror movies. Nike shoes, marijuana, Hennessy bottles. $100 of the strippers at the strip club, buying a new shirt that you wear like once and twice. You buy another shirt, a pair of shoes, you scuff them up. I found out Nikes cost 60 cents to make. They were $200 in America. I was confused. So I know that I wanted to switch this paradigm. And that was, can people switch to appreciate guidance? Not just knowledge. This is not knowledge and information. You can get knowledge from Wikipedia. You can get knowledge from Encyclopedia Britannica. What about the guidance and the wisdom that actually can change your life? Can people appreciate that more than they appreciate Doritos? What is that cool breeze coming in? One moment. I hope the door. 1 second. Huh? Okay, I am back. So I wanted to know if people appreciate. And so I set up a class where you actually send your question in, but you don't send it in through a super chat. I found out something very unique, or something that everybody knows about that I actually made very unique, which was you could actually send a Cash App and a PayPal directly, and there's a little spot on the bottom to actually type. I will use that area right there for you to ask your question. And then based on the donation will be based on the quality. But I realized, wait a minute, most people don't know the quality yet. So they may just donate $5 or $10. Let me take these couple $5 or $10 donation and let me give them a $50 answer and blow them away. And then they'll know, oh, wow, that's more than these 3 donuts cost $5. This is more than 3 donuts. 2 cotton candies and a candy apple costs more than $5. The popcorn at the movie theater costs $8 a bag. This is more. So people start to realize that this is actually worth more than popcorn. You know, spending your money on the cholesterol to kill you and your children. This is actually more valuable than that. And once I set that into place, and I could begin to start training people to understand how the ancients worked, and that was the complete connection of biological imperative with everything they did. So the doctor, the physician, the person who cut the grass, the farmer, the fisherman, the dancer, all intertwined the spiritual system with how they survived. Every single person along the Nile Valley, whether you see a farmer and he has a tool, the tool is actually shaped in the word MAAT or the word MERI. If you see something in his hand, it actually represents the biological imperative in the spiritual system. I wanted to intertwine that again, to train people to be more appreciative of guidance than cotton candy. Be more appreciative of guidance that could change your life than KFC. One moment, everybody. All right, so I wanted to set that system up, and it worked beautifully. I started answering the first few questions, and here's how people send in questions in this system, this brand new system that's created on YouTube. People would send in questions, and the questions that you actually get to send in here are questions that would either be laughed at, mocked. They would, oh, the Cobra. Okay.
You have night travel?
Yeah, one of them. And the questions that were asked were questions that would get you laughed off the stage everywhere, or because the people didn't know the answer, or they were undercover atheists and didn't care about your question. They'd say, that question is not important. What you need to ask is this. What you need to know is this. And they would change your question. So here's how the system works. So for example, if you look at the type of questions that are sent in, here is a question from the sister Raquel Bailey that was sent in, and it was depression, anxiety, is it spiritual or mental? That question was an explosion in the PODCLASS. People completely loved it. I'm going to show you the diversity of questions from that question right there, depression, to what? To $60 sent in, what is a Navajo skinwalker? Is there any connection between depression and Navajo skinwalking? Absolutely not. But that shows the diversity of what you can send in. This question here, somebody sent in a question to want to know about the Orion star constellation, and they changed the question from the Orion star constellation to wanting to know about the ancient prevention of heart stroke and modern day approaches to recovering from it. That was $27.27. So from depression to Navajo skinwalkers to heart stroke to somebody coming in and wanting their name broken down, a name, not me giving them a name, but their name that they had before I even met them. And they got the metadata root of their entire name, and that blew his mind. From names to heart stroke to depression to Sharika sending in $44.10 to explain on the internal level on why each of us experience time on different rates. Many claim time is speeding up and everything is happening fast. However, for me, I feel the contrary. Each moment is growing and the presence is slowing down. What does that have to do with heart stroke? Absolutely nothing. What does that have to do with depression? Navajo skinwalkers? Nothing. Someone sends in a question in Cash App, the origin of pole splitting. This shows the diversity of what you can ask here. Rigo sends in $111.11 to give my fourth part of the Matrix breakdown. I take 5 minutes of the movie and answer it for 1.5 hours, and blew his mind so much that he kept on giving part 1, part 2, part 3, those type of donations. We have a brother named Stranger. Shout out to Stranger and Rigo. Hope to see you both soon in the class, and hope to see you. These are some of the best supporters. Hope to come support this PODCLASS, Stranger and Rigo. They're the Stranger's actually the name of the moderators. Stranger actually sent in $200 after I answered a question. He was blown away so strongly that he sent a $200 donation that I'm still holding to meet the challenge of anybody able to answer this question with the Kemetic origins, period, at all. And even to the level, not even just to the level of me, just to be able to answer it, period. And there's $200 waiting for that person. We still have the $200. That was almost half a year ago. This is the type of support that is given because these things are actually changing people's lives. From the Matrix movie to what is your take on the Pentagon UFO meeting in Houston? the footage and things shown on that was explosive. Everything was an explosive answer. So we just ask you send your support for the class. After I do an answer, also you send a tip for whatever that answer. Some of these answers are going to take 45 minutes, some of them an hour. If you're glued to the screen for 1 hour watching the answer, that means you're absorbing something from it. You're getting something from it. If you're getting something from it, there's a system of reciprocity, because the European invented a new saying, and that is, knowledge is free. And that saying was a lie, and it was a psyops created by the European to actually degrade the way that he takes knowledge from ancient cultures, which is to rob it, which is to dig up the pyramids or dig up the coffins, go to the Aztecs, kill the people, take their papyruses, take their words, take their information, put it in the museums. The colonizers kill the people, steal the knowledge, and they got all their knowledge for free. These same colonizers were educated people. That means that they all went to school. The system of tuition is not some system in the year 2000. It's not something developed in 1995. College tuition, university tuition, and paying for your education went all the way back to the days of Aristotle, all the way back to Socrates, all the way back to 590, 550 BC when they went to learn from the ancient people. And now they teach you that knowledge is free. While you have a $20,000 to $50,000 college loan for a tuition, and what did you pay for? What physical thing did you get when you paid that? As you're still paying the tuition, like 10 years later, you're still paying it. What physical thing did you get to touch? You got knowledge. So the psyops that was set by the European is every other culture's knowledge is free because we stole it. When you come to our universities and our college and our school system and our private school, that knowledge is not free. You have to pay for that knowledge. Because the people that came over, the conquistadors, they went to universities and colleges. They were paying. That's how they got their education on how to do things, such as how do you learn how to operate a boat? How do you become a boat operator? In the 1700s, do you just jump on the boat and all of a sudden Queen Elizabeth says, I want him as a boat operator? Where's he from? He's just off the streets. He's my boat operator. He's going to take my fleet, their armies, their navies, their war system. How did people learn? They went to the schools to learn these things. They were educated people. There was doctors in the 1500s. The same doctors, there was Catholic popes. The same ones were the ones funding the museums. They had to pay for their education and then fund the people to go steal the knowledge for free, put it in the museum, and they're funded by doctors, lawyers, and popes. And I already did a class on when the funding came from the educated people that paid for the knowledge and then open up the museum and open up where they steal the information for free. So we wanted to reverse that. So the reciprocity system is an ebb and flow system. As you breathe in, you breathe out. As you take, you give. Anything other than that is what's called selfishness. If you're constantly taking, and you're not giving in return, that's what was taught to you by the conquistador. We had no teachings like that in ancient Kemet. The Aztecs had no teachings like that. No Navajo Native American, no Diné. No one from the Navajo really did Diné. Nobody from the Diné family, the Navajo family, no ancient Yoruba, no follower of the Nomos, no Dogon ever taught take, and not give in return. It's an ebb and flow. It's a duality system. The concept of just sucking up information for free came from the European. It doesn't come from any ancient papyrus. So this is a reciprocity system. And for those of you who are watching for the very first time, when you see the answer, the very first answer given, you're going to understand what this is all about. So with that all understood, it is Cash App TT AMUN, PayPal at RockESV. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to look at the first question. I'm going to take the link, put it in the room for the team to jump in. Let me put this in the room for the team to jump in. As I take a little break, look at the first question. I'm going to pin the first question up on the screen. There's the link in the room. I'm going to pin the first question up on the screen. let everybody marinate on it, talk about actually one of the people that are going to come onto the panel. It's actually his question that's going to be the first question that I answer, because some questions are coming in now as we're talking. They're coming in live because people are sending in Cash App, TT, AMUN, PayPal at RockSV. And so people are wondering, what is this title here? Dreams serve the purpose of Mary had a little what? Mary had a little female microcosm of immortality. What is all this about? These are some of the questions that were sent in right before this podcast. And the questions that come in today, I'm either going to touch on in this podcast or the next one or the one after that. But all the questions are answered. So that means that the class is catered to you. This is the only environment that exists where the entire teaching system is based on your control. You control what the class is about. That means when you send a question in, I create an email movie for you. I create an ebook and then teach the ebook live for you directly. I become your direct personal teacher and teaching everybody in the audience your question. The value of it only depends on you because you're the asker of the question. So nobody can tell you this question is worth this question is worth that. It's your quest. That question can be a piece of the puzzle that you were always missing to create the bigger picture that you needed to go on to step number 2. Who knows what that is worth? So there, I put the link in the room for the team to jump in. And I already see somebody coming in right now, and that is right off the, always fresh and new, always the first people to click in. Anu and Antu, greetings, both of you. How are you?
What's up, Saba? Can we be heard?
You can be heard, but you're moving like, I don't know what. It's moving really strange. It's moving like you're doing the robot, the breakdancing robot.
So sometimes it moves slow when the Cash App thing comes up for us. I'm doing beautiful though. I'm very happy.
You said when a Cash App, you mean when you're getting a Cash App?
No, when the lady points up to the.
Oh, that. Okay. Oh, that. Okay. I was about to say you guys are millionaires because you've been moving slow since the had you on. Let me go ahead and move her off of it actually because everybody sees it's at the bottom too. Cash App, TT, AMUN, PayPal at RockSV. I'm going to move that there. Okay, good. Yes, you all doing good?
I'm doing beautiful. 12 for asking, Saba. 12 for your existence. 12 for your life. I'm happy to be here.
I'm doing great, Saba Tehuti.
Wonderful, wonderful, excellent. And one of you sent me something, and I'm going to put some time. I've been so busy. I get so many emails, but I asked somebody to send me something, so I'm gonna. We have something coming up for Sunday, so I think I responded to you, Anu, but I'm gonna check my emails again, and I know there was a little inquiry detail of something that I need to read or listen to, so I will do that before the meeting tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay. Nini Uk. So okay, where's the rest of the family? Where's everybody? Let's get everybody on because this guy right here says time is running out. So I need to know where the family is so I can let them in so I can take a little break. In the meantime, family, I'm going to put on the question here for those who are just tuning in. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti PODCLASS under the beautiful House of ATTON. That is the organization, the House of ATTON. That is the movement. That is the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Netter. The only organization and movement that have ever had a live debate on the topic of the Netter. In 65 years, I'm not sure how long ago Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark came, but Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark basically are the ones that popularized or kind of introduced Kemet Egypt, at least to the black community, back years and years and years ago. And from that time until this time, there's never been a debate on the core essence of the entire Kemetic civilization of Ma'at, and that is the Netiru. There's been this hypnotic, one of the many hypnotic nuances and narratives that have been put out that the Natiru are unreal. They don't exist. They're not conscious entities. And for the very first time, that debate has happened, and the debate was won by the House of ATTON. I had the debate with the brother Jabari, who now, through some type of Mandela effect, is now claiming that he's never had a debate with me. But you all have seen the intro, and so there must be two different worlds happening simultaneously. But the House of ATTON and Tehuti were the only ones to represent and have a debate that the Neter were acknowledged as real beings to the Kemetians, not to Tehuti. That's why I told Son Editor to don't title it like that. Tehuti believes in no. None of these writings are from me. It's not Tehuti believes in, is what did the people at the time believe in. It doesn't matter what you believe in, everybody in 2024. If you're going to say you represent the Aztecs, and the Aztecs taught that there was a being named Quetzalcoatl, and he did this and he did that, I don't care what you're trying to make Quetzalcoatl's the ring of the skies and the blue waters coming down with the whatever you say is irrelevant. If the Aztecs said that this being is a physical being and these beings are physical and we're going to sacrifice to these gods, I don't care if you like the idea of sacrifice. It doesn't matter if you like it, then just leave them alone. But if they said it and they taught that and you say you represent them, you have to teach what they taught. So everybody, a lot of people try to put it on me, say Tehuti believes, Tehuti, no. What did and you'll notice that when you go to these other channels, they never open up chapter and verse to what any of the ancestors actually say. They take a picture and say, see, the picture is a third eye and the leaf on Sheshet is a marijuana plant, and that means to open up your chakras. No, what does the writing in the back say? What does the actual writing say? What does the coffin text say? Your favorite Kemetic teacher never teaches from the coffin text on those channels. Where's the teachings from the pyramid text? Where's the teachings from the ancient writings of the afterlife? Your teacher is embarrassed to teach about it. And that's why he'll never talk about it. And that's why they don't know what the Neter are, because none of their channels are about the Neter. It's about, see, I believe in the principle of this. Where does it say that? Where does it say that in the actual teachings from 2,000 years ago? It doesn't. It just matches your modern day acceptance, because you can't accept what the ancients taught about because you're a debater. And when you step up and set your premise down on what you believe in, you've opened up the door for people to attack you in a debate. And that's why your conscious teachers never teach what they believe about the afterlife. Go through those channels. All of Kemet was about the afterlife. Every nook and cranny, every grain of sand, every writing, every symbol in their ear, every symbol on their chest, every tattoo, every mummification, every sahu, every ring, every shen symbol. The entire culture was about the afterlife. Why are there hundreds of Kemetic conscious channels and no show on the afterlife? Because they're embarrassed. Because they know if they start talking about the afterlife, in this day and time, they'll be called spooky and pseudo. And the Hebrews will tear them apart. The Hebrews and the Christians will tear them apart. Oh, you believe in an unseen world in the afterlife too, just like us? Okay, we got you now. So what they do is they're atheists in disguise. These are, Brother Billy Carson just did a thing called the unconscious community. Beautiful. It was all on, and I did a show on it. The last two shows, atheists and unconscious people in the disguise of conscious people, and they're actually on the dark side, bringing people over to the death side, disguised as conscious, and feeding off of YouTube videos only based on other people. And the brother Billy Carson said, I have no video on anybody. I have no slander, no nothing on anybody, but there's 100 videos with my name in it. And they're feeding off of me, just off of the debate and argument, but actually not teaching anything. That sounds exactly like what I said a couple of weeks ago. That's exactly what's happening. So when you go to these other YouTube channels, go to the brother, the brothers that were laughing at me, Garfield and them, go to the Garfield channel, go check it out. Look at the views when it's him teaching on something without controversy. 100 views, 76 views. And then go to the ones that are about controversy. 7,000 views, 5,000 views, because these are parasites of Isfet. And these people actually that are conscious don't have a teaching. That's why every time you see them teach, they teach about The Hebrews are wrong. The Christians are wrong. The Hebrews are wrong and the Christians are wrong. The Egyptians were black and the Hebrews are wrong. And guess what? You never guessed this. The Egyptians were black and the Egyptians were black and the Egyptians were no. There's something you just can't. The Egyptians are black and the Egyptians are black and the Hebrews are wrong and the Christians are wrong. Okay, put me on an island where there's no Hebrews and Christians and we're all black. Go ahead and teach me. Teach me from the coffin text. Teach me the symbols. Teach me what they are. Teach me without talking about anybody else. And they can't, because these are undercover atheists. So peace and love, everybody. I'm going to step away for just a moment. Come back. Scribe, are you here, good brother? Scribe? Let me put the first question.
I'm here working on
Scribe,
my camera.
I have some. You may have to turn when this question is done. You may have to come back to the screen with your camera off.
Yes, I'm fixing my camera now.
No, you may have to leave it like that. When I answer this question for you, you may come to the screen with the camera purposely off.
Oh, okay.
You may not want to. You may not want people to see you in tears or whatever. This question that you asked. You're gonna come back with a red face, blushy cheeks. We're gonna see what happens when I answer this question, my brother, because you sent me the most difficult question in the world. The one before was the most difficult too. There was one I said, this is the hardest question ever. There's no answer for it. You sent me, I'm going to put it on the screen right now, ladies and gentlemen. So here we are. Welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS. Here's the first question. Here's the donation for the first question asked by this brother ATTON. And I had something special for him. If somebody gives an extra supporter donation, I have something very special that I'm going to pull out that actually matches what this class is about and is actually named after the class, and it's something very, very special. And I'm going to go ahead and look for this first question sent in by the brother here who's fixing his camera. Oh, wait a minute. Something is off. Okay, here we go. L-A-C-I-E. L-A-C-I-E. And we're going to go for a set up. How you doing there, good brother? Amen Kura. How are you, good brother?
Peace, Saba. Doing very well. Great to see you.
Good to see you too. This is going to be, I don't know. This class is, this is going to be, oh boy. I already see some of the questions in. I'm going to put the first question, and where's the donation for it? Part 2. Wait a minute. February.
Love you.
Here's. Let me. Okay, good. I'm gonna in the room. Then I'm gonna put the question, the donation in the room, and then the question. And here's here's that. Actually, I'm gonna put. That's strange. Okay. What? Hold on. Okay. Computer world, and here's the question. Here we go. Okay, everybody, here is the donation sent in for the first question today of the Tehuti PODCLASS. I'm going to go ahead and put it on the screen. And you know, when people send in these type of donations with this amount, you know the answer is going to be a movie. Go ahead and can you make some noise? Does your sounds work? If not, I can do it.
Yes, I can do that.
Okay, here we go. $52.72 to Ishan. The question and email. First, give some big noise for that. Big noise. Okay. Am I locked up? Okay, good. And it said question and email, $52, $52.72. I think that was a palindrome, a mirror image of the donation. Now here's the question, ladies and gentlemen. Are you ready for Annie's question? Now here's the kind of questions. Usually people send me a question and they write it in the bottom of the Cash App, or they write it in the PayPal, or they'll send me the donation and an email with the question. I put it together. Here's Annie's question. Annie's question already looks like the class began already. Let me. Here's Annie's question, everybody. Tell me if you can make this question out, Anu and Antu and Menkura. Here's the question right here. Chrome tab. Here's the question, everybody. Here is the question from Annie. There it is right there. Actually, you know what? Let me fix it. Let me take this off so I can expand it. Here's Annie's question. This is the type of questions he asks. Entire screen. Share. Oh no. Let me take this up. Where's the question? Okay, here it is. Boom. Okay, now I can do it. Okay, should be on. No, that's not it. Wait a minute. What? The computer world. Okay, here we go. This is it. This must be it. Nope, that's not it either. Where's the Annie question? Here it is. This one is it. Here it is. Okay, everybody, here it is. The question from Annie. And go ahead, Anu and Antu and Menkura, tell me if you can make this question out. I'm going to share the entire screen. And here's the question, ladies and gentlemen, from the scribe. Here we go. Boom. I'm going to blow it up big screen. Can anybody make this out? Here it is. Here it is. From the Purim Haru. I can't see. It says from chapter 1. And it is Teti conceived in Tetu. I was born in Tetu. I'm with the weepers. The Akebet, Osiris, the double land of Rekhet, and then he shows this over here, the Rekhti, the washer of the treasury, pair of goddesses, Isis and Nephthys, countries of Isis and Nephthys, and then he shows this. Where'd you get this one from? This translation here? Is this from Gardner?
No, that's from Stephen Quirk.
The translation to at the bottom here where my mouse is. Oh, yes, I see.
The dictionary, yes, it's from the Vigus dictionary.
Okay, so it says, I was with the mourning women of Osiris, weepers of Osiris, on the two shores of the washermen. Then it says, Edebui, Rehuti, the washermen. And then the washerman. Then he shows you're showing how it looks like in different papyruses, right? Is that what this is, right?
Yes.
Different Purim Harus?
Yes.
Look how thorough this question is, ladies and gentlemen. Please, I want everybody right now, if you've seen this kind of question with this type of thoroughness, the question itself is impressive. I haven't even started the answer yet. Look how my students send questions in. The question has, look at this. Have you seen this anywhere? The question has the Purim Haru and the transliteration, a complete another different transliteration, the book reference to where you can get that translation, the dictionary page number of where the word is. He's already started the class. Each different Purim Harus and their actual writing of the word itself, and then the drawing of it in clear where it looks like ducks and geese. And then comes the question, what is a double land, two banks of Rekhti? To conclude class, could you give a full complete translated sentence? So he wants me to break down the double land, what this means, the two banks of Rekhti. Why does it say the washerman? What in the world, how is it the washerman here, but over here in the dictionary, it's Isis and Nephthys. It's Aset and Nephthys, but over here it's the washerman. But here it says it's the two goddesses in the judgment hall of Osiris. It's the washer of the treasury, the washerman. Then it's the land, a land that Osiris is in the afterlife. How is that possible? How are all these things possible? Man, Kura, you ever seen that kind of question sent into the other channels?
No, I feel very emotional. Today I was watching a video on YouTube of the Nile for the first time. It was so beautiful. And I was receiving a download about birds of a feather flock together. And I was thinking about you, Tehuti. I was like, oh man, this is the gal part of me. I was like, I'm a part of the bird game. Tehuti, I'm a part of
the what part of you? The what part of you?
the ghetto part of me, because I was thinking about Bird Gang, and I was like, whoa, I'm in Bird Gang with 2 Tehutis, and I was just thinking about all the birds that are associated with the Netaru and the creators of Kemet and the Meta Neter. So today, I had a very powerful day thinking about everything that's happened in my life. And so I love this question. I feel very emotional, and the energy just went like this. So I love you, brothers. I'm proud of you, and I'm looking forward to what's about to happen today.
What if I told you that this is going to answer what you saw? This question, the answer to this question has the explanations of the Nile and the bird in it. And who in the world is a washerman? Who's this washerman? The washerman, huh? And it says the laundrier, like you're doing laundry. Did you see that in the scribe with that? It said the laundrier, right? Scribe. And then it said the washer of the treasurer, like as if they're laundering money. It said the launderer, and then it's the washer of the treasuries. That's the finances in Kemet. So if you're the launderer, today a launderer is something that they're doing. That's not a good thing. That's not a. You can go to jail for that. So is that what the Kemetians were doing? They were the first money launderers. We're gonna find out here at the Tehuti PODCLASS. I'm gonna take a break. Anu and Antu, have you ever seen that question sent in to any other YouTube channel before?
No.
No, I have not.
Have you even heard of this before? The REKHTI, the washerman?
No.
No.
Here we go. And Menkura, you're about to find out why today. That was today. You're looking at the Nile and the birds.
Yes.
You're about to find out why today that is, and you're going to see the extension of the Nile. I don't think I ever taught about that. Did I ever teach about the extension of the Nile? Who is this washerman, and what is this extension of the Nile? We're going to be talking about it today, everybody. How long did the Nile go? Was there parts of the Nile that wasn't even originally there? We're going to see what's going to happen. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti PODCLASS. I'm going to step away for just a moment. Shout out and respect to all the people in the audience, the chat, supporters, Cash App, TT AMUN, PayPal, at Rocky SV. Shout out to everybody that is a supporter. I don't know if we have any supporters from the UK. If there's any supporters from the UK, feel free to come into the room. And there he is, that is a supporter from the UK. VRI, the supporter from the other side, the UK. And he's a great supporter. I actually looked at the email before this, and I think you just sent in for some more MENDES classes. So we're going to get to that as I scroll down. Shout out to everybody. Peace and love to everybody in Tehuti PODCLASS. When we come back, we're going to get into this, and we're going to find out the answer to this question. And this question is actually going to be the second part of the title, which is the female microcosm of immortality. And what is this washerman? What is this? Is there a man called the washerman? How does that have to do with crossing over to the other side? We're going to find out, are there parts of the Nile that you can't see by walking it? You have to go somewhere else to see it? We're going to find out, everybody. I'll be back. Peace and love. Support the Tehuti PODCLASS.
Peace, Hotep. Peace, good brother VRI. How you doing?
Peace, Hotep, everyone. I'm doing amazing. Hope you're doing well, Annie. Hope everyone's doing well on the panel. Yeah, it's amazing to be here once again, just be in everyone's presence and this energy. I've missed it. I've missed it a lot. So to everyone.
All right, excellent. Peace and love, Hotep, everyone. Peace and love to everyone here on the panel. Hope everyone is doing well. And then great, bright Aku. Peace and love to all the great people in the chat who support the great Saba Tehuti. You all are beautiful, are fantastic. So the link to support Saba Tehuti is pinned to the top of the chat. If you look right there in the live chat at the very top, you'll see House of ATTON and you'll see links. And those links are what you utilize to show your support for the great Saba Tehuti by letting him know that you appreciate what he is teaching. And if you learn something, show support by that. If you want to ask a question and get your own Tehuti breakdown of your question and build up, utilize those links, Cash App and PayPal. And they're also in the bio for those who may be watching on the playback. So yes, I'm absolutely looking forward to this answer. The double land of the REKHTI. There are some wonderful things, and the reason why the question was even structured like that is because when I'm doing research, sometimes I'll structure it like that, and it helps to organize. It helps to organize my thoughts. And so as I was attempting to find it for myself, you know, that's just something I put together for myself. And I said, you know what, let me send this into Saba Tehuti because he'll be able to provide something that I won't be able to receive. So, and it's for a project I'm working on. So I'm definitely looking forward to this. And another word that I had that I wanted Saba Tehuti to teach on was one that he did when Sherry Kott asked the question about the 12 judges, and when he went into the Cha-Cha chiefs, because when you look in the dictionary for these words, the Egyptologists compressed them down into a very small definition term. And so when you look up the Cha-Cha chiefs, it'll either just say that, like in the Perm Haruf or Budge, or in dictionaries, it'll say tribunal judges, right? And we know, just based on that class, how deep and extensive it goes. So the same thing is with this word, REKHTET, and it's a land. And the meta-netter is so extensive and so powerful. It's when people attempt to translate these the meta-netter into English, it just dilutes the teaching. So I'm working on some things to restore that back to a form that's not just simplified like that. So because our ancestors deserve the justice for people to read what they're saying and understand that this is not normal. This ain't just regular stuff that you're reading. So I'm definitely looking forward to this, and it's going to be powerful. Peace, good brother Antu and sister Anu and Antu. Peace and love. How are you all doing?
Peace, good brother. Hotep. I'm doing beautiful. To for asking. To for asking this Nefer question. Hopefully one day we'll get an Ani dictionary with the right translations. Hope you're having a beautiful day. How are you doing?
Yes, I'm doing excellent. I'm doing fantastic. There's a lot happening. And it's just a wonderful thing. And everyone is playing their part beautifully. And for those who don't know, Anu is going to be doing a reading for us on the Sunday Study Guide class over at the House of ATTON. He'll be doing a reading for us. That'll be March 10th. So you all can come and listen to Anu read some literature, and there'll be a surprise after that as well. So yeah, definitely beautiful. Doing great, great brother Tua for asking.
Me too.
How about you, Antu?
I'm doing great. I'm very excited for this class. I'm excited for the organization and the new information that's going to be taking place. And I love that there's many people, thousands of people that are going to be seeing this in the future as well. It's something very important. Tua Saba Tehuti and Tua to you for the question.
Yes, absolutely. Antu is doing some great things for us. She is one of the social media managers for the House of ATTON. So make sure everyone go and follow us, Instagram and Facebook. We'll have links. I'll be posting the links soon, and everyone go follow us. We just started a Facebook page as well because we have some big announcements coming. So we're going to be on all social platforms. We are on all social platforms. So make sure that you utilize those links, houseofatton.org, and I'll show that here in very shortly. Rob, Mary, MAAT, peace and love to you, great brother. How you doing? Love that image behind you.
Hotep Henu, I'm doing very well. Today, I at some point in my day, I started reading budgets. I don't know if you guys can see it. I think I might have a lag. My internet might acting a little funny. But at some point in my day, I decided to pick up this Wallace Budge hieroglyphics dictionary, and I started reading the list of Egyptian kings. And then I decided to look for Tehuti because I didn't see Tehuti, the list of Egyptian kings, and it makes sense why I didn't, because he was much more than that. And when I looked at the definition, I don't know, my day kind of shifted. And then for some reason, I watched the video on the Nile. I actually wanted to send this video to Ani Patah. I was like, nah, he's probably busy. I'm not going to bother him. And so I didn't send it. And then I started thinking about birds, and that I'm a part of the bird game. And I was thinking about, like the owls. I think it's the pauts, the ducks, the geese, the chick, quail, the poacher. And it's thinking about all these birds. And so I just think it's a really interesting what your question was, Ani. But I'm doing well. I'm happy to be here. And I was just thinking about who Saba is. And so in this dictionary, for those who have questions about our great master teacher, Saba Tehuti, there's some really good information in here on page 886A. So Henu, Hotep, and peace and love.
Wonderful. Yes. You say you was looking for Tehuti in the Netter as a king in the king's list in that dictionary. Is that what you was looking for?
Yeah, I think that sparked once I started reading, because they're in the shins, and I noticed it just looked so beautiful, and I was like, oh, I wonder if Tehuti's name will be in here, because I kind of been looking for it. Even though I know what in the meta netter, what the symbol is for his name, for some reason I've just been curious about it. And after I was in the list of the Egyptian kings, then I went to the back to the index, and then it told me where to look for his name, and then I found it on page 886, and then it reminded me of a one-on-one class that I had with him when one of my questions was, can you tell me more about Tehuti? Who is he? Who was he? And he had a beautiful one-on-one class that shifted my life in a powerful way. And I just had a lot of confirmation when he did the one-on-one with me. And yeah, my day was, these are what my days are like lately. So for 2.5 years, going on 3 years. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing, right? Every day is, there's so much to learn. And I know you used to say it all the time early on, just reverting back to the baby stage. And it's like when you jump these levels, you realize I don't really know anything, and you got to start all over again. What you thought you knew becomes very minute, and now you realize you don't know anything. So it's a beautiful thing. And yeah, usually where people start in the Egyptology, they start the kings list with, you know, where they say the first dynasty with Unas. That's usually where they start. So if they're not going to put what the ancestors put prior to Unas as being kings in most of these dictionaries or books. But you know, that's the great thing that Saba Tehuti has brought forth and taught us, and what we echo is to go by what the ancestors said themselves. And you know, so you know, by doing that, it's not our opinion, you know, on whether or not Tehuti is a king. That's what the ancestors said. So, you know, it's just a beautiful thing when you have the ancestors, the ones who brought forth all of what we're here consuming, that they said that. So it's a powerful thing. And yeah, I see Tehuti behind you with yeah, there's so much. So yeah, of course.
There's one title there. Well, there's two titles, and I knew this, but it's a really powerful refresher. And Wallace Budd's dictionary, there's a title in there that just really kind of shook me. Like, it helped me see our master teacher in a different way. It's a title of titles. It is a title. It is huge. So it was really powerful, really beautiful. Today, the Neshers, the ancestors, spoke to me. When I watched this video, the Nile that I sent to you, PTAH, I was like, whoa, I can't wait to see it with my own eyes. Oh my, if you have not looked at on YouTube, there is a video of the Nile that is life-giving. It is one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. And in one of the early Meta Netter class, Saba showed us a video of, I think, Uganda, where he says creation began. And he was like, watch this before you go into the Opesh, and you will have beautiful dreams. And that is beautiful, but the Nile is right there with it.
Yeah, two out for that. It's a wonderful add-on. And yeah, I think Menku Ara has some of the classes that no one has gotten from Saba Tehuti. So he's definitely has a vault of knowledge there with him. So to our great brother Menku Ara. So all right, let me post the link to the House of ATTON for those who are new. It is also in the description box. Let me get this link for you all. houseofatton.org. ATTON. ATTON is an acronym for Ancient Tehutian Teachings of Natiru. All right, let me put this here, and then I'll share the screen. And so we're working on some updates with the website. So let me share, because I want you all to do something. Everyone needs to go and do this because we're transitioning over. So those who are a part of the newsletter now, I'll need you to go over to the houseofatton.org and re-put in your email address because we've transitioned to another platform. So let me share the screen. Wait, that's the wrong one. I don't want to share that one yet. That's behind the scenes. I don't want y'all to see that yet. Let me share this one. Okay, yes, here we go. Our website is currently undergoing major updates. Thank you for your patience as we perfect this for everyone. Please sign up with your email and create an account to be the first to know when we launch. So right here where it says opening soon, create an account here to begin earning rewards. This will also add you to our newsletter list, which I need everyone to do. And it also has our social medias that I'm putting on here, right here, TikTok and Instagram, direct links to what we're doing, right? All the great people at House of ATTON. Reels, this is reels that Antu and Nefra Keperet are making for us. Some very powerful short videos for all of our social media platforms, right? TikTok and Instagram. So everyone go follow us there. I'll post a link to the Facebook as well. We're gonna add this. So when you sign up, there's a little box down here that says loyalty points. Greetings, Hotep, House of ATTON, join the community. And so this is our reward system. So when you sign up, when you create an account here, it'll automatically give you 100 points when you sign up. And how we're setting it up is for every 1 point, it'll give you for every $1 spent, it'll give you 1 point. And once you reach 100 points, you'll get 10% off of what is to come in the House of ATTON, the Natiru Exist shop. So just by signing up, you'll get 100 points automatically. So therefore, when we launch, you'll get 10% off directly just for signing up here on the reward system here at the houseofatton.org. So everyone go here, put your email address in so you'll know when we launch. I'm looking forward to presenting everything to you all and allowing everyone to see how serious the House of ATTON is. That this is not just a internet hobby that we're doing. The great brothers that you see every Sunday at the House of ATTON YouTube channel. Everyone's putting in a lot of work, and we're very excited to bring forth the next level and the next layer of House of ATTON to you all. So it's a beautiful thing. It's a wonderful thing. So we are not only focused on just bringing you live shows and teachings, but we're also going to teach you all how to do business. We're also going to teach you all how to provide for yourselves. We're going to teach you all how to provide for your families. And we're going to do it through the consciousness and the energy of the Natiru, right? So this is something that is very important that we understand, because MAAT was the first to bring forth teachings of business. So we're going to echo that, and just like what we're reading in the Wisdom Wednesday classes, we're going through Ankh Shesh Ankh. And Ankh Shesh Ankh is a beautiful ancestral piece of literature that teaches business ethics. So it's very powerful. So everyone, make sure you go here, sign up, prepare with us, traverse with us as we unlock these different layers and levels of this matrix here, and overtake it with MAAT in a very beautiful way. So we appreciate everyone who supports. We appreciate all the positivity and all the love that everyone gives. We appreciate all the patience that everyone is exercising. we appreciate and love each and every one of you. So Hotep and Henu, for everyone who is a part of that and taking their rightful position and place in the nation that we're building, which is not and has not been an overnight thing. Saba Tehuti has been doing this consistently for going on 3 years. And House of ATTON, starting with the teachings of MAAT, is going on 2 years. And it takes the supporters, everyone who is here with us consistently and not providing or soliciting any ISFET consciousness into what we're doing. It's just a beautiful thing. So for those who have the Ma'at, which is the eye, the sight, to examine and see what's happening underneath the surface, Henu to you, because you are playing a beautiful and enormous part in the construction of this organization. Because this is not just a YouTube show. We're not just here just to provide you a show and then go and go play basketball somewhere. We're not doing that. We're building and constructing every moment of every day. So Tua and Henu to all the great people, and I'll pass if anybody wants to speak on anything. The floor is open. Hotep, Henu, appreciate everyone here on the panel. VRI, you look like you're in a whole nother realm. You look like you're like a little small piece of your screen. You're like a little bitty piece of it. Peace to you, good brother. Yeah, Hotep, peace.
Peace, Hotep. That sounds, honestly, that sounds amazing, and that has come at a very right time. I think I'm not alone in saying when you like this, it feels like for me at this point, it's two separate worlds. You have the PODCLASS, you have the House of ATTON, and then you have the rest of your life. And it's very difficult to pecker them. They can't be separate. They can't be separate for so long. And because it feels like something is tearing outside of me, and it's forcing me to pick where I have to be. And this is where I want to be. And this is where, if I was to be looked back on in like 1,000 million years by aliens, I would like my legacy to reside among this consciousness. This is where I would like to be remembered, and the ISFET crawls in and tries to separate me from this, but I don't want to. I know this is where I want to be. I know MAAT is what I want to stand on, and to learn how to do business whilst infusing MAAT and providing for myself, infusing MAAT and using the consciousness of the Natiru. That sounds amazing and beautiful and needed for me personally. So Tua.
Yes, Hotep, great brother. Tua for you. One of the great Karu, which is the word for member, household members. Yeah, this is it's beautiful. So everyone, also make sure that you go to our Discord, and that's where we also meet together. We have a meeting once a month, and we have one coming up on the 29th. So February 29th, we'll have a Discord meeting. Great brother Tefrem Kim Ma'at, if you could put the link to the Discord there in the chat. That'd be excellent. So yes, Thursday, the last, it was going to be on the 1st, but we're going to do it. We're going to do it that Thursday, the 29th. So everyone make sure that you're on the Discord, and, I'll be posting all the information in the Discord itself for that meeting. Which is always a beautiful, beautiful gathering. Every month is a beautiful gathering of like-minded consciousness and just building. It's very powerful. So the communities are growing exponentially, and we're going to continue to do what we do. And Netter axes up to the ISFET just like what you see behind Antu. That is exactly what we do. So Tua Henu. I look forward to everything that seeing how everyone responds to what's being brought forth. It's a very powerful thing. The great brother Menku MERI MAAT is already planning and putting together the next event, Pathways to Awakening. So, you know, I hope you all are have you a little account to the side called Pathways to Awakening, so you can, you know, start to put some savings in there, so you all can come out to us and see what it's like to be in the presence of the great Saba Tehuti, what it's like to be in the presence of the great brothers and sisters of the House of ATTON. So, Menku MERI MAAT, I'll pass it to you and let you speak on that. Start, you know, I hope everyone go ahead and put this in your minds now, so you all can come out. We want you all out.
Yeah, I'm today was really really insightful for me. As far as the pathways, I'm getting a lot of information and direction regarding the dates. So I'm in the process. I'm just doing some research. So this year will resonate and align in a more powerful way this year. I'm going to be sharing some dates and I believe a title for this year's Pathways of Awakening with the brothers real soon. And it may be something that we discuss in the next Discord meeting. I'm looking forward to that. That's always a never occasion to get together with our community and just building. And so I'm very, very excited for the month that I believe Pathways will take place in. And I'm going to be doing a lot of traveling this year. So I was already kind of seeing getting home from one place and then having to go to LA and then having to go to another, what can I call this? I'm going to be a part of a national and international event that's taking place this year. So this year's going to be very, very powerful. I'm just, you know, preparing myself for all the goodness that is happening. Welcome back, Master Teacher.
You're on mute, bro.
Yes.
Had to do a lot just happened. Probably gonna say something you never heard from your any of your conscious woke comedic. I don't know what to call everybody now. Comedic priest, conscious woke teacher. Yeah, I just had to take a little break. I had had to feed the cockroaches. Komodo wanted water, and there's a cobra on the loose. So these are some of the things that happen in the PODCLASS breaks. I'm back. And let's continue this class here. The cobra's still on the loose, but that's okay. The home is their home. They can probe it and have fun and do whatever they want. And sometimes they just roam around, and that's all fun. Okay, everybody, we're gonna get into this question here. Everybody ready? Press 9 if you can hear me. Thank you, Annie, and Menku Ra for your updates on the Pathways of the Awakening. Appreciate that very, very much. And I look forward to the next one. I think the next one is going to be better than the first one. The next one will have more people. The next one we'll have more time to organize. You've already done one, so the next one is just going to flow easier. So thank you, everybody, for organizing that. And now, everybody, we're about to get into the very first question of the Tehuti PODCLASS. My eyes are a little blurry. I stare at the computer for too long. I got a beautiful donation monitor from my great students, and haven't worked it yet. It still can't get it to work. So I'm still on the regular computer. But thank you for that. And we're gonna go ahead and do this question here. Max Champ, are you ready? So for all those who stepped in, everybody, welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS. Welcome to the House of ATTON. Let me sit back. Maybe that'll be better. Oh my God. This one. Fix this. Maybe. Okay. All right. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti PODCLASS House of ATTON. We're gonna for all the new people in the room, this is the one and only channel movement that represent the Netzeru, where you can send in questions and get a ebook mini movie made for you based on your question. The whole class will be based on your question. It is Cash App, TT AMUN, PayPal at Rocky SV. That is it there at the bottom. There, Cash App, TT AMUN, PayPal at Rocky SV. As I'm breaking the question down and building it back up and explaining what if you've never heard anything like, if this has benefited you and you haven't heard anything like this before, or acknowledging the time that it takes for this type of breakdown, you can send tips during the class and I will read them. I'll read them at the end. And at the end, I actually request that for people to do that, to send support. If you sat there and watched this answer, it may be an hour, who knows? But if you're sitting there glued to the screen for an hour, that means you are receiving something. If you feel you're receiving something, then show reciprocity. So again, everybody, for those who just stepped in, let me reset because the hard drive kicked out. So I'm going to go recover the question again. Anyone has seen is Primordial Thought in the room? Is Primordial Thought in the room? How about Atef? Is Atef here?
Yes, Atef is here.
Okay, he's on the screen with us. I can't see the screen.
No, he's in the chat. I seen him post the Discord link.
Okay, shout out and peace to you, Atef. Peace to you, peace to you. And we're going to put this here, get it back up, and there it is right there. Okay, everybody, I'm going to put the question in the room again. For those who just stepped in who are wondering, what is the first question of the Tehuti PODCLASS? We are about to get into it right now. Let me go ahead and pull this up so everybody can see. This question was asked by the brother who's actually on the screen with us right now, the brother ATTON Tehuti. I'm closing up some windows so that the answer won't be it won't go into glitches. So I'm closing up these windows, expanding this for visuals. Okay, good. And here is the question, which is more likely not comprehensible to the average eye, but the the answer will be comprehensible to everybody, even though this is going to be one of the maybe one of the deepest answers ever, because the question seems so impossible. So here it is right here. Everybody put this in the room. February. Here it is. Okay, and I wonder if I can expand that. Okay, so here it is right here. Here it is right here, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS. Here is the question sent in by Annie. This question looks like it's already a book in form. It looks like it's already a study guide. Here's the question here. Did it look like I blew it up? Does it get bigger?
Yes, and then it zoomed back out. It's full.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay, here it is right here, everybody. So here is the question. He gave a page. Hey, what's going on here? Hold on, everybody. My computer is... What's all this? Hold on. Like a video game happening. Let me move this here like this. Let me go ahead and plug this out. Unwind this because my seems to be in the way. Okay, I'll move this out of the way. How far can we move this out of the way and still work? Oh, okay. Well, next shampoo, where are you going? Okay, hold on. Okay, is that out of the way? And can I move this here? One moment, everybody's fixing these little technical difficulties here. Trying to, okay. It's not showing.
Everyone, be sure to hit the like button. get put out there. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you're not subscribed to the channel, and share this to your social platforms.
1 second, everybody, if you can hear me. 1 moment. I need the regular stand. This is chaos. Chaos in the making. Hold on. Okay, prop this up here. And let me get this here. And here we go. Okay, we are. See if we can turn this on. Everyone, bear with me. And think big it out. Can we put you over here? Wow. Okay. Okay. Think dig it out. Think dig it out. And what else? It's gonna kick it out though. My goodness. Okay, let's go around. How about this? We're gonna do MacGyver style. Here we go. How about now? Ding ding ding. I need the ding ding ding. Okay. Whoa, everybody. Oh my goodness. Next Champa is, where are you going? Okay. All right, let's see if this works here. Let's see. This should be out of the way. Can you also hear me? Can you also hear me, Scribe?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Okay. Okay, here we go. Let me see if I can come to the screen now with no complications. 1 moment, Nag Champa. Hold on, please. Let me move this backwards and move this forward, back, and hopefully this should solve all the problems. Okay.
Yeah, we're here, and we're the best.
It's easier.
Let's go.
Okay. All right. Now, can I be seen? Let me come on big screen. So, okay, there it is. I can be seen. Okay, so there's the question, everybody. There it is. If you all can see that, if you all can hear me, press A9. If you all can see that and you all can hear me, press A9. There is the question right there. I'm gonna go to it, and as you can see, it has these sections in the Purim Haru. We know that everything. What is that? Everything in the Purim Haru relates back to immortality. And why are there all these different translations to these things that deal with Oset and Nebtet? And why is it talking about the washerman? What does this word even mean? REKHTI. And why are there symbols of ducks and geese here? And what are these two lands of the REKHTI? What does this even mean here? We're going to find out here, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS. This is going to be a very in-depth answer. You all jump back in the room, and we're going to get into this question here. Thank you, Annie, Anu, VRI, Menkora, peace and love. Press 9 if you can hear me. And let's get into this question here. Peace and love. Okay, here we are, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS. The snake is pulling my clothes down, but I'm going to fix that. There we go. Welcome, everybody, to the Tehuti PODCLASS. We're about to get into this question here. I'm going to stay as cool as I can in this 90-plus degree. 90-plus degrees over here for these. My friends have to be in this type of temperature. And but we will still do this and continue. Here we go, everybody. Let me check the chat and see if everybody's pressing 9 if you can hear me. I see the 9. Okay, there's a Tef. I see a Tef here. Tef says, peace and love. I'll be on the panel later. I'm with the family at a butterfly festival using my phone in the chat. Okay, watch the butterflies. Enjoy the butterflies. Enjoy the butterflies. Here we go. And we got Lisa is here. Lisa, I'm glad to see you participating in the room. Good to see you here. Angela, straight out the gates. She's broken through the gates. She is here straight out the gate. We have beautiful Bella. Beautiful Bella. We have Big Vapes, who orders a Mender class every single pod class. Big Vapes, peace and love to you. Maharu, the brother who he's not even on Earth. He's not even on Earth. He's on another plane. And this is the brother here that had the one-on-one with me and was able to now communicate with his deceased family members. Peace to you. A new person in the room, Gold Surfer. Gold Surfer, surfing on gold. Gold Surfer, keep surfing. Shout out to everybody. Nook, panuk, 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 panuk. Peace. Okay, everybody, here we go. Let me get my phone. Put the timer on. We're going to put the timer on and answer this question here. And here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti PODCLASS. We're going to get into the answer to this question. I'm turning the, I got notifications coming in, but I have to turn that down because can't get all that while I'm doing this. So here we go, everybody. Boom. Are you ready? Let's get into it. Get your pen and pads out. Get your seatbelts on. It's going to start immediately into Tehuti Overdrive. So here we go, everybody. Boom. Welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS. Humble Books is locked in. Nicholas Nowadik is here. Oxafek is here. Harass did everything good. Minty Hotep is there in nature. There she is. And wonderful. Here we go. Here we go. All right, everybody. Boom. Woo. Let's start. Stop. Reset. Go. Welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS, the question and answer class of the House of ATTON. Due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they come from, if immortality exists. What is the original religion, original languages, spirituality? Who are the Netiru? Health, purity, mental detoxification, out-of-body experiences, ancient sources, government psyops, telepathy, quantum entanglement, and quantum entangled consciousness. Unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism, disguised in the form of black consciousness, the atheistic Kemetic teachers, quote unquote, who will not have classes on these actual teachings of the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs, but rather only debate, debunk, expose, do challenge videos to other spiritual beliefs. The Hebrews are wrong. The Bible is stolen. The Egyptians are black. The Hebrews are wrong. The Bible is stolen. The Egyptians are black. The Hebrews are wrong. The Bible is stolen. The Egyptians are black. Attacking everyone, but never giving you any indigenous written spiritual discipline in its place. So they will attack everybody. When you ask them, what is the disciplined way of life in the writings of the ancestors? What is it? They will give you nothing. But the Hebrews are wrong. The Christians are wrong. The Abels are wrong. The Moors are wrong. Everybody's wrong. The Bible is stolen. The Egyptians are black. And it's just ongoing cycle ever since Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, going on for decades and decades and decades. And it just keeps on going like that with nobody going to any form of ascension based on the actual writings of the ancient people. Ramesses knew who he was. Pharaoh Khufu knew who he was. He wasn't worried about the Hebrews are wrong and the Christians are wrong, the Egyptians are black. After you realize that, what were they doing? What was this way of life that got them to this high, extensive frequency? What was it? What were their thoughts? What were their symbols? So they'll never give you any written discipline in its place. They're never showing their hand of what they actually believe in. Because in truth, those conscious so-called teachers actually don't believe in anything, but just have the want to argue, thus to hide that they cannot answer. They have made you feel uncomfortable to ask any of these questions and laughed off of the stage for the above inquiries. Thus, the only platform class that exists on the planet where you can send these questions in with reciprocity and get an ebook, personalized documentary type answer, customized and taught live for you is here at the Tehuti PODCLASS. What are the questions for this section? What will Tehuti what are the questions for this what are the questions for this section that Tehuti will answer? And there's a donation, $52.72. We already went over this question, and let's get into it right here. Wow, extremely intricate. Extremely intricate. I personally would love to hear this question asked to any quote-unquote Kemetic teacher. I want to know what is this? What's the REKHTI? Why are Aset and Neptet called the REKHTI? What are the two shores of the washerman? Why is it in all three per Emharus, Ani, Hunefer, and MERI have these symbols of the REKHTI, and the symbols are two ducks in a nest? What do these symbols here even mean? How does this tie into the afterlife? How does this tie into out of body? Why are they in sets of twos? What is going on here? What is this washerman? What is happening? And why is it in the per Emharu? You end up in the double land of the REKHTI. Please ask your Kemetic teacher, what does it mean in the per Emharu that it says, I was conceived in Tetu, in Tetitu. I was born in Tetitu. I am with the weepers, Osiris, in the double land of REKHTI. Ask your Kemetic teacher, what does this mean? And you know what he's going to tell you? The Egyptians are black, the Egyptians are black, the Egyptians are black, and guess what? They're black. Egyptians are black, and the Hebrews are wrong, and the Hebrews are wrong, and the Bible is stolen. And we'll never answer this question because deep down, they don't study this because they don't actually believe in it. They only study two debates. Well, here, this is different. This is about immortality over here. Wow, extremely intricate. I would personally love to hear this question asked to any Kemetic teacher. Well, that personal desire will never be fulfilled. So in the meantime, we will answer this question here at the House of ATTON with the spirit Ka of the Netter. Let us begin. Here we go. Well, this again is the beautiful afterlife love story of Osiris and Aset and Neptet, imbued through the beautiful entendre, the beautiful entendre of physical location and its microcosm of its connection to immortality. And I will also show how this concept is echoed through modern day society. First, let's look at the imagery, and you will see something that may be familiar to those who have been to my classes before. So here's the imagery that the brother sent. And what are we seeing in the per Emharu of Henefer, Ani, and MERI? We see these duck symbols, and they're called the double land of REKHTI. It's called the double land of REKHTI. And it's called the countries of Aset and Neptet. What is this and what's going on here? So, why? What an ancient land area? Why would an ancient land area be associated with ducks coming out of a nest, and Neptet and Aset, whose other name was MERI? So Aset and Neptet's other name was MERI. Their other attribute was MERI. A part of this the answer is actually what is in the words above it. Once I open your eyes to what these words were, you will see the connection. So here's the chapter. Here's the verse right here. I was conceived in Techetu. I was born in Techetu. So first, you will notice that these baby ducks are being born in a nest. And then you will notice the sentence saying, I am born in Dejedu or Tetu, which is actually also said Dejed. So we will see this as a rebirth concept, but let us look first at the first words in the sentence. I was conceived, and you'll see the Matrix knew about the story of the land of Rek, the Rek land of Aset, who is MERI, and had it coded in front of you all the time. So the architects of the Matrix, those who create religion, they knew about this all of the time, and it was just encoded in front of you in a form of neuro-linguistic programming and visual programming. Here we go. Because this land was actually used, and the symbolism of immortality entendred with the land was actually used to create the religion that most people are in today. So this is why it was so easy for you to accept the Matrix story version in the first place, because of your mirror neurons and familiarity. Let me start to break the Matrix for you. Isis, whose name was MERI, I established for you in many classes. I want everyone to finish the sentence song. Everybody finish this for me, please. MERI had a... Go ahead and finish that song right there. MERI had a... Let me come to the room and see. I want everybody to finish that for me, please. MERI had a... MERI had a what? Mary had a, okay. Harass put a lamb. You notice that a lamb? Okay, lamb. Oh, Bella put a lamb. Big Vase put a little lamb. And two put, it's going so fast. And two put little lamb. Lisa put little lamb. Heyru, Komet Heyru Hancock put little lamb. VRI put little lamb. Minty's put little lamb. Whoa! Jason Kirkland put little lamb. Oxafet put little lamb. Wow, the whole chat put little lamb. How do you all know that? VRI doesn't live anywhere near Nook Punuk. Nook Punuk doesn't live anywhere near Heyru Hancock. Heyru Hancock doesn't live anywhere near Lisa. Lisa could have been raised up in a whole different religion as Oxafek. Oxafek could have been raised up in a whole other type of micro society as Antu. How do you all know the end of that sentence? That is the programming. That is the programming. You all know the end of that sentence. You don't know why you know it. You just know that at some time you had to sing that song. You don't know why, but sometime you had to. That was a part of the programming that's actually going to explain this chapter in the Purim Haru. The fact that you have that song in your head, and it was so easy to memorize and easy to adapt to, was because it was something from ancient times. And when the Freemasons and the architects of the Matrix were creating this new Matrix-type society, they took those things and revamped it and gave it back to you. And it was easy to digest because you've already been familiar with it subconsciously for thousands of years. So you all know that. You know that there's a little girl named Mary, and she has a little lamb. But most people in the room don't know who Ptah-hotep's son is. Who's Amenhotep, son of Happy? Not the Amenhotep that's popular, the Amenhotep Happy. We don't know that, but we know that there's some fictitious character named Mary, and she has a little lamb. It doesn't matter what part of a world you're born in. You seem to know that. Programmed, you know the answer. Mary had a little, you even know the size of it. It's a little one, so it's a baby. Let's get into it, everybody. Where did that come from? Did it come from this concept of the immortal land of Rek in the Purim Haru? Let's find out. Welcome to the Tutti PODCLASS. And please take the same question and ask your teacher. Okay, you all finished it. Wonderful. And there it is. There she is. There she is. Mary had a little lamb. Story. There's what you all had in your head. Perfect. Very well encoded in your brain. Now finish this sentence, please. Mary had an immaculate. Finish that too. We did the Mary had a, you got the little lamb part. Now here's another one. Mary had the immaculate what? You come to the room. Mary had the immaculate. The immaculate what? Watch what happens here. Here it is. Conception. Ox effect. Conception. VRI conception. Jason conception. Jason Kirkland conception. Komet Heyru Hancock conception. Big Vapes conception. Lisa conception. Robert Williams conception. Nook Punuk conception. But isn't that a birth? Any women in here with children? I'm sure there's women in here with children. When you're at the hospital and you got your husband or your man or yourself to call the family to tell them that a child came out of you, how do you say that? What did you say? You said, yo, tell Aunt Vivian I just gave birth. I had a baby. I had a baby. I had a baby. The baby was born. Isn't that what you all said? Right? Press a 6 if you all called your family member and said, I had a conception. I had a conception. I have a conception. Who? Did any of you talk like that? I had a conception. I had a conception. I feel it. I'm having a conception. only when it comes to this woman having a baby is it called that. Ladies in the room, please send me the voice recording of the letter you wrote or the email you wrote to your family and friends or some proof that you called somebody and told them, I'm having a conception. I'm having a conception. But yet you know it. Everybody in the room typed that word for this lady who had the same thing that you ladies had. You ladies got pregnant and had a baby. And when you're pregnant, you call your family member and say, oh, you won't believe this, I'm pregnant. Or you tell your man, I took the test, I'm pregnant. And then when you're in the hospital or if you have a home birth, I gave birth, the baby was born. You never say, I had a conception. I had a conception today. Today I had a conception. Yeah. You never say that. Why? Why is this woman's birth called a conception and yours was not? Even though when you look up to conceive a child or conception, it is to give birth or get pregnant and have a child. That is the definition. How come you never use it for yourself, but you only use it for Mary, who had a little lamb? Welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS. We're already breaking the matrix. These classes are live to show you, and the reason why I do participation is to show you the programming that you all have. The programming that has to be clean. It's in all of you. You have it. It's just you don't know you're programmed. You can't explain why you never called yours a conception. Only hers. Only the woman that had Let's go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti PODCLASS. Here we go. Mary had a little lamb and Mary had the Immaculate Conception. But ladies, you may have 5 children. You've never had a conception because you have no record of calling your man and saying, I'm having a conception today. It's because yours is not immaculate. Immaculate means to be clean. They associate those two words. You can only associate the conception with hers, that is immaculate. Like when your parents say, when I come back, I want this kitchen immaculately clean. It means clean. Your sex was dirty. Your baby's dirty. When you think of sex, they say, get rid of those dirty thoughts. Your mind's in the gutter. That's where it's filthy. Get rid of those dirty thoughts. Let's go watch a dirty movie, girl. I'm thinking dirty. I'm thinking kinky. Let's go do the nasty. Oh, nasty. Your process of creating a child is the nasty. We get freakish. We're freaks. The freaks and the nasty. And the dirty movie. XXL and a kinky XX. Yeah. But when Mary has it, it's immaculate. Very clean. Perfect. Welcome to the Matrix. Here we go, everybody. Are you ready? Welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS. Here we go. Let us continue. There it is. The Immaculate Conception. Very good. There it is. Feast of the Immaculate Conception. There is Mary. Hold on. And there's Mary with the little lamb. And there's Mary with the Immaculate Conception. And you all had that memorized. Thus, you were encoded with a story that would be familiar to your mind of a Mary, a lamb being conceived. Now, let's go back 1,250 BC, 3,250 years ago, to the Purim Haru, to the exact chapter that scribe sent as a question, and see what it says again with the matrix broken. I was conceived. Do you see something there in the Medunetter for the term conceived? Can anybody see that? There is Mary, Aset, in the sentence, in the image form, and it's I was conceived. What is that other little thing that the arrow is pointing to? Does that look familiar, anybody? Let me come to the room. So the original I was conceived is a Mary with this thing right here. What is that? Let me come to the room. Huh? The original, I was conceived, you know, like the conception, I was conceived, has Mary, the real Mary, who is Osset, pregnant, and then there's another little animal there. Did anybody see the little animal? Was that a bird? Is that a python? Or was that a lamb? The way you said, we're already in overdrive. We're already in Tehuti overdrive. The way that you said prior to the Matrix, that you are in a state of conception, or I am conceived, is to draw the lamb with Mary. Your teacher taught you that? Or the Hebrews are wrong. The Hebrews are wrong. The Christians are wrong. Christians are wrong. The Christians are wrong. The Bible, the Egyptians are black. The Egyptians are black. The Egyptians are black. The Egyptians are black. They're black. They're too black. They're black. No, let's get into the understanding of the connection with these particular animals. Let's understand why. Why is the original sentence for I am conceived, Mary, with a little lamb? You see, when a baby ram comes out, it can't walk yet, so it falls to its knees, and then it stumbles a little bit, and then eventually it gets up. So when you see the image of a lamb on its knees like this, going back like that, that's the little lamb. That's the baby one. You know, the one that Mary had. The real Mary, Osset. In this sentence about the land of Rekhet, the immortal land of the double banks. I'm going to get into it. The double banks. Double banks. The water. Oh, the marine. From Mary. So, the double banks of water. Here we have Mary with the pregnant, and the way you say I am conceived, you draw a little lamb. You have it in your brain today as the silly song, Mary had a little lamb whose fleece was white as snow. Mary had, you have that, and you have the Immaculate Conception, but you don't have the actual chapter and verse of the path to immortality that has the image of the little lamb with Mary. That's where it started from, going back over 3,000 years, 5,000 years before the Matrix. You have the Matrix version. You don't have the Purim Haru version. But wait, the Purim Haru version was there first, because that was the way to immortality. The Matrix version is just a story about a Jesus who is immortal. Not you actually doing anything disciplined to become such. Why? Because you can be a serial killer and rape 50,000 little 5-year-old babies, and in the end just say, forgive me, Jesus, and you go to heaven. Not so much so in any other culture that was based on a disciplined life of accountability. So there's Mary with the little lamb in the Purim Haru, 3,000 years plus before the Matrix. And it was right there in front of you all the time. Boom. There is Mary. I am conceived. Boom. There is Osset Mary, pregnant, right there in the same sentence is the little lamb. Here's the whole sentence. Techedu. I am, I was conceived. In Teteju, I was born. And there's the woman sitting right side up having the baby. In Teteju, and I'm with Osiris in the land of Rekhet, the land of the double banks, the double women. There is your first part of the Matrix right there, taken to make the Matrix. And now here we have images that may be unfamiliar to you. This is the symbolism of holding the goat or the lamb. The goat beside you was a connection to the Ba of the DJED, of the DJED, which became warped by Greeks into the word MENDES, which became MENDES, who was just Asar and Amun. Do these images look familiar? So there they are holding the goat of DJED, Ba and then DJED. And why? Because the little lamb right here is the baby goat. There's the DJED right there. And this is about being in the immortal realm. When your DJED is risen, like the baby lamb rises into the ram or the goat. It was called DJED. And of course, the Greeks always add S to the end of words. So what happens when you add the S to it and mute it? You get MENDES. And now I'm going to type in for you live on the screen what the matrix did to it. Star of MENDES. Let me see what happens. I've never even looked this up before. I've never typed this in before. Baphomet? Who? What? I never typed this in. Star of MENDES. What do we have here? Who is this? This is actually a movie star. That's not what I'm talking about. Oh, wait. What is this? Oh, my goodness. Let me put this on the screen for everybody. This is what happens now in the matrix when you type in the Star of MENDES. Now you get this. What happened? Now this is DJED. Do you see that? Hey, wait a minute. What's that inside? Wait, let me click on that. Star of MENDES. Is that a grown goat? Is that a grown lamb? Star of MENDES. Baphomet. What? What happened to Osiris? What happened to Osar? What is this? What? A cult symbol. Star of MENDES. So they warp it on both sides for you. They give it to you in the Christian form. 3 sides, I'm sorry. They give you the 3 sides. One, as a child, before you can even decide to become a Christian, is Mary had a little lamb. You don't even know what Christianity is yet when you're singing that song. Then, by the time you get into Christianity, that Mary had a little lamb named Jesus. Mary had a little lamb. You see, the one in the nursery rhyme wasn't Jesus. It was an actual lamb and a little girl. Then by the time you grow up to give up the nursery rhymes, don't worry. They have the supplement matrix right there waiting for you. Mary had another little lamb. And this one's Jesus Christ. And don't worry. He was born in December. What's December? Anybody into zodiac signs? What's December? Type it in the room, please. What's December zodiac sign? What's that? December. I'm not into zodiac signs because, of course, that's all Ptolemaic makeup. But what is December? What is December zodiac sign, everybody? What is that? December zodiac sign. What is it? Capricorn. Capricorn? Wait a minute. Let me go. This isn't even part of the class. I'm just doing this live right now. I'm not. Capricorn. The month that Jesus was born. What is Capricorn? Let me put that on big screen here. Thank you, Shit. So Jesus, the little lamb, grows up. And what does he become? He becomes one who is born as a little lamb in Capricorn, which is Capricornus, which is what is this? Horned goat. What? What happened? The month that Jesus is born in is called the horned goat because Mary had a little lamb through the Immaculate Conception and grew up to be a big goat. Originally, the big ram of DJED. The Greeks put the S on it. Now it becomes the goat of MENDES. So here's how they hit you in the 4 ways of the matrix. If you're a little baby, Mary had a little lamb. That's how they prepare you. When you get older, I need to find a religion, Christianity. Oh, boy, that sounds familiar because that Mary had a little lamb. I'm not into Christianity. I'm not into that. I'm into astrology, man. I'm a Capricorn. What you know about a Capricorn? What's that? Oh, that's the horned goat. I'm not into astrology. I'm not into Jesus. I'm not into Christian. I'm not into any of that, man. I'm just into my regular. I'm into sports, man. I'm into sports. LeBron is the GOAT, man. Because he's like Jesus. Who is Jesus? Jesus was the greatest of all times. To to a Christian, Jesus is the greatest man that ever walked the earth. He's the greatest of all times. So now you could not even be into Christianity. You're out of the nursery rhymes, the little lamb. You're out of Mary had a little lamb. You're not into astrology, so you're not into the Capricorn, the horned goat. You go over to witchcraft and the occultist. You got Baphomet, the horned goat. You're not into any of that. I'm just into football. I'm into, what I'm saying? LeBron, Kobe's the GOAT. You're still saying it because they hit you through all aspects because it all sounds so familiar to you. Nobody likes a goat. Do you understand? When you were young, you never said, man, I want to go cuddle with the goats. An actual goat will destroy you. An actual goat will ram its horns through you, knock you off a cliff. Go try to snuggle a ram one day. Tell me how that works out for you. Go up into the Highland Mountains and go try to make friends with a goat and watch what happens to you. Nobody talks about cuddly goats. Goats is not somebody that you call somebody that you think is handsome. He's a handsome goat. That man looks like a goat, but they put it in your mind as the greatest of all times because you were already programmed with it as a child. Through Mary had a little lamb and the Immaculate Conception through that Mary who had a little lamb. And if you're not into that, don't worry, into astrology, which is Capricorn, which is Capricornus, which is the horned goat. But don't worry if you're not into that, you're into the occultist, which is the Baphomet, which is the star of the horned goat. But don't worry if you're not into that, you're into Kobe, who is the goat. And don't worry if you're not into any of that, you're still going to go to the barber shop and get a goatee. So these symbols here was being close to the Ba, because the way that you wrote Ba was actually the ram, the bull, and the goat. It was the DJED, the DJED. The Greeks turned into MENDES, which is became MENDES. Now we just have the goat of MENDES and the MENDES killer. Do these look familiar to you? Let me bring them back to your memory. How do they look now? The exact same images right there. How does that look? Holding the goat with the right hand over the goat's stomach or side, holding the goat. Does that look familiar now? They took the exact same images, holding the goat with the goat pointed towards the shoulder, with one hand under the bottom part, one hand over the middle or the side part, and this one here with the goat to the side of the head. Those are the ancient symbols of the Ba and the Bana Djeb. Now Jesus becomes a little lamb who was conceived immaculately of God and Mary. And of course, no man gets to the Father but by Jesus. Did you know that Jesus, a little lamb, was a second Adam? Here it is right here. And here's the little lamb. I am conceived, Immaculate Conception. And there are all your goats, are your rams, coming from a symbol of immortality, originally from the symbol of the land of the REKHTET, of Aset and Nebtet, now transformed into all these other type of goats, everything except for your immortality. You know everything about the goat. Kobe's the goat. Mike Tyson's the goat. Mary had a little lamb, Capricorn. You know about the goat of Mendes. You know about Baphomet. You know about all that except for the original one. Now when we go to Corinthians, it says here, it is written, the first Adam was made a living soul. The last Adam was made a quickening spirit. Because the last Adam in Christianity is Jesus. Jesus is the last Adam. So Jesus was actually a duality Adam in Christianity. Why is that? We could go all the way back to Genesis 2:23, and Adam said, this is now bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman because she was taken out of man. So here we have bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh was declared by this Adam, who was the first Adam, and Jesus was another Adam, a second Adam. And we have the Adam quoting bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh. The second Adam was a little lamb. Now, so what happens when I break the matrix for you and put this all together? We have the Lamb of God, who would be the flesh and bones, the heir, typo there, heir of the Father, of Osiris. In order to get to the Father, he'd be led there by the Son of Mary, the Lamb. Wonderful. Let me take you to the year 1250 BC and the Perm Harut British Museum Papyrus 9901. And let's see what this says here. What does it say? Oh, saith Heru, the avenger of his father, the heir, venerable of Unefer, I am come to lead thee to Osiris. Unefer, he has been judged. Right? Because that's what happens in the day of judgment when Jesus leads you to heaven, or Jesus comes down in the day of judgment. Now we have here, Heru is leading you to Osiris, and he's called the heir of Osiris. And there is Heru leading you to Osiris in the Purim Haru with Aset and Nebtet, the women of the Rekhet, right behind. But let's look at the word heir. Hey, look at that. What's that? The word for heir is the lamb. And what is this right here? Oh, there's the little lamb. Boom. There's a little lamb and leading you to the Father, represented by the bone and flesh Medu symbol, because he's the heir, which is the second, as in when you are the son of someone, you are the second flesh of flesh, bone of their bones. So the actual symbol for the heir, which was the attribute of Heru, was the little lamb and bone of bones, flesh of flesh. So Jesus, who is called in Corinthians the second Adam, Adam being quoted as the first to say, this is bone of my bones, flesh of my flesh. Jesus is the little lamb. He's the only heir of God, because they make sure you know he's the only, not just son of God, begotten. When you're begotten, you're an heir. When you're an heir and you're in the image and likeness of your father, in modern day European society, taken from Ma'at society, you take on the father's name. That's why you have Amenhotep the first, Amenhotep the second, Amenhotep the third, Amenhotep the fourth, Ramesses I, Ramesses II, Ramesses III, Ramesses IV, Ramesses V. And today you have, my name is John St. Clair the second. I'm Paul Williams the second, because I'm the heir of my father, Paul Williams the second. So now you have the second as the heir, and that was the exact attributes of Heru, who is called the heir, with the image of a bone and flesh in the Medu Neter, 3,000 years prior to the matrix that you are in. Man. Welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS. Everybody else just says the Egyptians are black. Here we go. Ready? Boom. There it is. I have come to lead thee to Osiris. So there's the other attribute. No one can get to the Father but by Jesus, the heir of God, the little lamb, coming straight out of the Purim Haru. I am come to lead thee to Osiris, who is the Father. He had been judged. And there's the bone of bone, flesh of flesh, and the little lamb. And the land area dedicated with the temples commemorating this story is also dedicated to the mother Mary Aset, who caused the resurrection of this lamb's father, who is represented in white, represented being rebirth out of a mummified state into immortality. What is the Medu Neter word for mummy? Anyone? The Medu Neter word for mummy? Anyone know? Don't worry, I'm going to show you in a moment. The Medu Neter word for mummy. So there's the mummy in white. The Medu Neter word for the mummy, the sahut, or the sub, which is to cover over, the wrapping. The actual wrapping that goes over something that we're calling the mummified wrapping, the actual wrapping is called the suh. Feminized or shown through birthing effects called the sahut, with a T at the end. So the suh, sahut. And what is a baby bird reborn out of? How was Osiris killed? He was overpowered, overthrown. He was in a terrified state. Now look at how the indigenous followers of Ma'at taking the same word and placing the whole story in that word. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the difference between the matrix language of English and the ancient language prior to the matrix. This word that means the wrapping, the mummification as we're calling it today, as you see in the matrix, the word mummy has no other meaning. You can't use mummy in a sentence other than that. But the word for mummy or the wrapping was suh or sahut. And look what the beautiful mind of the Neter, the indigenous people, Look at their definition of this one word. You're going to see the whole story of Osar in this one word. How was he killed? He was overpowered and overthrown. He was in a terrified state. Then he was wrapped and prepared as a mummy for the afterlife, and then reborn like a bird born out of an egg. Let's look at the definition of Sahut. And let's see how beautiful the minds of the followers of Ma'at were prior to the Matrix. Let's look it up, everybody. This was on page 651 of the Ancient Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary. To cover up, wrap up, like mummification. Look at the word Sahut. The first, we have an egg. Egg, which is what something is reborn out of. That's what happened to Asar after he was killed. Sahut, to cover up, to wrap up, envelope, like mummification. Okay, let's keep going. Sa, terrified. The word sa means terrified. To be confused and dazed. The wind and the air, the breath. Look at the definition. Look at the whole story just inside this word. The egg, wrapped up, terrified, overthrown, dazed, wind, breath, and air. All of that in this one word right here. Sa. The same word for the mummification or the wrapping. And what color are eggs? Yes, the same color, white. The bird that represented the son or the daughter or the actual son or the son that comes out of a person, S-O-N and S-U-N, and the daughter was the waterfowl or the goose or the duck, which represented rebirth of the sun, as you see raising apparently over out of the waters during the horizon in the morning. So thus, we have the symbol here of the two ducks or the chicks. This is in the tomb of Mena, in the tomb number 69. And here is the sun with the sun. That's the word Sa, which is the word for sun. And you see right beside it is the image of the actual sun, but you see the waterfowl. Water bird. Let's go. And there is the waterfowl, because if you're living in a society that is constantly going down to the Nile area, the birds that you're going to see mostly are water birds. Birds like herons, like habu, ibisons, like ducks and geese. Water birds. Birds that can actually fall in the water and they can still fly, because you see, if an eagle falls in the water, it's going to drown. Eagles don't dive into the water and dive out. When their feathers get wet, they can't fly. When an owl's feather gets wet, if an owl falls in the sea, in the ocean, a shark's going to eat it. It's not going to jump out and fly out. But a duck has waterproof skin, and it's found, this is what the people of Kemet would see on a regular basis. The waterfowl that has the ability to actually go underwater and burst out of the water and go directly into the air. No other bird can swim underwater like a fish and then is birthed out of water and goes to the air, similar to how somebody would see with the sun rising in the morning, with the sun coming out of the horizon. It looks like it's coming out of the waters, and then it ascends to the air. And there are the white eggs that babies are born, baby ducks and birds are born out of, representing the rebirth. The resurrection of the spine represented the actual ability of the pure energetic double to be able to echo itself out of body and raise and spread out as light energy in the higher dimensional states. This is why if you ask a person today, what is the spine? They would just say, you know, a long bone that has the vertebrae, it runs up the back. Whereas if you were asked to take it back before the Matrix and look at the word for spine, we see this. A completely different understanding, or an added understanding. We see the backbone that we know. We know the spine is the backbone. Hey, look, there's the symbol of the Tehuti, the same symbol, and it's a backbone. And it's also the word for 9. Why is that? And it means to shine, to illuminate, to spread out. The exact same thing that takes place when you're having an out-of-body experience, or when a person dies and that spine or that energetic pathway spreads out and expands. Like the light in the sky, like rays of light, which is where they got your concept from today, when they talk about somebody dying and they say, well, your soul, it expands out of the body and it goes to heaven, the sky. The exact same definition of this as the PSJED, the JED, PSJED, as the light spine that spreads out and ascends to the heavens, that had to be resurrected and raised by Aset and Nebtet to bring Asar into the afterlife, becoming now your Christianity, and now you're clouded. But this is what the word spine was. So again, it was a complete unity in the pure times where everything was imbued with our spirituality. You couldn't even talk about the spine and be an atheist. I said last class, you couldn't be an atheist along the Nile Valley and say the word mind and say the word intelligence. You couldn't say you're an intelligent atheist because the word for intelligent was the same word for the spirit, was the same word for the ku, the light that leaves the body in the immortal state. You couldn't even say spine and not acknowledge the story of the resurrected Asar, which was your goal, to become a resurrected being in the afterlife. Just by saying the word spine has light spread out to the skies, just the word spine itself. That doesn't happen in the English word for spine, and that's how the matrix is developed for you. The English has no connection to anything but subliminals, not the actual meanings itself. Let's continue, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS. We're already... I don't know. This must be everywhere. Here we go. Here we go, everybody. Boom! Which is exactly what an out-of-body is. Type 1, not auto, but out-of-body is. The bioenergetic template coming out through what people are calling the chakra. That's what they're called today, the chakra system, aligned with the spiritual spinal column, shining forth, illuminating, and then spreading out as light. But wait, guess what the other word for light is in the Metanetter over 3,000 years before the Matrix? Let me take you back to page 622 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary. Here we are. What's the other word for light? Okay, Sheshep, cool. Here it is. We see the sun symbol. It says light, radiance, day. Okay. So we know one word for light is the same as spine. And this one here is light. It's Sheshep, Shepsi. Light God, the light netter, Sheshep, the white apparel. The white apparel. And we see the word Sheshep or Sesep, Sheshpi is the word associated with light. And look what else. The white apparel, which is the apparel that we see Asar wearing, representing his birth because he's being reborn as a conscious light. See him in the white? There's your white apparel. You see Asar there in the white? That's your white apparel. See him there in the white? White apparel. So when we had words, we weren't just talking about actual sunlight. We're actually talking about a white apparel that represented what Asar wore when he was mummified or when he became the Sa. As we see the word Sheshep or Sheshpi is a word associated with light. And look what else, white apparel, which is the apparel we see Asar wearing, representing his rebirth because he's actually being reborn as conscious light. But what are those little symbols there for the word Sheshpi? What are those little symbols right here? What are these little, what is this right here? See it in the word Sheshpi? What are those right there? What are those little symbols? There's little symbols on top of a Ma'at. This is the word Ma'at at the bottom, and all these little symbols here with little black balls and things sticking out. What is that? What is that? It's the word for light and wearing white apparel. And light, bright light, radiance and light, the same thing as the spiritual spine. Well, let me show you them in a clearer form. Uh-oh. The same Shesh, swamp, home of the waterfowl. The young king. There are the ducks, right there. That is the word Shesh. That's the word right there. Now you see in the clear image, you can see 3 duck heads coming out of a nest. Wait, that looks familiar. it's the exact same images that Scribe sent in his question for the double land of the REKHTI. The countries or lands of Aset and Nebtet. The same duck symbols, which represent the waterfowl, which are the eggs that they gave birth to, that represents the white apparel being born as Osar, the Suh, and it's the same word for the double land you go back to in the afterlife, also associated with countries or areas of Aset and Nebtet, the one that resurrected Asar. Boom. Those are water rebirth goose symbols. And the question Annie asked, they designated the area associated. So those are the same waterfowls in the question. They designated an area associated with the same two females that brought Asar and Asar's Ba to resurrection, called the Sheshpi. Guess what else the word Sheshpi, which are those geese duck, means in the Medu? Sheshpi or. What could that mean? Uh-oh. To conceive. With the little lamb right there. Hey, Nakshan, but what do you think, man? You'll never guess what. The Egyptians are black, the Egyptians are black, the Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black, Egyptians are... Hey, but you're black too. Hey, my snake is black, and my snake is black. What about the Sheshpi? Waterfowls, which is also the word that means to conceive, the little lamb. Do you see how deep the people were prior to the Matrix and colonization? Where one word has all these different meanings which tie into the story of immortality. One symbol of a duck or a goose means all of this, and also is the word for child, and also is the word for the little lamb to conceive, and also is the word for light, radiance. And light radiance is also the word for the spine, the DJED that's raising up. That's the tetu that you're conceived in when you enter the double land of the REKHTET. All right there in those words, all right there in the story. So when you take the English and you have all these words in English, none of these words have to do with that story. Duck has nothing to do with spine. Spine has nothing to do with light. But prior to the Matrix, all of those words had to do with the Asar story. The same word for wrapping something up in the white apparel is the same word that means to be terrified, to be overthrown, which is exactly what happened to Asar before he was wrapped up. This is how beautiful our minds were pre-Matrix. Having to learn all this, there's no time to make videos emotionally slandering other people with all this to learn, unless you're feeding off the adrenochrome in another class, though. Here it is. All right. So boom, to conceive, rebirth. And there is the ram, right there with the ducks. Now they're together. Those are the ducks in the nest, but the nest is Ma'at. That is what you're born out of. You see that word Ma'at? And that is the ducks, the Sheshpi, to be born out of the nest, because you're born out of Ma'at. Because the word Ma'at created the word, is the word Mut. Mut and Ma'at is the same thing, which eventually got warped into the word matrix itself. That's why when you look up the word matrix, what does it mean? A womb that you're born out of. Something you're born out of. The same theme as the duck's nest, the little baby ducks that are born out of that nest and growing up into big ducks. And the nest is drawn as the Ma'at symbol, because that was the original matrix. Before corruption. Welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS. This might have to be 3 parts. I'm not even, I don't know what Scribe is doing right now. I look forward to seeing what the appreciation is for this answer, because I don't know if all of you are being taught this by your teachers, but you'll never guess what, though. You'll never guess what. Hold on. Forget about all this. The Egyptians are black. The Egyptians are white. The Egyptians are black. The Egyptians are Arabs. The Egyptians are... And 80 years pass by. And you still you got gray hair. You're walking on a cane. No spiritual development. No discipline. No lifestyle. No eating habits. no developing the physical body, no developing for the afterlife, no understanding the Rekhet and the Sheshpi and how deep the symbols are and how you can have outer bodies, no understanding anything that has to do with actually what the black Egyptians did. Once you know the Egyptians are black, what did they do? Were they black slanging crack? What did they do? The Egyptians are black, so is Tyrone. So is a pimp named Slickback. He's black too, so what? The Egyptians are black, and so is a pimp named, so is the one that molested the 5-year-old child. They're all black. Okay, now remove the black, and what was the actual lifestyle that separates Ptah from a pimp named Slickback? Because they're both black. So that must not be the solution. That must not be, that's not the way. The way isn't that, because if you're born black, you're still a pimp named Slickback, or you're Ptah and a pyramid builder, or you could be a black rapist. So being black doesn't get you any type of mentality. What is the actual way of life? Because that is what everybody's impressed with. They're impressed with the way of life. That is the discipline. You can't control what you're born as. That's a lazy way. I'm born black and I'm born black and black. What'd you do to get black? Nothing. I don't have to do nothing. Absolutely nothing. Give me that Heineken, man. I'm black. I'm drinking the Heineken. The Egyptians are black and I'm drinking the Heineken. Egyptians are black. Egyptians are black. Egyptians are black. And I'm smoking up. Foolishness. It's Fetian distraction. That's just level 1. That's what you learn when you're 12. Then you get past that level. Now that you know what the people look like, be proud and now live that, because if you don't, that means you're ashamed to be black. That means you're ashamed to be the people. You're only doing it for ego purposes. What was the actual way of life? Do we love Jet Li because he's Asian? Is that why you like Bruce Lee? Bruce Lee was Asian. Bruce Lee was Asian. Bruce Lee was, you wouldn't believe it. Bruce Lee was an Asian. Bruce Lee was an Asian. Bruce Lee was an Asian. Bruce Lee is Asian. See his eyes? Bruce Lee was a... What do you like Bruce Lee for? Because he's Asian? Or because of his way of life, his discipline that you can pass on to your children? Isn't that why we like the people? Isn't that what it is that makes them stand out? Because Bruce Lee could have been a pimp. Would you still like him? But he was Chinese. He was a Chinese pimp. And a Chinese pimp and a Chinese pimp. Let's get back to what the actual ancient people wanted us to focus on. They knew that they were brown skinned. They already knew all of this. That's done. That's over with. They knew this. Now, let's get back to this. Boom. To conceive rebirth. There is your ram right there with the ducks. There it is right there. The land where the Ba of the sustainer, the word Lord really means sustainer. The sustainer, which is the Neb of the DJED, is worshipped. Wait, let's put those words together. Ba, Neb, DJED. What is that? What is Ba, Neb, DJED? Mendes. Hey, we read about this. What? Mendes, the Greek name for the ancient Egyptian city, DJEDET, also known in ancient Egypt as Ba Neb DJED, Ba Neb DJEDET, the domain of the Ram Lord, the big ram, not the little ram, the big one. And Anpet is also known as Tel El Ruba. Located, this city is located in the eastern Nile Delta. It gives the coordinates, and was the capital of the 16th Lower Egyptian nome of Ka, until it was replaced by Thutmose, and that before was Tanis. The Greco-Roman Egypts, the cities are also several hundred meters apart. During the 29th dynasty, Mendes was also the capital of the ancient Egypt, lying in the Medesian branch of the Nile, now silted up about 35 kilometers east of El Mansoura. Mendes, hey, this is an actual place. Uh-oh, boom. There's an actual landmass called Mendes today. Now we get back to this. This is the DJED of Bene Djed, where they get the word Mendes from. Here it is right here in the British Museum, one of the thousands of them. And what do we see here? We see the Ramesseans, in the Ramessean of the DJED, with Aset and the resurrection of the DJED by Aset and Pharaoh Seti. So here's Aset raising that symbol up. because it's leaning, because when that symbol falls down, it represents you're dead. When it's leaning, it's either in the process symbolizing you are dying or being resurrected. It's in motion. It can only be in that position if it's assisted by. That's why you have two people, one on each side. It can't balance in that position. Your spine is supposed to be straight up. If it lies down, you're laying down dead in the story. And remember, the word su, that meant egg, and to wrap over, is in the mummification and to overthrow. So we see here Aset raising back up the DJED, which is also pronounced as the tattoo, the spine of the spiritual light spine of Osiris. Guess what? Guess what the symbol of overthrow is? Remember the word su, which meant to overthrow, the same word as the mummy and the egg of Osiris, the same word to be overthrown and to be terrified. Guess what the symbol is? Let me take you right back to page 651 of the Ancient Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary. Uh-oh. The suhen. What's that? To overthrow. What's that right there? What's that? Overthrow, be terrified, confused. What's this right here? What's that right there? Is that a lean spine? Huh? Is that a lean spine? That is the overthrown that it's speaking of, because this is the raising of the DJED of Asar, because he was overthrown by Set and killed. So that's the overthrown sign is the same leaning DJED, but this is leaning going in a downwards position. The leaning resurrected is when you have assistant from Aset and Neptet in the female energy, and now you're ascending. And it's the same word for the egg, the same word to be wrapped up, the same word for overthrow and terrified. It's the complete story of a star, which has a star symbol right in the word. Woo! Boom! The same word for being terrified, wrapped as a mummy, and reborn from an egg is the same word for overthrow, which is the leaning of the DJED, which is why Aset was raising it back up, because when it moves, it's not straight. That is when you're overthrown. Thus, we were so imbued in our discipline that even one word contains the story of your mortality and immortality and resurrection in its definition. We, the Natiru, are the best. You don't find that in the English matrix language. Let's continue. Thus, when you look up the land of Aset and Neptet, where Bene Djeb, which is Asar, the Ba, Neb Djed, typo there, Neb Djed, this B is supposed to be there, Neb Djed was resurrected on page 1011 of the Ancient Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary. Look what you see. Rekhet, there's the word that he sent in. What does it say? A lake district in the Mendesian nome. Uh-oh. Mendesian, Mendes, the goat of Mendes, the Mendesian nome. That's where Rekhet is. We're getting closer. A lake district in the Mendesian nome. That's the Rekhet of the question that he sent in, which is also drawn by ducks. Boom. The land dedicated to the resurrection of the great ram, Bene Djeb, the land of Tatu, Djed, the land of Rekhet, the father of the little lamb, the goat of the Mendesian nome. That was the true goat. It wasn't LeBron. Here is Aset and Neptet resurrecting Asar, Bene Djeb, in the tomb of Nefertari, 1255 BC. And what do we see when we expand it? This is what I showed in my debate with Vocab Malone. He's like, that's Amun, that's not Asar. I was like, but Asar isn't Amun. That's not you're making that Amun, you're making that Asar. When we're in the Kemetic story that Aset and Neptet resurrect Amun. Where's that? Here they are right here in the resurrection stance of Osar, because he is the Ba Neb Djed, the great ram, because the little lamb is his son, Heru. So he's the older ram, shown as a ram right here, in between his two ladies, and it says right here, Asar. His name is right here. Oh man. Debating was fun in those days. It was a fun day. And C is being reborn. What is he standing on right there, everybody? the same Ma'at symbol that the ducks were coming out of. You see that right there? That's the same symbol that the ducks were coming out of in the rebirth, because that is Asar being reborn as the Ba Neb DJED. It is his DJED that is being resurrected, which is his Ba. His Ba is resurrecting because he's the sustainer. That's the sustaining DJED. The word sustainer is Neb. So he's the Ba Neb DJED. Rekhet. And note, you see the water canal symbols in the word of this area. So the area of the Mendes area, the Mendesian nome, there's water symbols there. What do you mean, Tehuti? That's the word. There it is right there. You see these things right here? That's the river, stream, canal. That's a lake or a body of water. Any type of body of water has this word. So when you look up the word water, water, land, river, lake, canal, you're going to see this symbol right here. This symbol is the same symbol in the area of Mendes. Why would it be there? You see? Thus now leading back to Scribe's question of the two banks of water. Remember his question? It showed the two shores of the fishermen. The Rekhetu is the two shores of the fishermen. So it's associating this area with water banks. Two of them. The REKHTI area. The area of immortality. It implies some type of body of water associated with the area of the two Naturts, connected to the resurrection of the immortal body with water, rebirth, and the mother. Has not your current Kemetic priest, Kemetic conscious teacher not taught you this before? No? Well, that's why you're here at the Tehuti PODCLASS. Or is he too busy arguing, debating with Hebrews and Christians saying the Egyptians were black for 30 years rather than teaching you the spiritual culture of immortality of the people themselves? Or is that too spooky and pseudo for him to stand on because the PhDs can't explain it? So again, it implies some type of body of water associated with the area of the two Naturts connected to resurrection of the immortal body with water. Why would that be? Rebirth, birds, water, geese, mother? Why? Little typo there, not birds, birds. So why is rebirth, water, birds? We already know the birds and the geese and the rebirth, and mother. Now the water. Well, guess what the Egyptian culture, ministry, and archaeologists found in this area, and guess what animals as well were found a part of this structure. So they actually, ladies and gentlemen, they actually found the area of Mendes. They knew about that. That's been in the encyclopedia for years. They found that. Then they found a structure built in this area, a particular structure. And the structure is designed, and there's particular sacred animals, literal animals living in the structure that it's designed for. It's an actual structure designed that can house a particular animal. Look how much time. Do you think these people had time to debate and argue? Look how much time our ancestors put into what they acknowledged. They didn't have any time for anything else. So the Egyptian culture of ministry and the type of and archaeologists found the area, not just the Mendes area, that's been found for years, but there's an area within the Mendes area. And guess what animal as well was found as a part of the structure, literally living in the structure, alive, a physical animal. Here it is right here. Egyptian independence. Sacred Lake. Sacred Lake found in the Delta. This came out October 15, 2009. Andrew Bossoni. A sacred lake found in the Delta. Archaeologists have found the walls of a 2,500-year-old sacred lake in the city of Tanis. Supreme Council of Antiquities announced today. Wait a minute. A 2,500-year-old lake? How could a lake have an age? Sacred lakes were artificial pools within the temple enclosure used for rituals and libations. They also provided homes for sacred animals such as geese, which are often affiliated with AMUN. We were so in tune with nature and animals and our living surroundings, and so in love with the animals incorporated into our spiritual system, we had a temple set up with a sar, with a ram's head and everything that meant little lamb and little ram and the san, the sahu and the sheshpi and all that, and then built a temple and made an artificial lake that the actual geese could live in, while having the geese deified. An actual artificial environment made for this particular animal. So while doing the ritual, you're in the temple and you just look to your left, and the actual living animal that you're imbuing yourself with all the symbolism of what it means to you, you can actually see it swimming and living in the temple. Imagine walking into a church and the church is designed, as you're doing prayer, to have actual wildlife in it. That sounds like Tehuti's house. Here is a sacred lake, artificial pools, and a temple enclosure where rituals and libations are done. And the actual animal, the geese, that were affiliated with the AMUN, which is Asar in his hidden state, were living live right there as they're doing the water rituals in a man-made or netter-made lake. There's the geese in the Hunefer, and the Ani, and the MERI Pere. There's the geese with the sun, that means the birth. There is the water duck fowl with the white eggs, and the sheshpi, which is the ducks, also the white apparel that Asar wore to represent his rebirth as you're reborn, symbolic to watching right there as you built an artificial environment lake, and you could just be in the temple while doing this practice, looking over at the ducks with the white eggs that they're nurturing, living right there beside you. That is how serious we were. You think we had time for popcorn and movies? Boom! A lake made by the indigenous people to represent the waters of motherhood, rebirth. What is the Medunetta word for mother? Anybody? Type in the room, please. What is the Medunetta word for mother? And I may have to take a break. We're already past an hour in. What is the Medunetta word for mother? Type it in the room, please. Medunetta word for mother. Type it in the room. What is that? What is the Medunetta word for mother? Mutz, you guys are sharp and fast. Sharp, Nook Punuk. He's ready to type any Medunetta word. He's ready. Big Vapes, Mut. That's the Medunetta word for mother, right? Jason Kirkland, Mut. Wonderful. And two, Mut. You guys got it. Mut, you guys got it. Robert, hey, Robert Williams is here. Robert Williams, Mut. That it is, everybody. Mut, right? Lisa. Lisa's over there speaking Medunetta now. Lisa, Mut. Must. She meant to put Mut. It's right. You don't want to be a musty mother. Mut, right? Mut. Everybody knows that the word is Mut. Nook Punuk said every 12 seconds. Here we go. Mut, everybody. Are you ready? Boom. What is Scribe doing right now? Here we go. Mut. Guess where the archaeologists found this artificial lake? Let's go to the same article. The sacred lake found in the Delta. The lake was found buried 12 meters below the ground within the enclosure wall of the Temple of Mut. That's where the sacred lake was found, buried 12. There's your 12, Nook Punuk. There's your 12. Hold on a second. There's your 12, Nook Punuk. The sacred lake was found buried 12 meters below the ground within the enclosure wall of the temple of Mut, wife of the god Amun. Remember I mentioned Tanis? Tanis has been considered the northern cult center for Amun, originally the local netter of Thebes, which is Waset, modern-day Luxor, who became the state god from the New Kingdom, 1550, 1069 onward, and principal deity at Karnak. The lake, which is called Ishiru, the lake was found 12 meters below the ground within the temple of the mother. Do you see the rebirth? Do you know how long it takes to build a lake? Anybody here raise your hand? Anybody build lakes lately? Anybody here on the Spirit Time build a lake? You and your boys? You and the girls go out on the weekend, just throw a lake together? Anybody in the room build lakes lately? Any lakes built? Lake friends that build lakes? No? Lakes within a temple, you got to build the temple and the lake, the artificial lake where the ducks can live in the temple of Mut, the temple of the mother. Is this what your teacher is teaching you? Or the Egyptians are black and the Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black, the Egyptians are black, and the Hebrews are wrong and the Christians are wrong and the Egyptians are black and the Hebrews are wrong and the Hebrews are wrong and the Hebrews are wrong and the Egyptians are black. You'll never guess that the Egyptians were black. They're black again. 12. There's your number 12 meters below the ground. Here we find in the temple of Mut an artificial lake with the geese, the rebirth birds of the white Sheshpi nest sitting on mat, white apparel that a star is wearing, the Su, which is reborn out of the egg. The egg is called the Sahut, in the temple of the great mother, the mother of rebirth, which eventually became the Mamasi temple, where women would go there too and give birth, right beside the ducks. Physically give birth, and it's called the Mamasi, and they would go there and have their children there in the temple, right there, watching the ducks in the artificial lake. How serious were we? More serious than you know about the Avengers. Kim Kardashian, Megan Fox, she's getting that. Megan Thee Stallion getting that Nicki Minaj. You ain't know about that. Megan Thee Stallion is getting that Nicki Minaj, huh? The Kardashians do this and the Kardashian do that. Kobe, LeBron James would go fried chicken. We got some barbecue girl coming up with it. What you want? Barbecue nuts, barbecue grill, barbecue. That's what we doing, man. Knicks game coming up. Fight's coming up. Floyd gonna kill him. What a fight coming up, man. The fight coming. Man, what you doing this Saturday night? I'm gonna build a lake with the inside a temple of motherhood, so women can have children there and look at the ducks also give birth to the white eggs, which represent the white apparel of Asar, as we imbue the energy of the afterlife and do libation, water pouring rituals right there by the water temple of the REKHTET area of MENDES, because we're trying to raise our DJED, and you're drinking Heineken on the weekends, watching the game. Something is not right. So we're here to correct that here at the House of a 10. That's what we're here to do. Correct that. I know you atheists hate it. I know you other conscious, Kemetic, priest, scribe, whatever you call yourself, hate it because it entails a discipline on something you don't care about or teach. You just teach the Egyptians are black and the black and the black and black. They're blacker than black. They're darker than yesterday. They're darker than the day before. They're darker than now. Darker than ever. Wesley Snipes. Egyptians are Wesley Snipes. And meanwhile, the actual Kemetians aren't even talking about that. The actual followers of Ma'at are spending their time completely dedicating every aspect of their life to immortality and rebirth, feminine principles. Sounds like you're ashamed of your race, actually. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS. We're going to go for a little bit longer, and I got to take a break. It's an hour and 17 minutes, man. And no drama yet. It shall never be. Here we go, everybody. The lake was found in the temple of motherhood, where they actually had mother birthing stations where women would give birth beside the ducks. Boom. The temple of Mut, motherhood, the rebirth temple, also called the Mamasi area, the motherhood principle of rebirth, resurrection into the afterlife, the role of the great two mothers, Aset and Nebtet. Thus, it is their land, the double with the shores of water. Huh? Here it is. It's starting to make more sense to you now. The Rekhti, a pair of goddesses, dual, Aset and Nebtet in the judgment hall. The countries, which is land area, because countries are land areas, Aset and Nebtet. There are the ducks. Does it make more sense to you now? And that there are the mothers. They are the mothers. Rebirthing Asar so that he can have a child, so they can be mothers. The waters of Mut, the mother aspects of life and death, because Aset and Nebtet assist in the rebirthing Asar and you in the afterlife. Thus, I'm making clear the duality meaning of mother as seen on page 334 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary, because it's not just the physical mamasi where they're giving birth to the children in the physical life, but Aset and Nebtet represents the mothers who give birth to that which came from the afterlife, assisting Asar so that he could give birth from the afterlife, representing that you are reborn into the afterlife, coming forth as light, the Sheshpi, the Pesjet, the Per Em Haru. So look at the word mother mean to the people of the Nile Valley. Hey, mother right there, mother. Look at that. Meter. Do you see it right there? Swamp. Uh-oh. There's Meter, swamp. Is that where the ducks live? Hey, there's the same water symbol in the Rekhet. The word Meter. There it is. Meter is swamp. Now we get into Met, mother. And it says Simut. And it says to die, the dead. You see that? Mother. The same word for giving birth is the same word for death. Because you live to die and you die to live again. 360 degrees. Comprehend. A man gets stronger till he's man no longer. Unearthly presence make his days seem shorter. That's from Brother J. Shout out to Brother J. Death is life. That's what everybody was preparing for in the temple of Mut. The temple of life and death. Resurrection. Boom. Mut equals mother. Life and boom. Mut equals death. The only way to be resurrected through the quote-unquote lake, waters of the womb. Remember, Aset was named MERI. Remember the water lake symbol in the name of the area called Rekhet? Guess how you say the word lake in Medu Neter? Lake, MERI, Merit. Uh-oh. River, bank. The two banks, water, river, reservoir, lake, MERI, Meriti, lake, lake pool, reservoir, pond. The same word for Aset, Mary, who had the little lamb, is the word for the lake itself. That's how you say a lake or a reservoir of water. The Meri, who had the little lamb, the son of Banadajeb, the one who expanded his Sheshpi, the one that expanded his spiritual spinal column, the Paset. Sheshpi, the word that means light with a little lamb inside of it that Mary had for the cleansing process, the Pekah Emku cleansing, immaculate. The rebirth, after your soul is cleansed and you're as light as a feather. The real immaculate conception, which is you. Not the guy that looks like he's from the rock group The Beatles. You. That immaculate conception. The word Meri means water, and they knew it. That's why they call the fighters that protect America, that fight in water, the Marines. Marine land, the maritime state. Marina Del Rey, Let's go to Marine World. All the words that have Mary in it for water. Are the two banks making sense now? Well, we have one bank. Where's the second one? How long can I go? Let's go. Let's just I'm gonna check the Gmails after this. I don't know. Maybe I should be a waiter. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti PODCLASS. Here we go. Word MERI. See? REKHTET. There it is. Lake District in MENDES in the Mendesian Nome. REKHTET. REKHTET. That's actually REKHTET twice. Duality from MERI. Hey, look. Two goddesses of inundation. You see the two. Who could those two goddesses be? They are the goddesses of the serpent, the cobra, the serpent that was a protecting serpent. Boom. Aset's name and Neptet's name attributed Mer is the word for a body of water and the rebirth flood of water of the Itaru. That's the real word for Nile. The same symbol seen in the name of the REKHTET, the land of resurrection of Asar, the ram. Typo there, not Aset. Asar, the ram. So it's the resurrection of Asar, the land of the great embodiment of Mut, mother, the water birth, Sa, the water bird, while simultaneously creating an artificial environment for the bird that represents the birth out of water in the temple of the mother Mut. And I'm going to take a pause right there. I'm going to take a little break right there, just a couple minute break. I got to refresh and take a couple minute break. I'm going to put the link in the room. I don't know. We're going to pause it at 1 hour and 25 minutes. The new people that are watching this, do you see now what's happening? Let me put the link in the room. Let me put the link in the room. Do you see the difference? I don't know if you see the difference. You may not. The House of ATTON is the only place. My favorite are Tehuti, this person, that person, and I'm wondering, favorite of what? Favorite? I'm looking, scouring the internet. I'm like, where are people sending in questions and getting this? There must be some dual world where other teachers are doing this. They can't do this because they actually don't care about any of this. They're only doing it because the Ankh is pretty and the Egyptians are black. Anu! The Egyptians are black. What's going on, Antu? How you guys liking this so far? We're 1 hour and 25 minutes in. I don't know. I don't even know what's going on. You all may be on mute. I think you're on mute. I haven't heard a word you said. I just see your lips moving.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Team, jump in the room. Jump in the room and take a little break, and I'll be right back. Yes, I hear you, Antu. I hear you, Anu. Yes.
I was saying it's very, very, very beautiful. And I love hearing all of this because it's so important for me to know all of this before and during having a child and bringing a child into this world. It's so important, and I'm so thankful for you giving out this information and me being able to intake it and give birth with this information.
Yes, all I'm doing is I'm taking a lot of these answers are just taking the one-on-one requests and just spreading them out in the PODCLASS. If you actually listen, I'm actually talking about birthing and rebirth in your mind and the neturts and everything that you have to get in your brain for actually having a child. This is the frequency you have to have. So I'm actually answering the questions spread out throughout the month.
Very much.
So I'm going to take a little break right here. I'll be back in a few moments. There's the person who asked the question. How you doing, Annie Tehuti? What's going on with the REKHTET?
I'm doing excellent. Yeah, this is beautiful. Very powerful information. I love what you just showed with the article and showing how they created a lake in the actual temple itself, 12 feet. That was very, I like that a lot. Yeah, these Yeah, I mean, it's just so deep and very powerful. 2 out 4. Well, I know you're still going, but so I'll save that. But yes, I love it and appreciate it.
Thank you, my brother. Everybody, I'm going to take a break. And those who are watching so far, this is just I'm just taking a quick break. I'm just taking a little break. I'll be back in a few minutes. Those who are watching so far, if you've been watching for an hour and 25 minutes, from the beginning of this to an hour and 25 minutes, if you all have been watching this, then support the Tehuti PODCLASS. Support what you're watching. Let me put I don't want to delete. Support Cash PayPal at RockSV, Cash App TT AMUN. Just send a tip of support of appreciation for what you've been seeing so far. Because you did tip the Avengers. Hey, Mankura, how much is it to go see a movie? What does it cost to bring your family to go see you ever been to a group of people with the movies before?
Yeah, I think movies are like, just to get in, it's probably like $20 a ticket or something like that.
So 2 people is $40?
Yeah, it's really expensive.
For an hour and a half or so? About as long as this answer? As long as 3/4 of this answer. The answer's not done yet. Okay, so all those who have donated and supported, like Menkura said, I don't know because I don't go to movies, but if it's $20 a movie and you all supported Spider-Man in that way, if you like Spider-Man, if you just like what you just saw, just a little bit more than Spider-Man, it doesn't even have to be $20. If you like this, if this was a little bit more than the $20 you donated to watch Captain Kirk or the Doctor Strange, I'm not sure what's out, Saw 3. If you like this a little bit better than Saw 3, please support what you're sitting there watching at PayPal at RockSV, Cash App TT AMUN. I'll be right back. It's scrolling at the bottom of the screen. Cash App TT AMUN, PayPal at RockSV. Please support. I'm gonna drop one last jewel before I go, and then I'll be back. Okay, one last jewel. Y'all ready? The Egyptians were black.
I thought I was muted. I'm sorry.
I mean, that's true. I mean, it's absolutely true. That's all you will hear when you traverse these channels. So, Menkura, what do you think so far of what Saba Tehuti is teaching?
Well, I just I love how much clarity he brings to so many things, right? Clarity, you can't put a value on the price of the clarity of him breaking the matrix and all the lies that we've been told, and all the confusion, which is violence. Manipulation is violence. When you misguide people and you trick people, your intentions are it's isfat, right? And so I just love to, the more and more I hear Saba teach, the more and more I love the metanetter and the language and the culture and the aku. Is so beautiful once you understand the meaning of things and why things were done the way that they were done. And it's also very encouraging to be continually learning the language and the terms. And so it's just such good information. It's just life-giving. And to know that the Netaru, how connected they were to nature, because I pretty much grew up in Chicago. I mean, now I live in Wisconsin, and we live in these cities, and the nature is limited. And so what's pushed in our environments, and more and more I'm starting to try and do my best to be more connected to the animals, more connected to nature, and just being conscious and aware of the environments that I'm in. And so it's just beautiful how, you know, Saba too, discipline is so important to him, and the repetition of the things that he continually teaching us about immortality, the afterlife, the MET, the chakra, and on and on and on. You know, Saba is continually expanding our vocabulary. He's building our DJED. He is always simultaneously doing so many things in his teaching. He's healing us. He's loving us. He's guiding us. And I love the clarity of the example that he teaches by how he lives. That's what's really important about the Neteru, the Neter, our ancestors. And I just love so much of, you know, being in his energy, because it's holistically very beneficial. And so it's very powerful, you know, and continue to learn different definitions for the serpent is very empowering. And so, you know, I made a decision when I first was introduced to Saba that I want to live in my power. I want to be powerful. You know, he taught me that we're the Neteru, but we're the Neter, but we just don't believe it. And the more I listen to Saba, the more I watch him, the more I know it, and I believe it, and I need it, and I want it. And so, you know, his example, by the clarity of how he lives his life, is more than enough evidence for me. And his testimony, today I was like, oh, in the beginning when he's first opening up the PODCLASS, he's giving his testimony. And that is very powerful. He's sharing, you know, our lives, and the time that we have with each other is very, very important. And so the people that are just coming into the PODCLASS and never met him, his testimony, his introduction is very necessary, because we have to learn how to be in relationship with each other, how to be family, how to love each other, because the Matrix and the conquistadors, what they wanted to do is beat the MERI out of us. And now we're learning more today of who and what the MERI is. And so you gotta love it. You gotta love it. Bird gang for life, baby, for me. I'm happy to be here. I found the path, and the path is coming to me through the master teacher, the master of all master teachers. There's nowhere else you can get this. Life, this isn't like, he's not just teaching. He's not teaching for the sake of teaching. He's not, Chuck D had a line, I don't rhyme for the sake of riddling. What he's doing is going against all forces that are evil. Everything they took from us, be like, I got to get that back with interest. So I just love there's hard to put words to how he's lived his life, and what he's creating in this day and time is beyond phenomenal.
Excellent words, great brother. I agree 1000%. It's different when you see someone teaching something, and then you can take those teachings and you see them being applied from the source of where they're coming from. That's so very important, and that always been important to me since from the beginning. Because a lot of people just talk and anyone can say anything, but to be a reflection of what it is that you're saying is very rare today to find. So I completely agree with you 1000%. That right there is something that everyone should aspire to echo. If you say something to have the confidence in yourself to know that when you say it, that it is to be done, that right there is magic in itself. So it brings forth your ability to take your thoughts, turn them into words, and bring it into your reality, because you know when you say this thing, it's going to be done. And the Matrix has completely dissolved us from that, where everyone, I mean, it teaches you to lie about nothing. So hitting to you, great brother Minku Ara, for that. And great Saba Tehuti is back from his break. We're ready to dive back into the REKHTET waters. Came up for air for half a second. Let's go, go back in. What's up?
You ready to dive back in the lake?
Yes.
But scribe is so weird. It's interesting because it's it says it's well, no, let's get back into it because we're gonna find out what's going on, because we're gonna find out how the duality continues. All right, everybody, peace and love, everybody. Jump back in the room. I'm gonna go ahead and conclude this. Thank you, Menkara, ATTON, and Anu and Antu for your beautiful words. And now we're gonna get back into this, everybody. Welcome to Tuesday PODCLASS plus a 9 on the black hand side, plus a 9 if you can hear me and see me. And we're going to get right into it, right back. Here we go. Boss Fee, peace and love to you. Let me see the 9s, and then we're ready to go, everybody. Let's get into it. Welcome to the Tuesday PODCLASS. Welcome to the welcome to the last representatives of the Netur, last representatives of the actual teachings from the indigenous people themselves, from what was taught. Let's go, everybody. Okay, good. I see they're the 9s. I see Kemet Hera Hancock. Wait. Up. What are you doing? Don't do that. Nak Shampa, hold on. Go into calm mode. There you go. Just relax right there. Nice and calm, and just relax. Okay, here we go. All right, everybody. Boom. We're going to share. I see Robert Williams with the 9. Kemet Hera Hancock with the 9. I see here's a new name. Shout out to, I don't know how to say this name. Let me see if I can pronounce it. Matida Signet with a 9. Angela straight out the gates with a 9. Never forget Barrett with a 9. Nook. Okay, you can hear me. I'm gonna go. We're gonna press start. Well, we're gonna restart this. An hour and 25 minutes. Let's resume. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tuesday PODCLASS. Let us continue this. And here we go. Once upon a time, not long ago. All right, so here we go, everybody. So we left off with MERI. The word mer was the original word for water, which was actually the name of Osset, and that's where you get your marine land and the marines and the maritime states and all the mer and all that, and you get MERI from all of this, which is the lake, the actual lake. So her name actually was the lake, and it was inside of the temple of Mut, which was 12 down, the temple of Mut, and there was the artificial lake, which actually was the Mamasi temple, where actual women would go and give actual physical births while looking over at the artificial lake with the ducks and the geese living right there, right beside them as they're giving birth, completely inundated and completely imbued in the spiritual system. Now, here is the actual temple. So here it is right here. Boom, Aset's name and Neptet's name attribute Mer is the word for a body of water, and the rebirth flood water of the Itaru Nile, the same symbol seen in the name of REKHTET, the land of the resurrection of Aset, or Asar, actual typo, Asar, the ram, the land of the great embodiment of Mut, the mother, the water, birth, Sa, the water bird, while simultaneously creating an artificial environment for the bird that represents birth out of water in the temple of the mother Mut. Here is the temple of Mut, called the temple of Mut, and the water of the lake is called the Isharu in the area of the REKHTET. with the sacred lake within the larger temple. So here's the Ishiru right here. So here's the actual temple right here. And this is the same building of Karnak, as they call it, that all these pharaohs were in. Senuseret, Amenhotep, Tehuti-Mos, Hatshepsut, Tehuti-Mos. The list goes on. Amenhotep, Seti, Horemheb, Amenhotep the first to the fourth, Seti, Ramesses, all the Ramesses family, Sheshonq, Taharka, all the way to Nektembu, all the way to the Ptolemy. Okay, and other names I didn't even say. So here's the Temple of Mut, and there it is right there. And there is the lake, artificial lake, representing the MERI, and the rebirth is also the Mamasi area where they would have childbirth in and do the libation and rituals inside of the temple, while looking right over. The lake is right here, and they're seeing the wildlife and the ducks and the geese, while having the mummified ducks and geese and the symbol of the Sa, which means to give birth to a child or the child himself. The Mes is to give birth to a child, and the Sa was the actual child itself, which is a daughter or man or woman. Okay, everybody, here we go. Let us continue. Some may say Tehuti. It has two water lake symbols in the word. Why is that? Is one lake representing both Aset and Neptet? So if you look close, everybody, let me see if I'm still sharing. Yes. If you look close, you will see two symbols. See that? Rekhet. There's two water lake symbols. So some may say Tehuti. It has two water lake symbols. This is what I was about to bring up to scribe. Two water lake symbols in the word. Why is that? Is it one lake representing both Aset and Neptet? Yes, two water symbols, two women, duality, but one artificial lake. Let me show you the entire temple. I never showed you the full temple. Uh-oh. Here's the entire temple. What do we have over here? Here's my arrow pointing to the lake here by the Mut temple. And then when we keep going up, look at this. Right over there is the other lake. Two bodies of water. 1, 2. The duality concept continues to echo. 1, 2. So it's not just one artificial lake. There are two there. Animals dwelling in two areas of the larger temple. It's a larger temple and a smaller temple within the larger temple. There's your 1, 2. There's your 1, 2. For the two ladies, Aset, Nebtet. Always duality. And there are two artificial lakes, sacred lakes. Boom. Two women, two water medu symbols, two water bird birthing birds, two lakes for the rebirth of your Ba Neb DJED, sustaining light spine, for the purification resurrection of your bioenergetic double. That is what the other part is called. That comes the real you is actually called the double. The word Ba, which is the word that people say means soul, is the word for double, and the word Ka is the word for double. They are the bioenergetic double. So boom, two women, two water medu symbols. Well, let me turn this down. Two women, two water medu symbols, two water bird birthing birds in the nest, two lakes for the rebirth of your Ba Neb DJED, sustaining light spine, for the purification resurrection of your bioenergetic projectable double. Welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS. There they are. There's your birds, your two birds, a nest. At least in the papyri, there's your two birds, your nest, Hunefer, Mai Pare. There are the two women raising the Ba Neb DJED, and there's your bioenergetic double echoing out of your body every night You just don't have recollection or memory of it, which we're going to get into dream memory next. After, we'll see. And of course, purification for the rebirth. And of course, purification for rebirth is the first thing you do. What is the first thing you do to a baby? Because remember, this was the birthing temple, also the mammoth. What is the first thing you do after a baby comes out? Let me see. Women out there who have had children. What's the first thing? What's the next step after the baby comes out? It comes out, placenta, everything is there. What's your next step? What's the next step thing? What's the next thing you do to the baby when it comes out? Comes out, placenta, umbilical cord, blood is everywhere. What do you do? What does the doctor do? What do you do, or the doctor, when the baby comes out? What do you do? What do you do with the baby? It comes out, boom, it's out. He's out. He's full of blood and all type of stuff. What do you do? What do you do to the baby? Anybody? Now, what do you give the baby? Not you give the baby food, but what do you do to the baby? What process takes place to the baby? The baby's sitting there in front of you, full of blood and everything. What do you do to the baby in that state? Do you leave it like that? What do you do to the baby after he's born or she's born? I'm on a lag, so that's why it's taking so long to see. If you're typing answers, I don't even see them because it's still saying the 999, and it's gonna burst in a second. That's right. You clean the baby off. You don't leave the baby there and put it back in the crib with the blood and the guts and just hold the baby and smear blood and guts on you and go to sleep with the baby. You wash all of that off. That's what you want to do to the baby. You want to get all the blood, all the water fluids, placenta, anything that was on that baby. You're going to get it all off of the baby. Okay, that's the process right there. You're going to clean the baby. You want to clean the baby. All right. So that's what you do to the baby when he comes out. You clean the baby. How is this process echoed? Let's go, everybody. Boom. Yes, there's the baby right there. And there's the cleaning of the baby. You want to get all the stuff out of his or her hair, the blood, all the birthing fluids, everything. And you're going to do this process here because you're eventually going to put something on the baby, close the baby, hold the baby. Maybe go to sleep beside the baby, put the baby in. Wherever you're going to do, you want it to be in a clean environment. So you're going to clean the child. Oh, here we go. Yes, and before bathtubs were invented by humans, how were humans bathing? How were they bathing? Before there was any bathtubs, before there was any shower, before you had any of that, how are you bathing? Yes, you were bathing in the natural waters, the lakes, the rivers, the lakes. So yes, of course, bodies of water and water itself, of course, large bodies of water and water itself was used for cleansing, washing. It was very easy to imbue this principle within a microcosm of ritual to have a water symbol, the cleansing of the spirit for the shedding of negative frequency that could inhibit full consciousness in the immortal realm. So of course, if you're translating these things like the Egyptologists do with no imbuement or understanding of the Ka and the spiritual principle, and you're doing it from an atheist standpoint, of course, you're going to translate the REKHTET instead of everything I've just broken down in the last hour plus, instead of everything I just broken down in the last hour plus about the REKHTET, you're going to translate it to what? The washerman, the two banks, the washerman, launderer, the washerman. That's what you're going to do because you have no comprehension of the practice, the symbolism, the story behind it, how it associates with the star, the Pekka M Klu, cleansing yourself. It is going to say the washerman. And in that resurrection realm, you ascend your Ba and Ka in consciousness, assisted by two women and that's depicted as this right here. There's the transformation symbol, that's the Keperah right there. And there are the two women. What are they doing? What's happening here? So there's the two women. Yes, you see two women now pointing to their third eye. And yes, the first original writings of a third eye came out of the Per Amharu. So they're pointing to their third eye, and the serpents resurrecting the light consciousness depicted as the sun. And you see the Keperah, transformation beetle, also in the symbol of resurrection and transformation. So let's look at this again. And guess where this writing is? This writing is in the Amduat. It's in the Amduat. Amduat is to imbue yourself in the Duat, or in the light realm, the underground light realm, the underworld light world, called the Dua, from the word Te, which means fire, and Tua, which is also the word for star, and Am, which means to be within, like imbuing yourself. And this is where you find these writings. These are the writings of the preparation and the path of the afterlife. And you see the Keperah symbol there. That's the transformation symbol. And then you see the two women pointing to their head, and you see the resurrected serpents rising the sun, the resurrected sun, the rebirth again. And you notice they're sitting on something, but you can't see what they're sitting on. What they're sitting on and what's stabilizing them is actually invisible. You don't see anything here. It looks like they're just levitating. But if you look closely at the bottom of the feet, their feet are actually connected to the serpents, which means this is an image of something, but it is one image of something. This is all one image of something, even though they're separate images. If you actually look at them, this is connected to the feet. There's no separation. And whatever this is forming a structure right here. And it looks like they're sitting on nothing, and they have their hand pointed to the same position that the snakes are raising, which is the third eye. You see the two women now pointing to the third eye, and the serpents resurrecting the light consciousness depicted as the sun. And you see the Keperah transformation beetle also in the symbol of resurrection transformation. Guess what other head is depicted sometimes on the top of that same transformation beetle resurrecting? Uh-oh. What's that? The DJED, the ram's head, is on top of the Keperah now. Do you see it? That's what's resurrecting, the DJED. Boom! The ram's head of DJED, the land of Rekhet. And all this time, can you believe I have never told you what the actual word Rekhet, the name of the sacred land, means? Well, here you are. Because this is the raising of the consciousness. That's what this is right here. That's why he's pointing to they're pointing to the third eye. This is the sun resurrected up, the raising of consciousness, or in other words, bringing you back to life in the Netzer Kurt, in the transformation as you become the ram again, because there's the Keperah symbol now merged with the DJED, or the Amun, the hidden transformed one, right? The ram, the father of the little lamb of Mary. And guess what Rekhet means? Look, Rekhet means knowledge, learning, science, know, characteristics, wise, understanding. And here, it's the washer of treasury, pair of goddesses, usually Aset and Nebtet, Rekhti. And they just have washer, the laundryman, the washerman. It's the goddesses Nebtet and Aset in the hall of judgment. And this is a word for consciousness. Rekhet is a word for consciousness, science, knowledge, learning, everything that has to do with consciousness, because that's what's being resurrected. Consciousness. The two cobras resurrecting. Now take those same two women, the Turks, resurrectors of the Rekhet, the consciousness, conscious awareness, and superimpose them over the area of man and woman of knowing consciousness, the area which is your skull, your head. That is the area where you have your consciousness, your brain, your thinking abilities. All goes back to the brain, the head, the third eye. You take those same two women and superimpose them and wonder, why does it look like they're sitting on something, but they're sitting on nothing? You superimpose them with the area of consciousness. There they are right there. Looks like they're sitting on something, but there's nothing there. And they're pointing to their part of the head. You superimpose them with the head of man with the skull, and it is the exact symmetry of the skull where the third eye would be. Boom, the exact symmetry of the third eye, the seat of awareness, the seat of consciousness. Rekhet, after you have washed away negative isfet thoughts and you've cleaned, washed your consciousness. Peka Mku. So how does this all tie into the female's birthing, washing abilities for the rebirth of the Benedejeb, the lamb to the ram, echoing the actual female's anatomy? How does this cleansing and rebirth echo the female's anatomy, like Peka Mku, separating from negative thoughts in the Ka realm, the spiritual realm, the realm of the pure energetic projectable double? How does it actually echo in the process of childbearing in a physical woman's body because of the placenta? Like I've broken down before, the placenta is an organ that develops in the uterus during pregnancy. This structure provides oxygen and nutrients to the growing baby. It also removes waste products from the baby's blood. The placenta attaches to the walls of the uterus, and the baby's umbilical cord arises from it. So what's the process? What's the purpose of the placenta? Of course, it provides the food, but it cleanses the baby. It removes waste product from the blood. So right within the woman, in her placenta's functioning, is the cleansing. Physically, as Austet and Neptet do it in the spiritual realm, the cleansing. And now that you know all of this and understand the connection between the lamb, the ram, Benedejeb, and the purification of the separation of negative frequency for the rebirth. What's that? For the rebirth, now that you know, sorry about that. Now that you know all of this and understand the connection between the lamb, the ram, the Benedejeb, and the purification of separation of negative frequency for the rebirth, the cleansing, which is done within the anatomy of the female's body through the placenta, the washer of blood, for the rebirth, as you, as an Asar, must be pure for the afterlife. Oh, wait. What is it the Christians tell you? You must be to be reborn again? Washed in the blood of the... Hotep, I'm done. Matrix broken. There it is, right there at 1 hour and 40 minutes. For those of you who appreciated the guidance and time, and if this has had any impact or has added to your current state of consciousness, send your tip entitled Rebirth or Soul Sisters, or whichever creative title you come up with. Send your appreciation for this class here to PayPal at RockySV, Cash App, TT AMUN. That is 1 hour and 40 minutes of an answer. Boom. Stop. Hotep, I am done. I'm going to check the chat to see what everyone thought of this this answer. I'm going to put the link in the room. Then we're going to go to the Gmails, and I'm going to see the support that was given for this. Let me put the link in the room for the team to jump back in. Let me go check the chat and see what people thought of this answers. And I'm not sure how much bits of guidance and information you received from this, but if you appreciated it, please support at Cash App TT AMUN, PayPal at RockySV. There's the Cash App. I'll put them both up, and it's actually scrolling at the bottom as well. You could send a tip called Soul Sisters, Lake of Immortality, whatever creative. I know my students have all type of creative titles that they use for the tips. Whatever you choose, as long as I can see that it is for this particular answer, because after the pod classes, I look at I look at the tips for the particular answers to see the impact of what each answer had on the particular students, and see how important that topic or topics were covered inside of that. For any women in the audience, this was a complete female empowerment class. If you're a female in the audience watching this class, this is how the ancient people imbued women into immortality. I see people jumping in the room. I got Anu and Antu, VRI. How you doing, family?
Doing beautiful, Saba. Very much for that Nefer breakdown. It's so beautiful to see how quantum entangled everything was in Kemet. It's very inspirational to do it today. It was very Nefer, how they had the animals around them, how they had the geese around them, how they gave birth next to the geese and next to the lake that they made, and just how everything all connects like a beautiful infinite puzzle is so Nefer. To all very much.
To all very much, great Saba.
Nini Uk, yes, absolutely. The Tehuti's crazy. He's run a bunch of animals. Meanwhile, Ramesses is there. Ramesses' wives are giving birth beside ducks as they're pouring libation beside geese and waterfowl. Tehuti's crazy. How you doing, VRI?
Hotep, I'm doing very well, thank you. I hope you're okay as well after the situation I had. But wow, that build up was truly amazing, and to give the origin of the Star of Mendes is like that was something that completely blew my mind, because it's something that's in your face the whole time and no one realizes it, and wow, it truly is beautiful. So thank you so much for this breakdown and build up to it.
You're very, very welcome. I'm gonna look in the class now. What do I see? Let me see what I see. Minty says, how ironic. Oh, yeah. How ironic. The washerman is here right now repairing my washing machine. And we got fire from Nook Nook. Wild synchronistic. We got Big Vapes giving dynamite sticks. We got Bella saying Tua Tehuti. Oh, we got Annie in the room. Here's the one who asked the question right here. Yes, sir. Annie.
Yo, let's go.
Washerman, huh?
The washerman. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Thank you for that. You gave multiple sentence structures of what the REKHTI is, and I can just compile them and really show and do some justice to the ancestors' writing in these translations. When, because when you read that, the two shores of the washerman, you just think of like someone down there with some clothes washing something, or and it's crazy. So to our great Saba for that. I love that image of DJED with the two ladies, and it shows his name Asar, and he's in the ram form, and Ra is right next to his head right there. I love that image because it just shows clear when like when you had that debate, and that's not Asar, that's the ram god, and it's like, well,
sorry, let me cut in real quick. He said I photoshopped that. In the debate, he said I cut it up to make it look like that, but that's really Amun. That's not Asar. He said I cut it up. That's why I kind of left the debates, and I know people want me to debate, but I kind of left it because it started feeling too evil for me. It started feeling too evil. I was doing it for the students and people watching, but being in the debate, actually, you feel the evil coming from, you feel the isfet from the other person, and it's tiring. It's tiring for me to when I wrote this answer, I think my Natur asked me what I'm doing right now, and I said I'm writing Hotep, I'm done, Matrix broken. And I said I'm writing the end of the answer. And now I'm gonna go back and now I'm gonna go and write the answer. So when I do debates, when I answer these questions, a lot of these answers are written backwards. I'm writing them backwards. I'm not writing them forward. I'm writing them backwards, and that's why it seems like a movie. So that's one of my little things. I'll give that up right now because I don't debate anymore. But and then you have to know the technique once you write backwards. But I'm writing backwards because once you have the climax of the movie, now you just have to write the build-up. That's my unique style. Stranger figured it out. But I write, if you know the end of the story, everything else can lead to the end of the story. And I write the end of it. And that's what I do in my debates. I already write what you are going to say in the end. So the whole buildup is to coerce you to end up saying that. Because if I get you to say that, I know I can win the debate. Like I got Judah Nazareth to say the best way of life for our people is to have rape women to make them your wife. I designed that way before the middle of the debate, but at any rate, it looked crazy. But that's how I reverse. I write in reverse, and it's a way of when you do your out of body experiences, or you have a lot of if you're able to do things in your dream where you can break time. You can get used to seeing the end result first, because you can if you can do something to go forward, your mind ends up seeing the result, and that's why you can be calm through the journey. Imagine you knew if you were going to turn that street, there was going to be a gunman on the left side of the street, and he's going to want to kidnap you and steal your money. But on the right side of the street, someone lost a lottery ticket that if you give it back to them, they'll split the money. You're going to be calm walking down the street. Well, the other guy's going to be walking down the street. When he turns the corner, sees the gunman. What's going on, man? Pop, 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 pop. You're going to be walking down the street like, to the left is the gunman, to the right is the lottery. You already know the end result. And that's why it's so important to have the out of bodies and to leave this time realm. But that's the only thing I'm going to give as a, that's how a lot of these classes are made. So we're gonna go to the support donations for a few moments, and then I'm gonna take another break, and I'm gonna see how many people appreciated this. What is this? The PODCLASS answers used to be 15 minutes. Do you remember those days? PODCLASS answers used to be 15 minutes. This was an hour and 40. Oh man. Okay, let's go see everybody. Let's go see everybody what the support and donations are. I'm going to scroll up and refresh the screen. Where are the supporters? I know they're coming up. Let me reload, refresh the screen, and we'll show the most recent one. I'm going to do about 5 of them from the most recent, one from earlier. Then I'm going to take a break, and then we're going to do the next question, then get into the rest of the tips donation. So first we have going backwards. This is not in the this is the latest one that was given. This is of course Robert Williams. I have found Robert Williams Lane. Robert Williams Lane is to tip for the appreciation of the answers. Thank you, Robert Williams. I appreciate you. Wait a minute. What is this? Ben Dejeb? Ben Neb. Ben Neb. Let me fix something, everybody, on the Ben Neb. Dejeb. There we go. Okay, got Ben Dejeb. Okay, we're gonna go. We're gonna go. One tip. And the Jed. Okay, boom. And for the tip donation that was given, of course, Robert Williams. He's not a brother that sends in a lot of questions or such. He may send in once in a while, but his lane is definitely to appreciate the answer to a question someone else asked, and he benefited from that. So give him some big noise. What does it say? Somebody, VRI, could you read that for me, please?
Says, for Annie's question, conceived in immortality, tour.
Give him some big noise, Annie. And that is $20.72. Nook Punuk says, I don't want to debate bad vibrations. They're like sucking off of your energy, psychic vampires. Yeah, it's I go into those other rooms because it's a fighting arena and it helps sharpen you. It's really good for that purpose. But to constantly debate, and you're not even getting the credit for it. I don't even get the credit for my wins on certain platforms. I win and beat the best people, and I'm never announced as that. I'm never. It just gets to a point where it starts to feel like something else is happening. Imagine getting to a fight. Imagine getting paid. Imagine setting up a fight with Floyd Mayweather, and you actually beat him, and the next fight he has, they announce him as the undefeated champion. Imagine how that make you feel after like 2 years. So it's a strange, weird. It's a weird thing that I got to can't indulge in that. What's the purpose of that? So it's like it's very strange to me. So shout out to everybody though that supports, and shout out to that wonderful brother right there, Robert E. Williams. The next donation here is VRI. He liked that Star of Mendes. Imagine that, VRI, the goat of Mendes, Star of Mendes, is literally there in front of us every day, and you don't even know that. Oh my goodness. Bennett the Jed. Goat of Mendes, Star of Mendes is there, right there, being misused for all type of evils. It's used for evils. It's used for witchcraft. It's used for all type of different things. Everything other than the two lakes. Everything other than the rebirth of Osiris. All they did is they took the magic of the symbols and they just removed the story. Everything that you all are into is a removed story. Once you remove the story, you don't have a continuous culture. Now you can attach everything to it. Now you can be a witch and be into the Mendes. You can't be that and be into on the Temple of Mut. You can't be that. You have to be with the complete story. The story. How can you have that symbol and not want to imbue yourself in Osiris? Osiris is the reason why that exists. So it's all about confusion and chaos, and they're literally taking the magical symbols, reversing them, and making them evil symbols now. So the next goat of Mendes. Why would they? Even when they know they're pronouncing it wrong, they continue. It's Emid the Jet. Emid the Jed. There's no Mendes is not even a word in any language. Well, when they say, "Well, we're saying it in you're saying it in the English." Tell me what the word meant. Say Mendes in an English word. I want to Mendes my car. Today, me and my wife, we were Mendesing. We're Mendesing today. We're just Mendes. Me and my daughter, we're gonna go Mendes. A little Mendes out on the lake. Mendes not even a word. So it's not it's when they're doing this, it's a magical manipulation of twisting. It's not actually a translation, and it's not the way you say it in your language. So ba, if you can say ba, you say ba when you're describing your soul. Everybody studying Kemet says the word neb. You can say it, and everybody says the jed. So you can say ba neb the jed. So why are you saying Mendes? Mendes. Why are you saying that word? That's not a translation of Bennett the Jeb, and it's not even the way to say it in English. If you're translating and you're supposed to say ba, soul, the sustaining soul of the spine. That's English. Mendes is not English. What is that word? And it's not a word in Greek either. Get any Greek PhD. I want a Greek PhD, linguistic Greek master of words, to open up a Greek dictionary and show me the word Mendes. Show me that Mendes is a Greek word that the Greeks were using prior to mutating that word into it. It had to be, if it's translated into Greek, then it should be the Greek word for what Ba Neb Djed means. It can't be Mendes. That is magic they're doing on your brain. That's actual magic right in front of you. And that's why everybody here in the room and all of your friends know about the word goat of Mendes, but nobody knows about the Ba Neb Djed. All right, so did we already do a hand class for this one yet?
No, not yet.
Send him some noise. M. Djed into Mendes. What in the world? Where'd the D go? Where the J? What's happening? What's happening? This is straight lyrical magic. Okay, next up, next supporter here is and next tipper, I mean not next supporter. Owen Hythe, I think, is the next supporter, but next tipper for this particular question is none other than, I have to rename this. Wait, 3 commit man. I have to call it. I'm gonna call it REKHTET. I'm gonna call it REKHTET tip, because if I call it that, REKHTET breakdown and build up. Okay, none other than the great tippers and supporters for this right here. They probably sent this in January. I don't know, but Anu and Antu. Read that, Antu. Read that first, please, Antu.
REKHTI breakdown and build up. Tua MERI.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I wouldn't be surprised if they sent that during Pathways of the Awakening. Give them some big noise. Give them some big noise. $33. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. I'm gonna read two more tips, and then Owen Hythes, and oh my gosh, harassed it for your culture is is harassed in the room. I'm saving that one. All right, shout out to, here's somebody. Caleb, of course. Caleb, here we go. So I'm gonna go like this, and let me see how I can REKHTET. Wait a minute. Oh, it should be here. Okay, I'll put it here. That's strange. I'll put it here. 6 tip. Yeah. Okay, I see what happened. REKHTET. Okay. Okay, let me go ahead and show this right here. Shout out to Caleb right here. Oh, this is I gotta move this. This is okay. Thank you. Shout out to Caleb. Where is it? Caleb? Give him some noise, Caleb. $30 for Menkarok. Could you read that for me, please?
Yes. Tour for the uplifting knowledge to rise as a SAR.
That's nice. It's a nice one. I like that wording. Okay, I'll read one older tip, and then I'm gonna take a little break. And let me go all the way down. Let me see if there's anybody. Owen Hythe, Black Masons. Okay. I see you, Owen Hythe. I see you, Lisa. I see everybody. I see you all. I'm going to go down to some of the older, original. We got, in the middle of the week. Okay, we got Menti Hotep sends a tip for, what's this? Oh, for the last PODCLASS. Okay. Alrighty. 6, 7 tip for last class. Okay. Shout out to Menti Hotep. Give a tip for the last class. And give her a hand clap, please. You give a tip for the February 17th PODCLASS. 10-10. Okay, and then she also gave a tip for the, what's this? Oh, for the Talk to Me breakdown. Talk to Me breakdown. Eight talk tip. Okay, I'll read one more after this, and then Scribe, did the screen change, or was it always on 10-10?
No, 10-10.
Okay, thank you. Okay, here we go. $5.55 for the Talk to Me. Oh, tip from the week before. From the week before the week before. Give her a hand clap, please.
Yeah, we're here, and we're the best.
And I'll do one more, and this is from the good brother Daniel LaRoche, MD. And he gave a tip for, I think this was the last class. Was the last class the one I did on hair, or was it on the Shen? On depression? That was last class, yes.
Yes.
Depression. Yeah. Okay. Last class. Yeah. Oh, I teach so many classes. Okay. Yes, Dr. LaRoche, Daniel LaRoche, MD, $20 for good talk on depression hair. Tip for depression hair breakdown and build up. Give some big noise, please. Give some big noise. Wonderful, wonderful. And I'm going to take a break right now, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to let you all build on that answer. I'll be back in about 8 minutes or so. Me and Nag Shampa will be back in about 8 minutes. And I'll let you all build on that answer. Shout out to the people in the room. There's a new person in the room, Azem Latef. I haven't seen that name before. But shout out to all the new people, the old people, everybody in the room, all the supporters, all the watchers. And the next question, yeah, it's going to be good. Okay, I'll be back. Everybody who saw that answer, everybody who's watching, support at Cash App, PayPal at Rocky SV. Cash App, TT AMUN. Support the Tehuti PODCLASS. Support what it is that you're seeing. If you're watching, if you're absorbing, there's my AI moderator. Support the Tehuti PODCLASS. In the beginning of the class, I had in the beginning of the what happened? Oh, hold on. In the beginning of the class, I had this up, and I'll put it up again. These are the moderators named by Stranger, Nani Aset Mer, Unki, and Ma'at, Ani Pataten Tehuti, and Atef Rem Kem Ma'at. Those are the moderators. We don't really have a need for the regular moderators that you see in YouTube channels where they have to kick people out. That only happens every once in a while. The vibration here is so smooth, and the vampires can't feed off of anything because there's no isfet, there's no drama, there's none of that. There's just information, and the vampires can only shoot at what I teach for so long because they're just ignored. That the moderators don't need to be doing what you see on other channels. They are there really to blend in with the family, give you links, give you the Cash App links, the class links, the debate links, the MetaNetter class, the website, the new items that are coming out, the updates, the Sunday class. That's what the moderators do. So shout out to the moderators. I'll be back, everybody. Support the PODCLASS. Peace and love. And one last jewel for everybody in case you didn't know, the Egyptians are black.
Did you get to speak on the teachings?
Yes, your mic is really low, great brother Ani Patah. Well, it's really impressive that the magician is sharing techniques. He's sharing thought processes. I don't know if they're secrets, but there's a saying that a magician doesn't share his secrets, but that was really beautiful that he shared the way he does debates or battles, and also how he his teaching style, because he ended with REKHTET, which is in the MetaNetter consciousness, knowledge, learning, conscious awareness, science, and how he ended with the third eye is the seat of the consciousness. And then Saba shared that Aset and Neptet as soul sisters. I really loved that. That was a really strong way to end it. And then the discipline and the repetition of teaching us about the bioenergetic double, and how when we do out of bodies, that you can travel outside of this time realm, which is really powerful. I used to listen to someone that teaches about the law of attraction, and they stole it. They stole, it's all stolen teachings from the Cometians, from the Netaru, and they would always talk about how much our vibration is so much a manifestation of what is, or we're so focused on what is that a lot of people can't really tap into the manifestations of using the law of attraction. Because if you're in the matrix, like if you're stuck in what is around you, how can you create beyond what already is existing? And so our Saba Tehuti is he's just a blessing that continues to give, and he is a true creator. And so he helps us to see it's not about what has been created, but the actual creating, and not the manifestations, but manifesting. And so he is so in tune with the Netaru that he's always given us that, because he's aligned with that. He's not aligned with the matrix. So we don't get the matrix. We don't get the ISFAT. We get the pure history. We get the real, we get nature, we get animals, we get love, we get power, we get magic, we get true leadership and guidance. We get the meta netter. We get what is necessary for us to be powerful beings in this day and time. And I will end with that.
Twa, for your words. This is so powerful. I really love how deep he goes, and it's so powerful for all females to be guided under him and the Netra as well. It's so life-changing, because for me personally, I never knew what to look at or what to look up about birth or pregnancy or anything like that. And with Tehuti, he provides me with everything I need to know in order to have a healthy pregnancy and have all this information within my mind for the child that will be growing within me. And that's so powerful and important for all females. And it's so beautiful because there's millions and millions of people that will watch this, that will be able to learn from him and the Netaru through him as well. And I'm so thankful for it. So Twa so much, Saba Tehuti. I'm so thankful for the House of ATTON to be a part of something so beautiful, and this is never ending. So Twa.
Mic check. Peace. Can you hear me?
You sound a little low still.
Oh man. Okay. All right. Hold it down. Hold it up for me till I come back. Peace. On you, Anu. Hold it. Hold the fort.
I am very thankful for Sabatuti and for the Netter, for the House of ATTON, for creating a future for our people, and for being able to create what one day will be a nation for our people. So that way we can be free from the matrix, from the enemy. So that way we aren't harassed anymore and manipulated like how we've been for thousands of years. I am very blessed to be born into this time and to participate in the reawakening of our people under the Sabatuti and under the House of ATTON. I'm very appreciative that I can live my life day after day and continue to grow and grow and grow and prepare myself for immortality, and to one day guide on the people who are here in this realm after I pass on. And none of it would be possible without Sabatuti Amunhotep Ra, the Netter, ancestors, everybody on the panel, all the supporters, all the people who come on the panel who are here right now, House of ATTON, and also all the people in the future that will come as well. So it's a very beautiful thing what Sabatuti teaches us. It's a very beautiful thing to be able to even come across MAAT in this lifetime. There's billions of people on the planet, and it's just such a small chance or percentage to be able to find the jewels of immortality within this life or within any life. And it's very much so a blessing from the Netter. All is in the hand of fate and the Netter, and that is very, very true. Hotep, Uncle Justin. You're all right. You look like you're deep in a loving thought. You got some love to share?
I'm just basking in this, and like it really is, it's undescribable to be able to be a part of this. It really is. And I often think of all the times when I didn't have any clue. I would read things on Instagram. I would scroll through Instagram as my source for tidbits of knowledge to grasp onto. It would be like those little infographic diagrams that I would get, and then you would sort of try and compartmentalize it and fit it into this strange cosmology that never really goes anywhere. And to have an actual foundation in something that you're almost convinced it's lost, it's broken, there's no way you can go back to it, it's all tarnished and destroyed, and and there's no way, no one understands it, so don't even bother, to actually having someone guide you through it. And that isn't after not searching for it either, it's after searching for it for so long, and to find someone who is not only for people but is actually willing to share from so many different perspectives and so many different lifetimes. And it's unfathomable how lucky and how small of a chance that this would have happened, and I'm so happy that it has, because I could still be on Instagram getting my knowledge from these little infographics today, and then be a part of it completely oblivious to what is going on, or what the architects know. And it's it really is a blessing to see behind that lens something where you're looking at it at a view where you're like, I'll never understand this, so I might as well just give up, to actually having hope and actually having something to learn for the rest of my life, which I'm so happy to be a student under the beautiful House of ATTON and SABA Tehuti. It really is, it's amazing, it's beautiful.
Mic check. Tua. That sound good?
Yes, you're sounding good.
All right. Thank you. All right. Tua. Welcome, Aktef, Rim, Kim, MAAT. Peace, good brother.
Hotep, can y'all hear me? How's my sound?
Yeah, you sound like you're in a like a trucker headset, like a 10-4. Yeah, I just I came back and I see some congratulations. What I miss? Did I miss something? What I miss?
I think that's for Antu. Antu's announcement.
What was the announcement?
It might have been what I was talking about of pregnancy. I was just saying for the future, any future pregnancies that may come.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, I was explaining that I'm very thankful because I'm going to be able to have this knowledge while having a baby growing within me. So yeah, that's what I was explaining.
Okay, excellent. Yes.
Go on, Minty.
Hotep, how's my sound now, brother?
Keep speaking. We'll see. It sounded, but it sounded like it corrected itself a little bit.
A little bit. What about now? Let me get a little closer to the mic.
No, it's not that a Tef Rim Kim sound. It's a little different.
My boys, hold on. Give me a minute. Give me a second.
All right. Absolutely. So yes, this Henu to the great Saba Tehuti for doing what he does, and because for him to do this, there's a sacrifice for him to do this. So I mean, he doesn't have to be up here and doing this. So Henu to the great Saba Tehuti for teaching us, and for teaching us how to teach, for teaching us how to research, how to ask the right questions, because this matrix is real. And so to be able to be on the outside of it, like you said, VRI, on the other side of it, and look at it, it puts things in a greater perspective of what we're truly up against daily in our walks. So, you know, with what he's able to produce and bring forth is absolutely magical and Nefer, that he's able to do what he does at that level. So yeah, this class was absolutely beautiful with the REKHTET, showing the putting a lake in a temple. That's, I mean, who does that, right? Like who does that? So that's powerful. The Immaculate Conception, the teachings on that, and how the whole story was told, because in that section of the Purim Haru, you know, it is like he showed, I was conceived in DJED, and how it's speaking about being conceived in that conception in DJED, and he showed the DJED and the rising of the DJED and the temple of Seti, and how we took these words and these teachings, and that became the name of a specific piece of land, is extremely deep. So now the entire land encompasses what that Metanetter teaching is. So he answered part of what the Jetu is as well, because these words aren't translated when you read the Purim Harus. It's just the Metanetter word, because I mean, what are you going to translate it to, you know, unless you do something specific where you write the word, but then, you know, put a footnote and give an explanation of what this word is. But yes, that was phenomenal. Immaculate, you know, spotless, clean, free from mental or moral pollution. And so that's another deep thing that he taught on how they only apply the immaculate to the Virgin Mary, as if any other woman who cleanses themselves and allows themselves to be pure isn't in an immaculate state in bringing forth a child. It's very empowering for a woman to understand that you are giving the immaculate conception when you are in an immaculate state. It's not just, you know, the MERI, which of course is Aset, and showing the word for conceived, the AU, and there's the glyphs in it, the bone, the lamb. It's very deep, it's very powerful. And then of course the Rek with being knowledge, and I love how he closed that out with that. And like he said, he starts with the ending first, and it's very interesting because I do that a lot too with my presentations. Before I put like chapters, and there's like chapters of where I'm gonna go or where I want to go, because I also give myself a limit when I want to stop. So sometimes I have to pick and choose. So that was a beautiful thing to hear how Saba does that as well. And it's just a beautiful thing. So putting together these classes and the level that you see Saba Tehuti doing it at is it's one thing to have the teachings, and then it's a whole nother master thing to be doing to put it together in that way. And anyone who wants to sit at any computer and try to put together something, you'll learn real quick that it's not that simple. So Henu to the great Saba Tehuti. Welcome back. Hope you had a great break. Tua for that REKHTI teaching, and the DJED teaching as well. Henu to you, great Saba Tehuti.
Hey, Henu, thank you. Tua to you and everyone that appreciated that. That's I don't even know what to call it. That presentation of an answer. Thank you to all those who supported, and okay. Also, wait a minute. Let me refresh the page. Okay, everybody, we're going to get into the next question here. Let me go ahead and put the next question in the room for everyone to see what his next question is. And I want everybody to tell me if you have ever seen this question before in your entire life. If you've ever seen this question asked before. So let me go ahead and put the question in the room. And tell me if you've seen this question before. So here we go, everybody. Here's the next question sent into the Tehuti PODCLASS. Oh, did it bump off? Let me get it back. Let me get it back. It must have restarted. Okay, setup, fab. Okay, here we go. Hey, there we go. And we're gonna go. What is this? Wait, what? The computer world. What is all this? No. Oh, wait a minute. The computer world's going crazy. Hold on. Rat to so back. What is this? October 1st. Oh, what? One second, everybody. Let me see what just happened here. February 24th. That is today. Okay, we are okay. So I can go like this and set up info fab. All right, here we go. We're getting it back. We're getting it back. It did a reset on me again. Let me adjust something here. Let me get it back again. Hold on, let me see. REKHTET. Starting from 6. And question. How come manage the jab? One moment, let me fix something in the rule. Oh, I see. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Let me fix this right here, everyone. One moment. 1. That's supposed to go here. Paste. 1, 2. Okay, let me do that. Okay, everybody. All right, I'm gonna let me go ahead and do the question here. Erase this. A little bit of technical difficulty. Don't worry. Oh no. Hold on. Let me do this again. Hold on. Paste. Okay, I just want to delete this. Okay, delete. Okay, here we go, everybody. Here's the next question in from the Tehuti PODCLASS. Get ready, everybody. Check this question out. We're gonna give this man some noise. Actually, he gave up a donation, and he gave 2 other ones that aren't in this or that are not in the question part. So here, is this it? No, that's a thumbnail. Okay, let me fix that. Here it is. Dreaming. All type of glitches. Here we go. I'm gonna fix it now. Here we go. Okay, boom. So this must be it. Okay, got it. I have it, everybody. Let me close this out. And here's the next question here for the Tehuti PODCLASS, asked by the good brother Octavia Sly. Give him some noise. He actually donated more than this, but this is the one that had the question on it. So I'm gonna go ahead and put this on. And look at this question, everybody. Give him some noise. It was $16. $16.61. That was one part of the donation. But give him some noise right here. Give him some noise. And I want go ahead, Scribe, read that question. Tell me if you heard that question before.
What does it mean when you dream in cartoon? I don't think I've heard it asked like that. No, I don't think I've heard anyone ask about a cartoon dream.
Dream and cartoon. How about you, Anu and Antu? You ever heard that question before?
I've never heard that question.
No.
Okay. Who was there? Menkura, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
You ever heard that question before?
I've never heard anyone ask this question before.
Okay, so let me ask the room. Let me ask who else there? VRI, have you heard that question before?
Well, funnily enough, today I mentioned to someone that I had a dream I was in a video game, but not just the video game. I was in the video game loading menu for some reason, and then my friend said, "Oh yeah, I have dreams about being inside a video game all the time." And it's like we just brushed it off, but that was mentioned today, so I'm very excited for the answer.
Oh, very good, very good. So yes, and a video game is a cartoon. It's a video game and a cartoon is the same thing now. How about you? Atef is here. Atef, how you doing, good brother? Atef has arrived on the scene.
Hotep, great Saba, peace and love. How's my sound?
It sounds. I can understand you. Sounds okay.
Okay, Hotep, peace and love, great Saba. I've never heard this question before. I'm definitely looking forward to this breakdown.
Okay, wonderful. Has anybody here in the room ever dreamt in it could be a cartoon, a video game, but something in the dream doesn't look as real as this world. It looks like like animated or CGI or cartoonish video game, all those different words. Has anybody in the room ever had any kind of anything like that before? And Eric G said I dreamt in a cartoon once. Okay.
I've had upeshas where sometimes people look like they're CGI, like their face can change and stuff like that.
Okay. All right, let's get to it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS. Press 9 if you can hear me. Let me check the donations again. This week is everybody family. Okay, good. I'm seeing a couple. Family, send your support for each class. If you're watching each class, then send your support for watching. Send your support for what it is that you're viewing. I'm trying to change the shift of consciousness from the vampire culture to an ebb and flow culture. When you give, you receive. If you eat a lot of sugar, you're going to get diabetes. That's what that's what will give you. That if you eat healthy, you should be healthy. If you go to the gym and work out, you should get a good physique. If you eat a lot of donuts, you get fat. Everything in nature is based on an ebb and flow. If you participate in something, you get the results, and you're supposed to give back because you actually paid for those donuts you're eating. So this class here, when I give this answer here, support, send your tips. You can send in questions. You can just send in tips and support. Cash App AMUN, PayPal at RockSV. Everyone should actually know this. I know there's some new people in the room. I know I shouldn't be saying this, but I'm saying it for the new people. The old people that aren't doing it, I don't know what to say for them, but for the new people that are brand new watching this, support, send in your question, send in a support. If I answered a question that you had that you didn't get a chance to ask, I'm sure in that last one I was answering, this one here for sure, I'll be answering questions that you haven't even had a chance to send in a donation for, and you know that you're getting the answer. And I was that last class was 1 hour and 40 minutes. 1 hour and 40 minutes. So send in your support for the time, because I know your waiter doesn't work for you for 1 hour and 40 minutes. It works for you for about 3 minutes at the max. Walking over to your table, and you definitely tip him. So help support everybody. Let's show this. So this question was, do we dream in cartoons? And you can see from the thumbnail, I know some people that are actually watching the PODCLASS right now. As you're watching the PODCLASS, you can't see the thumbnail. So here's the thumbnail. Let me remove this from the screen. So dreams serve the purpose of and that is actually what we're going to that is actually what I'm going to discuss and break down spiritually, scientifically. And once you see let me move this. Dreams serve the purpose of, do we dream in cartoons? And once you actually see the purpose and understand why your body's even doing that in the first place, and the wave that is doing it on, once you see that, you'll understand the answer to the question. Plus, I'm going to, of course, answer the question. So let's get into it, everybody. Team, jump into the room. I'm going to go ahead and answer this question here, the Tehuti PODCLASS. Shout out to Atef, peace, Aten, love, Menkura, love and peace, VRI, love and peace, Atef, love and peace, Menkura and Anu, Anti, love and peace. And let me go ahead and get into the next question of the Tehuti PODCLASS. If you can hear me and see me, press A9. If you can hear me and see me, press A9. Let me try to do something with the screen. I seem to be disappearing. Let's see why that is. Let me try to fix something here. That's better. That's better. That was a good first try. Okay, good. Everybody can see me and hear me. Press A9. Press A9 if you can see me and hear me. Welcome, everyone, to the House of Aten, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Neteru. houseofaten.org. The last place on the planet where you can send in questions and actually get an ebook documentary made for you for the answer if the donation is suitable to match that. And most people that see the way that questions are answered here, they understand and they send in considerable support for what it takes to do this. All right, everybody, let me see if the nines are in the room. I had some lag, so I got to see now if the nines are. There are the nines. I see Anu with the 9. I see Lisa with the 9. Bella with the 9. Minty with the 9. Robert with the 9. Harassed with the 9. Nefer Keperet with the 9. Boots with the 9. Big Face with the 9. Shout out to everybody here. And shout out to everybody. Shout out to all the sisters. I thought after that class I just did on the female energy, I thought there'd be these 4 sisters on the panel. I'm not sure what is the issue, but sisters, come forth to the front of the panel. Say peace. Tell us what you thought of the answer. I'm not sure what's going on, but you can come to the panel. Show yourself. Let yourself be seen, especially on a class. I just did a cold hour and 40-minute class on female energy and the entandric double imbuism of female energy. So jump on the panel, ladies. There's 64 people to 84 people watching, and we have to break that female shyness that women have. We have to break that. Come to the forefront. You don't have to be hidden in the background. Come to the forefront and speak. Let the people know how that affected you as a female. Jump on the screen. Typing in the room is one thing, but jump on the screen. Let us see the energy, the smile. Let us see the appreciation. Let us see what your testimony is. All those beautiful things. Introduce yourself to the family. Come to the forefront. Peace and love, everybody. We're about to get into the question here. This is Nag Shampa. Say peace to the family, Nag Shampa. We're about to get into the next question there. And do we dream? Why do we dream in cartoons? What does it mean to dream in cartoons? What is the purpose of dreams in the first place? What is the reason of dreams? Why do you have it? Do they help? Do dreams help you? Are dreams needed? Oh, shout out to Gabriel Lopez for the first time seeing Gabriel Lopez in the room. Shout out to Gabriel Lopez. Where is Primordial Thought? Shout out to Primordial Thought wherever you are. There is Ascari. Shout out to Ascari. Shout out to Ascari. Yes. Next, when I drop this one, Nefer Keperet, jump on. Minty, jump on. Gabriel Lopez, jump on. Lisa, jump on. Ladies, jump on. Be the strong lioness. Jump on. Shout out to Gabriel Lopez. First time I've ever seen her in the chat. Peace and love. She has exploded out of nowhere into one of the most consistent donators out of nowhere, out of the blue, as I taught about a couple classes ago. Shout out to you, Gabriel Lopez. Shout out to Minty. Shout out to Mike 400. I don't know if last pod class you heard what I'd said. I know you said okay, but shout out to you. And if you want a more elaborate answer on whether we're Israelites, then you can just send me an email. You can take the other donation for the Aboriginal. You can say put that with that, or you can send a little bit more donation. I want to give a nice quality, a good quality answer. So shout out to you for the support. But instead of sending 5 for 2 different questions, which you're going to get a short answer, go ahead. You could put the 10 or 15 or more and get a better quality, a more in-depth answer. But shout out to Mike 400. Shout out to you 400. Shout out to here's a new person I've never seen before. What is this name here? Lavina, Poet Empress Davis. I like that. It's a duality in the name. Lavina, Poet Empress, and it says AI. Shout out to Lavina. Never seen you before, but peace and love to you, and I'm glad you're enjoying the Tehuti podcast. And stick around. Send your support. Send an email. Send a message. Be a part of it. Ask questions, and you will have a wonderful journey here. Shout out to you. All right, everybody, you ready? Let's get into it. Primordial had to help a friend out, but I'm representing. Nice. All right, Gabriel, you're representing the both of us. That means you have to come to the panel because every pod class, Primordial Thought, he's the first on the panel. So if you are representing, you represent, come represent. That's what it means, to represent. Come represent on the panel. Love to see you, young lady. Awesome. Let's get into it, everybody. Are you ready? And that is a beautiful thing. Never forget, Brad said that is beautiful. That is awesome. I'm so glad, Gabriel, that you are there representing for the both of us. That is what a strong young lady should do. Okay, Mike 400 is responding. That's good, Mike. Mike 400, because the last one I didn't actually get to. It's so busy, I didn't see the response, so I didn't know how to move forward. And as questions build up, I have questions backed up. So I'd like to get to that one, and just that's going to be one that's going to draw. The Israelites are going to come. We are Israelites. All right, so I can send 10 more. Shout out to you. Beautiful. Thank you, Mike friend. Let's get into it, everybody. Everybody can hear me. You pressed the 9 already. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. Here we go. With the next question of the Tehuti podcast, let me go ahead and take all these things off of the screen so they don't stunt the speed and movement of my screen. I'm taking that off, taking these off here, going back here, going here, and going here. Oh, okay. We are ready, everybody. Welcome, everybody, to the Tehuti podcast. We're going to get into the next question sent in by OCTAVIUS SLIGHS, who actually had sent in more donations than that. So I'm actually going to show all the donations that he sent. It was around 3 of them. And so he's going to get a nice elaborate breakdown. Shout out to you, OCTAVIUS SLIGHS. If you're Angela Gates, I didn't even mention you. Angela Gates, peace and love to you. Come on to the panel. You have a big lovely smile. Come onto the panel and brighten up the room with those white teeth. All right, here we go, everybody. Boom. Here we go. Share. Let me go ahead and take this off the screen. All these little things are stunting the speed. Boom. That's off. Okay, here we go, everybody. You ready? Welcome, everybody, to the Tehuti podcast. Oh, before we begin, of course, that was an hour and 40 minutes. Let me go ahead and put the timer on for the next one. Hey, shout out to you, TT AMUN. I see your message. Peace and love. Okay, here we go. All right, everybody, let's go. Here we are. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class, the question and answer class of the House of ATTON. Due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they come from, if immortality exists, what is the original religion, original languages, spirituality, who are the Netzeru, health, purity, mental detoxification, out-of-body experiences, ancient sources, government, psyops, telepathy, quantum entangled consciousness. Unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism disguised in the form of black consciousness, the atheist quote-unquote comedic teachers you have been made to feel comfortable have made you feel uncomfortable to ask any of these questions, and you're laughed off of the stage for the above inquiries. Thus, the only platform class that exists on the planet where you can send these questions with reciprocity and get an ebook personalized documentary type answer customized and taught live for you right there on the spot is here at the Tehuti PODCLASS. What is the question for this section that Tehuti will answer? Well, in the PODCLASS, not only did OCTAVIUS SLIGHS send one donation, he sent 3 with a question, 1 tip, and tips for previous questions on the other. So here's all he sent. $16.61, $6.66, $9.95. And the question for all the new people that just stepped in the room to see is, what does it mean when you dream in cartoon? Whoa. What does it mean? What does it mean? Let's see. Can you Wikipedia that? Well, first, if I ask the class, what is the difference between a dream and your awakened reality? Let me come in the room and just ask. You can type a sentence, a short form answer. What is the difference, the obvious difference between a dream and your regular awakened reality? What is the difference there? What is the difference? I'll give you some time. Angela's laughing, I guess, about the white teeth. What is the difference between your sleep state reality and the awakened state? What would you say is the difference? Give some time. And my computer's on lag, so here now they're starting to, they just like roll in fast. Conscious and unconscious, Boots said. Okay, conscious and unconscious. Okay. I can't really tell anymore. Okay. I can't really tell anymore. Oh, where'd it go? There it is. I can't really tell anymore. Let me see what Lavina, Poet Empress Davis says. Hotep, that was sent by mistake. You are an excellent over-the-top teacher. Love your energy. Uncle Jaseneb. Uncle Jaseneb, she's saying in doubles. Thank you. Lavina is the, and that was interesting. The class I just taught was on the duality of the female energy and resurrection. And here comes someone with two names and they're saying things in doubles. Beautiful, wonderful, Lavina. Stick around. Okay, clarity of memory, but what's the obvious difference? It doesn't, this is not a deep question. It's the obvious difference. What's the difference between what's happening to you right now in this awakened state and a dream? If somebody were just to ask you, what's the difference between a dream and when you're awake? The obvious answer. What's the obvious answer, family? It's nothing too deep. It's just, it's literally the 5-year-old, 6-year-old obvious answer. What is the difference? What is the difference? It's the most obvious difference. And my screen is and Nicholas says had 2 out of bodies after the lessons and reading more about it. If people seek that, you're at the right place. There's a testimony live on the screen from Nicholas Nowadik as a testimony from coming to the Tehuti PODCLASS. There's a testimony right there. and it is a testimony from someone who comes and learns under the house of ATTON. He had 2 out of bodies after the lesson. I wonder which lesson that was. Which lesson was that? My last class or the Medu Magic classes you received? I wonder which lesson was that. But whatever the lesson, imagine having 2 out of bodies after a lesson. I had 2 out of bodies after the lessons, or lessons plural, and reading more about it. If people seek that, you are at the right place. Shout out to Nicholas Noatic. Appreciate you. That type of experience is only taking at the Tehuti PODCLASS under the house of ATTON. All right, everybody, let's get into it. Let's get into it. Let me reset this, and let's get into it. Boom. Wonderful, wonderful. So, here we go. We're getting some answers coming in. Here we go. Here we go. Physical body rests while the energy body is awake. Okay. VRIs with Mincy Hotep with this one. You're asleep when you dream. Okay. All right, everybody. I'm gonna go on. So the obvious answer that people would give, if you ask your family members, anybody, what is the difference between the dream world and this world? What's the obvious answer? What is the difference between the dream world and this that we're experiencing? So I'm going to go ahead and go forth with what the most common answer is. The most obvious one is the dream world is a world that takes place in your head. This world is a world that is the reality that you and others are experiencing together. So therefore, the dream world, if Harass has a dream about big vapes, for the regular obvious person, if Harass had a dream about Minty, in the regular world, which I'm sure people here have had dreams about others in the PODCLASS, you're not going to normally come to the PODCLASS and say, hey, remember me in the dream last night? What did I do? And that person says, yeah, me and you were at the grocery store shopping yesterday in the dream. But if you see somebody in the waking world at the grocery store, you can mention the next day, hey, remember me and you were at the grocery store yesterday? And the person will say, yeah, that's right, me and you were at the grocery store. But if you're in a dream and you dream about your brother, in 99.99999% of the chance, your brother is not going to say, hey, yeah, remember me and you were at the golf club yesterday in the dream? That's not going to happen 99.99% of the time. So that is actually the difference that you and most people will acknowledge, everybody in the room will acknowledge, is that the dream world, this world is the real world, the dream world is in your head, which means that, and if anybody tries to give some type of deep, no, you actually do believe that. If not, just keep dreaming that you're working and go pay your rent. You know, just say to your boss, say to the landlord, hey, but yesterday, remember I gave you the rent yesterday in the dream? Remember yesterday I gave you the rent? He's gonna be like, let me call the ambulance for you. So just go to sleep every night and just dream that you're working, and then go to the grocery store. And when you go to the grocery store, go to the cashier and say, here's the money from my dream. Remember, I made money. Remember, I was here and I got the receipt. I want to return this item. And go to your boss and say, your boss says, you weren't at work today. No, last night I dreamt I was at work. I was here, wasn't it? So the difference between the two worlds is supposed to be that one is only taking place in your head. But if anybody can do the dream and pay rent, please come to the Tehuti PODCLASS and give a testimony that you went and you worked in your dream and you paid your landlord rent, and when you woke up, he said, rent paid, pay the electric bill in the dream, and call the electric company and say, bill paid, the bill is paid. Remember, it was in the dream. It's the same world. No, that happened in your head. The other one, when you pay the electric company, it's actually paid and your lights are on. In the dream world, you pay the electric company and eventually your lights go off. If you don't know why that is, because one was paid in your head If not, pay the bill in your dream and come show me that the electric company keeps your bill on, and just never pay again. So anyways, that is the difference. One takes place in the head, one takes place in the reality that you're actually living in. And that is actually the major difference. And that is why you pay your rent in this world and not in your dream world. And if you do dream about paying rent, you still go and pay your rent and say, I'm not going for that. I dreamt I paid it, but nah, let me go ahead and pay this car insurance here, because they're not going to remember the dream I had last night about paying Geico. So here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS. And that is the difference, is that one is known to take place in your head, and one is taking place in a world that you're actually living in that is continuous, where others have continuous experiences with you. All right, that is the difference. So here it is right here. One takes place in your head. Now, yes, most will say the dream only takes place in your head, and your awakened reality is shared by others. That is true. But what if I were to tell you that it was only partially true and actually reversed and applies to both actually? We'll get into that later. But first, let me tell you what I have made plain before about your reality. So part of that is true. Absolutely. You cannot pay rent in your dream, and you cannot keep paying your mortgage payments in your dream. Because you marry somebody and propose to somebody in your dream, when you see them in this world, they're not going to treat you like a husband. But there is a cross reference where they start to overlap. And that is because the so-called reality also takes place in your head. But others can share that with you more frequently because they reside on the frequency level that you're on, more than the frequency level of the one I'm going to explain at the end of this class. So here we go. What you actually see in your reality, that takes place partially or mostly in your brain as well. So as I've broken down, your brain is actually a holographic computer. The eyes serve as laser beams. Electromagnetic energy serves as holographic laser light. UV rays serve as sensory beams. Optic nerves serve as sensory receptors. The visual light spectrum serves as available colors to create the hologram on the canvas in the visual cortex, and you actually see from the back of your head, which is actually right here. So here's where you actually see. Here's where you receive the electromagnetic energy as a laser beam, and here's the optic nerves. But here's where you actually see your world that takes place, at least in the visual, takes place right here in your actual head. Others are seeing at the same similar frequency, so therefore they can cross worlds with you, and in most cases, 99.9% of the case, share the same world with you. That is about 99% of the times, but there is that 1%. But that reality takes place in your actual head as a hologram. Scientists at the University of Wisconsin, Madison, shout out to Menkura, shout out to Anu and Antu and Bella, because right in your town at the University of Wisconsin, Madison, they have found that dreams work within what's called the low frequency activity in a region at the back of the brain called the posterior cortical hot zone, the region that includes visual areas as well as areas involved in integrating the senses. The results were held regardless of whether the dream was remembered or not. This is very important. So let me read that again. This part of the class is very important. So at the University of Wisconsin, scientists at the University of Wisconsin, Madison have found that dreams work within the low frequency activity in the region at the back of the brain called the posterior cortical hot zone, also called the hot zone. That's their nickname word for it. The region that includes visual areas as well as areas involved in integrating the senses. The result was held regardless whether the dream was remembered or not, and whether it occurred during REM or non-REM sleep. That's also another new discovery. It doesn't just take place in REM, and the result is the same whether you remember what took place or not. Thus the imagery is created and held in that area whether you are conscious of it or not. And what area is that? Here it is. Here's what happens during REM sleep. And there is the primary visual cortex, the visual association cortex, all of this right here. There's the partial cortex, and there's where it's taking place right here in the back of the head. And then some discernment actually takes place in the frontal lobe. We'll get to that later. But it seems like the back of your head is where your realities take place, whether in the dream realm or in the awakened state. They seem to crisscross. That's why some people say, sometimes I don't know the difference. There is a difference, but the realities of both take place and are shared in the back part of the head. That's why at the University of Wisconsin, when they studied the low frequency activity, it's in the back of the brain, the posterior cortex hot zone. It includes the visual areas. What are the visual areas? Back to the holographic computer brain again. The visual areas are that which take place in the back of the brain when you see through the visual cortex in the back of the brain, shared with the posterior cortical hot zone area in the back of the brain. And they integrate senses, whether you know it or remember it or not. So there we are, right there. All right, boom. The area where your brain creates holographically your physical reality when a person is in or out of REM, also working in the prefrontal cortex, the area of it that stores the memory, while your body drops from beta wavelength to alpha wavelength and delta, postponing your critical thinking for safety precautions within the dream while you are asleep. Sleep paralysis sets in. So what happens is, as you drop from the beta wavelength, which is your awakened state, alpha wavelength to delta, then what happens is your critical thinking is postponed for safety precautions. So critical thinking, what takes place in this state is critical thinking is postponed, and then your body is paralyzed. Why is that? Because if you were to think, if your body was to think that what took place in the dream realm was actually happening, your body would react all of the time to what's taking place in the mind. So thus, if you think you're running down in your apartment to a window and you jump out of a window, your body would get up and do that. So what happens is your body must become paralyzed, or you may start acting out. It's a protective precaution that we've evolved to do. So the body doesn't start acting out. You have a dream that you're grabbing your wife and strangling her like a madman. Then all of a sudden, you in the middle of the night, you're grabbing your wife and strangling her. You think you won $1 million. Then you wake up and run down the street celebrating, and you're like, wait, this didn't actually happen. So then critical thinking is postponed. Critical thinking is postponed as another precaution to keep you in the dream, because the dream state is necessary. Critical thinking immediately wakes you up from the dream state, which is a key to triggering yourself into lucid dreaming. So critical thinking is postponed because things don't quite make sense as you're in the dream watching it. Your questioning and critical thinking would actually wake you up. Critical, you know what critical means? You use the term critical and you use it for like criticizing or critical thinking. I'm analyzing this really thoroughly. But what if you say somebody's in critical condition? What's that? Are you thinking anymore? What's critical condition? Now the word changes. Now the concept of what you're using, you say, I'm a critical thinker. Yo, I got to get to the hospital, man. My wife is in critical condition. What's critical condition? That doesn't mean anything good. Doesn't it mean she's about to die? She could die. So when you say you're in critical thinking, does that mean you're in a dying state of thought? What is this same word being applied to? I'm in critical thinking. I'm really analyzing this to my son is in critical thinking because he just got hit by he's in critical state. The hospital just called. He's in critical state because he just got hit by a truck. Now you're about to die because they're actually the same. Critical is when you're about to die. Before you get into a critical state, you're in the beta wavelength of a protective state, and your reptilian brain is in a fight or flight sense. So it's in a state of defense. That means it's questioning things to defend. What is the reality? Is this solid ground? Is this tree that I'm about to climb on? Is the stem or the branch solid enough? This is critical thinking, because if you don't think like that, you could actually die. Now, when you're in that defensive state in a dream, the first thing the body does is retract. And your pure energetic projectable double that's actually having an out of body may retract, reintegrate back into the body, thus putting yourself in the safest state, which is what? You notice when you wake up in a scary dream, you're like, you start grabbing things. I don't know if anybody has ever experienced that, but you wake up in like a scary dream, and you wake up, and you're grabbing the bed, you're grabbing the, why are you doing that? Because your body is seeking security. When you have an out-of-body experience, or you're in a dream state, and mainly with an out-of-body experience, your ka expands into a ba, a projectable double, and then you lose your senses. You don't have any more nerves. So because of that, it doesn't feel like you're touching anything, because you're not within the realm of the electron fermion. There's no bumping into things anymore. So when you don't feel like you're touching anything, you feel like you're falling. That translates in a dream as you think that you're flying, because you're not touching anything. That feeling you get when you're about to look down and you're afraid of heights is the anticipation of not touching anything, which is the scariest thing that your mind can imagine, which is why when you see somebody falling from a building, it looks like they're grabbing, right? They're like, they know you can't grab the air, but your instincts is like you're grabbing at something, because the feeling of not touching something means that you may die. It means that you're in a state of instability. So when you wake up and you zip back from the REM, the delta wavelength, and even theta wavelength, low frequency wavelength, then all of a sudden you start grabbing things because you want to get solid on your bed. You want to feel secure again. Well, if you had that feeling in a dream, what would happen? You would wake up, because you want to now go back and grab your bed, which is your security. I know the pillow's here. That's why you say, let me pinch myself. Is this real? Let me pinch. I'm gonna pinch myself. Is this real? Because that's how you put yourself in a state of panic. That's how you see if it's real. You instinctively want to put yourself in a state of pain, because pain puts your reptilian brain in a state of defense, which is the realest state that you can be in, of protection. That's why when you get into a state when a fight, subconsciously, you don't even know why you say this. When a fight's about to break out, or when drama breaks out, you're like, yo, things just got real. Things just got real in here, man. Why do you only say that when those situations happen? You say that in like these dangerous situations where some, it's about to get real. Things are getting real. Yo, I'm real, man. I'm from the streets. I'm real. And it's always in a state where some type of violence. I'm a real N-word. I'm real. Yo, things are getting real in here, man. Yo, I don't know. Like when your son blows out a birthday candle, you never say, yo, it's getting real. When your son's like, I wish I had a Transformer toy. You don't go, yo, it's getting real, man. Son just blew out a birthday candle. It's getting real up in here. No, it's when a fight's about to break out, or an argument, or somebody's about to expose somebody, or things are about to get real, because that's when you're... I'm showing you how the matrix works. I'm showing you why things are happening from the other side. So that's what's happening. So it puts you in a panic state. That's when things get real. You're in a panic state because you're in a defensive state. So you'd wake up. So the sleep paralysis is a mechanism to protect you, to keep you in the necessary dream state, because you're not supposed to wake up. If you wake up, it's actually unhealthy. You have to sleep. Have you ever wondered, why do you have to sleep? Why not just rest? Your body can just rest. Why do you actually have to go into a sleep state? And if you don't, you'll eventually die. Welcome to Tehuti PODCLASS, everybody. Here we go. Let's continue. Are you ready? I'm ready. Are you ready? I'm ready. Let's break the matrix. Boom. So thus you're in a protective state, stated precautions, realities are separated, thus your dream is a result of culminations gathered there, recreating reality from fragmented memories, sequentially placing a new reality. Is sequentially merged in a story form that your mind does not fully rebel against, because your physical reality is a hologram anyways. So it doesn't fully rebel against this, and it puts yourself in a protective state where you can kind of accept that your dog is wearing slippers. You had a dream last night, man, my dog was wearing slippers. What does that mean? And you're looking for a meaning of it, but in the dream, you're not saying, yo, my dog is wearing slippers. Like if you saw your dog wearing slippers and asking for the newspaper in so-called real life, you start screaming. You're like, what is going on here? But in the dream state, you're just like, it's another day in the neighborhood. It's another dream. Yep, dogs wear slippers here. So here we go. Thus, an upesh, which is the original word for a dream, serves as an AVRS. So an AVRS is virtual reality simulator. A virtual reality simulator is where reality is created by mental awareness. That's where reality is created by mental awareness in this virtual reality simulator, because one can shift from a dream awareness state to an out-of-body, it's a typo, not another body, an out-of-body awareness without knowing. You can actually shift from a dream state to an out-of-body state without knowing. Most people interpret their out-of-bodies actually as dreams, because most people weren't even taught that there's such a thing as an out-of-body. So as a child, you're just taught dream, 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 dream. So in a lot of cases, you end up explaining your out-of-body experience because your mind did a mental shift. Very easy to do from a dream state to an out-of-body, and you start explaining your out-of-body as an actual dream. Well, in this echoed bioenergetic dual reality created by mental awareness, your form can change based on self-esteem, confidence, or how you want to look, which is why most of the out-of-body experiences and dreams, people actually appear to look younger. As a matter of fact, it's difficult to hold one solid form because you now exist in a realm, in a virtual reality realm simulator to a quantum superpositioning, as described here in the Quantum Atlas. Now, what I'm going to say is that what you can try this in your dream. If you are ever lucid in a dream or having an out-of-body, try to look in a mirror, see if the mirror works. If the mirror works, try to remember what you look like. In most cases, you're going to look younger. You're going to look better. I actually saw somebody do this on their, I may even show it here. I saw somebody do this on their Facebook page. They made a virtual reality of themselves and they didn't look like how they look here. So when you actually have the ability to recreate what you feel you look like from your esteem level, from your mental awareness, it actually creates you looking better. So in the dream, you could have a six-pack. In the dream, you look in the mirror, a man may have wider shoulders. You may have a better looking body. You may have something better. The wrinkles are gone. The old age look is gone. The little thing you had here, the little mole on your ear wart thing is gone. Whatever you had, your gray hair is now black. Look in the mirror and try that out. If you can lucid dream. I do lucid dream classes when I have time. All right, well, actually, you know what, everybody, order the MetaNetter classes. I'm going to tell you what these classes really are. So right now, the MetaNetter classes are on pause. I want to let everybody watching know that these are not MetaNetter classes like A is this and B is this. That is in it as well. But that's not what the classes actually are. These should rightfully be called MetaNetter Magic Mondays. The classes in the original early classes were explaining the MetaNetter in the first couple of classes. Then we went into the actual Purim Haru and then it blasts off into actual magic practices, lucid dreaming practices, out-of-body practices, contacting the ancestors practices. Contact this email address and you can order these actual magic practices that will work. The brother in the room right now, Nicholas Noatic, just gave a testimony saying after the lessons, he had 2 out-of-body experiences. Then you'll be able to experiment in this dream world. You'll be able to experiment outside of the dream world. Then you can start seeing people, and they'll remember seeing you in the awakened world. Because you can enter someone else's dream. You can enter someone else's out-of-body experience. You can have an out-of-body experience, and your lady or man or son is having one at the same time, and you both are there in the room walking around having the experience. Me and my brother had one long time ago. And when we woke up, we said, "Do you remember this happened and that happened?" He's like, yeah, this happened, and the pillowcases were chasing us and this and that. And we're like, yeah, that happened. I remember this. And so we were able to have what was considered a dream and share the experience, testimony in the awakened world. That can be done. So if you're ever in your dream, you can look in the mirror and come back to the pod class and tell me, oh, come here, Nakshapa. Tell me how you looked. Let me get some water. Tell me how you looked in that state. And in most cases, you actually look younger or more in shape. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti PODCLASS. Let us continue. Let us continue. Lettuce and pickles. Here we go. All right. So it's actually a little difficult to hold a solid form because you're now the type of you now exist in a realm similar to what's called quantum superpositioning, as described here in the quantum atlas. So here's quantum superpositioning. This is in the quantum atlas. For example, an electron orbiting an atom doesn't sit at a definite point in a space like the Earth does as it orbits the sun. Rather, it gets smeared out into a cloud of possibilities called an orbital. That orbital cloud is really a three-dimensional quantum wave with peaks and valleys that fluctuate in time and represent the chance of finding an electron at a particular spot. The shape of the wave changes depending on the electron's energy. It's possible to create superposition in which two quantum waves representing two electron energy levels get added together, which leads to a new pattern of peaks and valleys, thus changes where the electron is most likely to be found and can affect the physical properties of the atom. Here's an electron and an atom as it gets smeared out into a cloud of possibilities known as an orbital. And by Dr. Robert Lanza of the Pennsylvania University, medical doctor, chief scientific officer, and head of the Astellas Global Regenerative Medicine, the first to generate stem cells using somatic cell nuclear transfer. Let's see what he has to say. And here he is, Dr. Lanza being interviewed by Barbara Walters. I remember Barbara Walters, 2007. The answer is that activities that are at a subconscious level are in a quantum superposition, meaning all possibilities simultaneously coexist. But the moment the result pops into conscious awareness, perceptible choice is made. This is the key because, as explained in the new book, The Grand Biocentric Design, there are always many possible chains of brain activities. But when consciousness hangs up on one of them, subjectively perceived as the awareness of a definite outcome, this can now be mathematically subscribed as a collapse of the wave function that is superpositioning. Because there is no direct strong force holding things together, the atom is made up of strong nuclear force, weak nuclear force, electromagnetism, and gravity. Because there's no strong force holding things together, most of the out-of-body dream realm is held firm in your mind's conscious awareness. That's what's holding things together. Let me show you the Medu word for holding firm. Now we go back over 3,000 years before the Matrix, and the word for holding firm is men. It means to remain by, something which is firm, abiding, habitual, stability, staying power, permanence, all dealing with being firm. I have firm there in the yellow. All firm. The Medu word was men. There is a very small, unique bird that masses together with other birds. It is called a swallow. In the Medu is called the oar bird. In our original mind state, we compare leaving out of the body to birds free from flight. That's why the symbol of the ba is a bird, and the bakba is a bird, and the heron, ibis, is a bird. All birds used to be free of the body, symbolic of the spirit or the cause ability to project itself into a ba and leave the body. So in chapter 25 of the Purim Haru, this is the chapter of the out-of-body transformation and the ability to shapeshift and take different forms in that out-of-body realm. Guess what the word is for the swallow, the little bird? Here it is on plate 25 in the beginning of the chapters of the making of transformation, Kepara. And I want to focus on this word for making. This is conscious making. This is not the physical making of the hand. This is the word arit. It's the making with the conscious eye. That's where you make things within that realm. So there's words for making that show hands. Then there's words for making that is the word arit. Arit or ara, which is the seeing eye. So you're making transformations with your consciousness, making transformations into a swallow, saith Annie. Now look at the word for swallow, everybody. Triumphant, I am a swallow. Look at the word there. For which the bird you transform into is the word men, mint. It's men with the T, the same word. It is mint. That's the word when you're doing your transformation. Swallow is mint. So boom, men are meant to hold form, to hold firm, the ability to leave the body with consciousness awareness, ability to shape shift, but still with the mental focus strong enough to still hold your form. And what do these swallows do when they group together? Let me show you. I've shown this video before, and I'm going to show it again for the older people to re-imbue the imagery, and for the newer people to see what these little swallows do. What do they do? What are they known for? The Medu word for one of the birds you transform, to describe what you transform into, is swallow. But the word for regularly for swallow is the or. But in this one, it's men, which means to hold firm. And I just explained or made plain that in that realm, because of superpositioning, anything can change. So to have a particular form, you have to stay focused to hold that form, or you may dissipate or shapeshift into something else because things are constantly changing in that realm. And it just so happens that the word for what you transform into when you're doing your transformation, one of the birds is, it says swallow, but it says the bird is actually to hold firm. Now let's look at what these birds are known for and what they actually do. Let me go ahead and show that to everybody to see what these birds are actually known for in the wild and what makes them unique. Why did the ancient people even use this bird as a bird for great massive amounts and something you transform into, which means to hold firm? Let me see if this will show. For some reason, it's not showing. One more. Oh, here we go. We are here. Okay, here we go. Here's the swallow. When you first see this, especially the new people, when you see this, you're going to be like, holy crap, is that thing a bird? The little bird is about maybe about 4 inches big. Now, take a look at this. Here we go. Can you all see that? Those are the swallows. What is that massive thing? What is happening here? What does it look like to the people that are observing nature, describing their spiritual abilities using this bird here? What are those birds doing? What are you seeing? What do the people along the Nile Valley and other parts of the world view this bird do that it doesn't seem like the seagulls are doing, the vultures aren't doing, the hawks aren't doing this? What are you looking at here? What would this look like to you? What does it look like to you? And they're gone. That's a little swallow. It's about this big. It's about that big. The bird's about that big. Maybe about 3 times the size of a hummingbird. It's about that big. But the people before the Matrix, when discussing the transformation or shape-shifting in the ancient book of immortality, the Param Haru, the chapter, one of these chapters is called Transforming into That Bird. And the word they use is not the regular word for that bird, which is or. The word they use is men, which means to hold form. But it's a chapter of the ability to shapeshift. Is this whole night a class on birds? Tehuti has too many animals around him. So here we go. Boom. They are birds that literally group together. They shapeshift while simultaneously in an oxymoron holding in a form shape while they're shapeshifting. So they do not hit each other. They can find any direction they want in form while simultaneously changing shape. An immortality paradox of the ability you have to do that in the dream and out of body and lucid realm. That bird is a bird, a little bird, but it forms into this massive shape that's constantly shifting. So it's changing shape while holding form at the same time. A paradox. In the Param Haru, a chapter of being in that realm and having the ability to transform into a bird that they see in the sky changing shape, but yet holding firm. And the meta word for the bird is min, which means to hold firm. We were the best. We were the best. This is why there's no debating, none of this stuff happening, because nobody is caring about this. The ancient people took, look what we've done with birds tonight. This whole class is the class on birds. Birds and lakes. You hold, the only thing in that realm holding you together is your actual thought focus. Mental awareness gives you the ability to change shape. But if you don't hold mental awareness, you can actually change shape without wanting to. As a matter of fact, in most of the dreams, your dream starts off with something you're not wanting to do. That means that when you wake up in the morning, you don't have a video of yourself or a piece of paper, and 99.9999% of the time that says, I'm going to dream about this. And you go to sleep, and that's what your dream is, 99.99% of the time. You tell people what your dream is after you wake up. Because you don't choose. But you can if you focus. And you can even choose the shape you are in the dream. In this virtual simulated reality that's taking place right in your mind. Where you can heal yourself and go into lucid states and find compartmentalized areas in your brain and fix them in that realm. You can shapeshift and change in there because that part is in your mind. In the out of body, you lose the electron fermion that's holding things together. This sound right here, that's electrons hitting each other. You lose that, and now you can go through things. With the mind focus, holding firm, like the swallow does. Changing major shapes. There's at least 100,000 of them there. How does the 78,000 bird know how to make a left turn? Bird number 1 at the very end makes a left turn because that turn is the only turn that can form that shape without hitting the other bird. How does bird number 52,799 know to make the exact same turn? They're all forming and moving in this beautiful sequence at the same time, and they're not bumping into each other. You can't even have a day go by where you don't stub your toe on the you're bumping into your own self. You're stubbing your toe. Ah! Oh, man. You're knocking your head on the side of the door. I stubbed my toe. Ouch! Ah! You're not even focused in this realm. You're stubbing your toe. I bumped my funny bone, hit the wall. Ah! There's over 100,000 birds moving simultaneously, and none of them are hitting each other. Are they talking to each other? They're forming that type of focus. You're bumping your own toe. The Christians told me I was superior. That man was superior. Hey, when was the last time your dog stubbed his toe? Anybody have pet dogs? Do you see your dog on a regular basis stub his toe? Your dog hit his knee on the wall. Your cat stubbed its toe on the side wall. Is that what your pets do? Huh? You can't even walk from one side of the house to the other for the whole day to go by. Oh, my toe! Ah! You're hitting your own self on walls. But your animals don't. But we're the superior ones. And you're a slithery snake. We're the superior ones. And we're stubbing toes. You can have a jackal. You can have a zebra run for super 30 miles an hour and zigzag and not hit anything. Running from a lion. Duck dive. Jump over. You see all the nature videos? See how fast they're going? And you can't even walk to the other side of your house without stubbing your toe. The mental focus of the animals were more superior than the humans. You can't even walk through a crowd. You step on my shoe. Yo, man, they're my new Nikes. You step on them. What? Yo, watch out, man. Get out the way. Yo, man, it's a fire drill. Everybody's bumping into each other. Let a fire go off in a movie theater. Everybody's bumping each other. Oh, get out my way. Move out the way. What you man? Oh, wait. Yeah, man. Hey, man. You stepping on my toe. Yo, my kids are there. Yo, person gets stomped out in fire drill. Person gets stomped out. Fire happens. Yankeeville Stadium. Somebody gets stomped out. And these 100,000 birds are going. Look at them. Look at those human creatures down there. Let's show them how to do it. Left, right, left, up, down, woo, 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 in the air while you're flying. We don't even see the birds down there. We're just going to all move. Let's show these humans what true focused mind is. So the humans, being humble to that, in the Nile Valley, are going to look at the animals of their superior. And they're going to use the animals as a way to communicate transformation in the out of body, not a person. How come the words there not a person? Shouldn't a person be holding firm in thought more than a little bird? No, the birds are way more superior. I learned that when I was 7. Tehuti's making it up. Maybe. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti PODCLASS. Here we go. Let's continue the guidance. Here we go. Whoop, 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 whoop. There we go, the bird. So we saw that. There's the word right there. So the word there, I am a swallow. I am min, firm. Oh, let me move over here a little bit. Play the video. So there it is. Boom. They are birds that literally group together, shape shift, hold firm. So they do not hit each other. They can find any direction they want in form. Well, simultaneously changing shape, an immortality paradox of the ability that you can do in a dream and out of body, to hold firm consciously while shape shifting. And that's why you see the word transformation. Transformation. I am a swallow. That little bird right there. I am the bird that holds firm. There's the firm right there. And there they are. Look at them. Look at my mouse. This has to be about 200,000 birds. Here's bird number 200,000. Here's bird number 38,000. Here's bird number 42,059. Here's bird number 29,000. And they're all moving. And that's not even including this 50,000 birds down here. And they're not bumping into this. Here we go. This is the ancient concept brought to the planet by the followers of Ma'at over 3,000 years before the Matrix, reconfirmed and used by modern day people who study the dream world and out of body. Let me read an excerpt from one of the top out of body dream specialists, whose name is Robert Bruce. This man here is considered one of the top. What does he say here? A projector's real-time body parts will only become visible if the projector deliberately looks for them. The hands are the easiest body parts to observe. They vary in appearance from fairly normal to quite distorted, elongated, spectral, and ghostly. This variability in appearance is probably related to energetic flow and the corresponding strength of the projection. In all cases, though, real-time hands will begin melting away almost the moment they're observed, like white ice sculptures under a powerful blowtorch. This gives a long way towards explaining how out-of-body shape-shifting works. Projectors can deliberately alter their appearance by overriding their natural sense of whole-body awareness. They simply feel themselves as having another shape and form and concentrate holding the new sense of whole body self-awareness firmly, holding firm in the mind at all times. Natural out-of-body creative ability does the rest, and their shape is thus altered for as long as they can maintain awareness of their new sense of form. Boom. The exact same description of the dream out-of-body shape-shifting down to the letter used in modern-day transformation, shape-shifting concentration to maintain the form, holding self-awareness firm. The New Age book literally uses the same descriptive words of the definition of the word for the transformation bird that's in the Medu Neter over 3,000 years ago. We were the best. Thus, because you are viewing and a virtual simulation based on superpositioning and the super ability, or as you were translated today, your subconscious superhero ability to change shape, compounded with the fact that this is a shadowy, non-vivid type realm, because most of your out of bodies and dreams are actually at nighttime, a shadowy type realm, your mind would translate that to when trying to reflect what you saw as a cartoonish type look and ability. Is it starting to make sense now? Welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS. Let me read that again. Thus, because you are viewing this state in a virtual simulation based on superpositioning and the super ability, or as you were translated today in your subconscious superhero ability to change shape, compounded with the fact that this is a shadowy, non-vivid type realm, your mind would translate that when trying to reflect what you saw as a cartoonish or maybe virtual reality type look and ability. Is it starting to make sense now? Wait, Tehuti, that would mean that we would have to be aware and be in somewhat a state of light consciousness while sleeping. But we're told today that by our teachers, when you're sleeping and dreaming, oh, there's a typo there. Basically, you're told today that when you're sleeping and dreaming, you're in an unconscious state. But in order to hold a form while you're sleeping and dreaming, you would have to be in some type of light conscious state, because you're not completely unconscious. The dream can be controlled by you. So when you're told today you're sleeping, what are you told you're sleeping like? So in other words, let me come down to the screen. So today, when you go into the deepest sleep, what do you say? Man, I slept like a what? What age group do you automatically put yourself in? You said, man, I slept like a man. I slept like a retired man. What age? I slept like a middle-aged person. Yo, I slept deep, man. I slept like a teenager. Yo, I slept like a 42-year-old. What do you say you sleep like when you're in your deepest sleep? When you go to describe your deep sleep, you say, yo, I slept like a, there it is. I slept like a baby. I slept like a baby. I slept like a baby. Why is that? I slept like a baby. That's the age group you immediately place yourself in when describing the deepest, most peaceful, relaxed, satisfying state that you could ever be in. You say, I slept like a baby. Everybody's putting baby. Nanny said Mer baby. Big Vase baby. Antu baby. Never kept her up baby. Harass did baby. Angela baby. I slept like a baby. Notice we all say that. It doesn't matter what part of the world you live in. Angela Gates and Nick Kemperat don't live near each other. And Nania Setmer doesn't live near Antu. They don't know Big Vapes. How are they all saying the same thing? There's something subconscious about why you're saying that, even though nobody taught you to say that. Who knows that when everybody sleeps good, they slept like a baby? How you know your best sleep wasn't when you were 19? But for some reason, subconsciously, we always describe our best sleep as we slept like a baby. And there she is, a little one. There's a little one knocked out cold with a smile on her face. And this is how you describe yourself from this age, usually from this age downward, from about maybe 4 years old down to almost a newborn. You say it slept like a baby. Okay. I slept like an old man with Alzheimer's. No. Well, let me take you back thousands of years before the Matrix again to the followers of the Nitiru to see what the original word for dream was. Did it mean you were unconscious? Or did we know We had abilities in that state. 1 second, let me go back here a second. Oh. Here's the original, here's the word for dream, way before the Matrix was created, and it's the word upesh. I brought this word to the world, brought it to popularity, and now we even have people in the pod class. One brother even named himself Upesh Ahati. So now people are telling each other Neferu Upesh, the Upesh realm. We had over 60 years, everybody saying the Egyptians are black, the Egyptians are black, the Egyptians are black, and a black, and a black, and a black. But what about the words that were used for something we do on a regular that could actually enlighten us in a higher conscious state, such as the acknowledgement of knowing that the word dream was the word meaning to give off light. The same word for dream meant to shine, flood with light. The light goddess, star, illuminary, sleep, dream. That is a state of consciousness. You're giving off light. Dream was to be in a state where you gave off light. And let me take you to page 432 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary and look at the other word for dream. Dream. It's rezi. Notice there's an open eye in this word for res dream. Why is there an eye opened in the word for dream when you're taught when you're sleeping today, your eyes are closed? Why do the ancient people of MAAT, over 3,000 years before the Matrix, have the word dream as a symbol with an open eye? Because when we go to the rest of the definition of res, it means to wake up, to keep awake. The same word for dream, res, is the same word to keep awake, to keep watch. That eye is a conscious watching eye. You're not taught that in this particular societies within society. The word dream means to be awake. You're supposed to be conscious. So of course, if you're conscious, then of course in that state, you can change your virtual reality, shape, shift, and hold form in that state and the out-of-body states. You are awake. That's the word resi. They gave it to you in the Matrix. They let you know. You know how? They gave it to you in something you've probably told your spouse, companion, your children. The word dream meant to shine. Resi means you're awake. You describe waking up with a word that sounds exactly like that. And you add the definition of the other ancient word for dream. You just turn the word resi into rise. And what? Rise and what? Oh, the other definition for the word dream, to shine? Ubin. The word Ubin means rise and shine in the Meta Netter. Ubin, Ubin Ra. The first few words of the Purim Haru, it means to rise and shine. And res is rise. And upesh is shine. You're conscious because you're rising and shining and waking up in the energetic state before your physical body does. That's the light body that awakens there in a realm that exists of straight light in your head called neurons. Flickers of light creating realities. Oh, man. So you rise and shine. That's right. Res and shine. Rise and shine. Rezi and upesh. Ubin Ra. Which means rise and it means shine. That's where they got it from. Literally. Literally, they just took it. They didn't even change anything. Welcome to Tehuti PODCLASS. Here we go, everybody. Boom! We are definitely in Tehuti overdrive. Here we go. Let's go. I'm going to take a break very shortly. Here it is. Rise and shine. Here's the upesh, the realm of the shining, the giving off light. That's the word for dream. And here's the word res, which is dream, which is the word for waking up. Get up, wake up, keep awake. Boom, the word for dream before the matrix was stay awake. And to be in the state of light consciousness, upesh and res. Our ancient ancestors 3,000 years ago, before the matrix, said the word for dreaming meant to be awake. Guess what the new latest discovery is on dreams back at the University of Wisconsin? Uh-oh. Scientists have finally pinpointed the brain's hot zone that lights up when you dream. Huh? Something light they found out when you dream. There's a hot zone, which represents fire. It actually lights up when you dream. There's the light. What else did what did they discover here, though? This suggests that dreams recruit the same brain regions as experiences in the wakeful state. This suggests that dreams recruit the same brain regions as experiences in the wakeful state. This also indicates that dream experiences that truly occur during the wakefulness. Dreams when you're sleeping, experience occur truly during the waking state. Did somebody say that over 3,000 years ago that lights up the hot spot? Oh yeah, that's right. Upesh. It means to light up, to shine, and res. It means that you're in an awakened state, and that's the same word for dream. Oh yeah, scientists. That's cool. We knew that over 4,000, 5,000 years ago. You just discovered now? Oh, nice. You can catching up to us. That's cool. Here we go. All right. So this suggests that dreams recruit the same brain regions as experiences in wakefulness for specific content, says Siclari. This also indicates that dreams are experiences that truly occur during wakefulness, and that they are not inventions or confabulations that we... Whoa, what's that? Oh, I gotta get that. Yeah, they spit up something. Okay. This also indicates that dreams are experiences that truly occur during wakefulness, and that they are not inventions or confabulations that we make up while we wake up. The experiments also linked greater activities in the prefrontal cortex. Remember that frontal area I described earlier? During dreaming, the part of the brain associated with memory and better recall of those dreams. Maybe the dreaming brain and the waking brain are much more similar than imagined. Boom. Dreams go through the same brain regions as the awake state. Modern science just trying to catch up with the teachings of the Nitiru that you had thousands of years ago. Yes, they're studying us and the ancient ways of the followers of Ma'at, the builders of the so-called pyramids, and the followers of the ancient Netiru, especially when it comes to spiritual aspects in the workings of dreams. And how are they doing it? Through this. Does anybody know what this is? Take a look at that. And I'm going to explain that when I return. I'm going to take a little break right now for a moment. And I'm going to explain that image and what the scientists found out when I return. I'm going to put the link in the room for the team to jump in. And I'm going to be back to continue this teaching in a few minutes. For those who are enjoying this, support what you're seeing at the Tehuti PODCLASS. PayPal at RockySV, Cash App, TT AMUN. If you are appreciating any of this. I believe I put the link in the room. Let me check and see if I did. Team, jump in for a moment. I'm going to alleviate myself for a moment, take a quick break, and I will be back. There it is scrolling at the... No. There it is scrolling at the bottom. And support the Tehuti PODCLASS. I'll be right back. We're going to get into that image. Let me show you the image one more time, just as a teaser. Just as a teaser, let me show you that image one more time. And this is one of the discoveries that are going to show you something extremely interesting with dreams. And what does that look like, by the way? I'll be right back, everybody. Support the podcast. I'll be right back, everybody. Peace for now. I'll be right back.
Hotep, peace and love, everyone. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back in 7 seconds or so.
This is absolutely never breakdown to our Sabatudi. I'm looking forward to the rest. Going to have a very Nefer Upesh tonight with all of this very Nefer resurrecting information.
It's very beautiful. I'm very thankful for Tehuti for providing us this information. I just had a new Pesh last night that relates to this today, and it's very, very interesting. It was about the holding form and holding shape. So it connects, and that's very beautiful to see.
Yes, peace and love. Yes, this is one of my favorite topics, the Upesh realm, the Rezi, because it's infinite there. And when we begin to tap into these realms, your creativity expands. Because you know, if you can do it, if you can do these things in a realm in your mind, you really truly learn that everything really is mental. So it's very powerful. And so when Saba Tehuti, I remember when he first started to teach on and showed that word Upesh, that was a major hook for me because it's just so deep, right? That with the horns, the bull horns and the feather of Ma'at right there in the middle of the bull horns, and that word means to dream. With the X there to open up the crossroads, it just shows how advanced they were just in that one word. And to rise up, meaning to rise, is very powerful. So to wake up, it just really it goes to show how this matrix again just is really meant to keep you in a sleep state. It's very odd now because when there are people I've spoken to who have told me that it's impossible to wake up in your dreams, you know, and I talk, you know, it's normal. It's a normal thing for me. So when you're conversing with people will call that pseudo. That's another thing. People say, pseudo. You can't wake up in your dreams. You can't. And so now that we have these teachings and the Medu Netter that's teaching us that literally the word for dream, which is Rezi, is the same word means to watch and to wake up. It just shows where their minds and where their consciousness was at and what they were doing while they were Upesh, while they were asleep. It's very deep, and you know, and I put these in my writings. Because it's powerful, and the tones, the vibrations that we speak create our reality. So if and that's why this matrix is so hypnotic, and why just us speaking keeps us in a sleep state, and why it seems so difficult to be able to have that critical thinking when you're sleeping, while you're dreaming, and be able to wake yourself up. You know, one of my triggers that I use is I know anytime I look at my hands, it automatically sparks a critical thought in my head, and I've programmed myself to do that, to look at my hands and say, "Oh, I'm dreaming." As soon as you say that, you know, you're awake. It's a very powerful thing. and to be able to, just be creative is powerful. So everyone who utilizes any type of creative ability, whether you're an artist, you draw, you write, or you cook, you can be creative in anything. In the Upesh realm, in the Rezi realm, it gets heightened exponentially. Being able to change form, being able to change a specific body part, being able to fly, all these things that they put in the movies is what we've always been able to do and teach. And it's very powerful. And then of course it leads to you being able to have the OBEs, because when you're awake, now you can take that conscious thought and bring it back into your physical body, because you're already thinking, let me go back to my body. And now you're consciously awake while your body's still asleep. And now you can project yourself. And so the Meta Netter teaches that at such a high level. And the fact that Ma'at and the feather is right there at the top of the head. And what all that means, man, it's very powerful. So Tu'a, for anyone who asks questions on the dream realm and that image that he just showed before he left, and it just really shows how we're all connected, and what's used for communication, right? And people, again, the Matrix is evil, and it's completely, it's dead. It's literally death culture. And Tehuti speaks on it all the time about, how especially Christian thinking people will put themselves in a superior place aside from nature. And the thing that we actually use to communicate is an actual echo or reflection of nature itself, right? It's very powerful. And I broke down some of this in my music class, music and ancient Kemet, and how so many of the major artifacts that we speak about and teach about are also the name for musical instruments. And that takes you into a whole nother realm of the actual tones that are being played in the physical structures that are constructed, so there's multiple stories being told simultaneously throughout the Meta Netter. And it's extremely deep. And going into what what we actually use, what happens in our brain for us to be able to communicate with one another, the shape of the particular things that allow us to communicate. The great ancestors knew all of this, and they taught this, and why they're able to speak about everything is built around what happens after this life. Everything is built on as soon as you hit the transitional state, and your body is put in that eternal state, you put yourself in that position of the X, the crossroad, and the collection of consciousness, and taking all of your aspects and bringing them into one, and being able to traverse. It's a very scary thought to think about, to be outside of the body for the first time when you die. That's a very scary thought. And I've always said, from the difference between Ma'at and a lot of these Abrahamic religions is when you're taught about Jesus, you're taught that when you die, you'll just appear where you need to go. You'll be at the side of the Father, and you'll only be able to get to him through Jesus, and through the judgment process, you'll appear next to the throne. And there is no actual journey. There's no journey to get there. You just appear there. And Ma'at doesn't teach that. Ma'at teaches the journey. Ma'at literally means to go straight to a point, to go straight there. It is the journey. Ma'at means to journey. So to Ma'at and Ma'at, to get to where you're going, and the entire Purim Haru is a journey. When you look at the teachings of the Amduat on the walls, it's a complete journey, traversing, to traverse directly, to go straight to where you're going. And if you know, if you have that thought that you're just going to appear somewhere and this person is just going to take you where you need to go, and what if that person doesn't show up and you have no direction on where you're going? You're just lost in the middle of nowhere, lost, don't know where you're going because your driver didn't show up. I would never want to put myself in a position like that ever. No, I'm gonna know where I'm going. I'm not gonna, if someone is guiding me somewhere, I still have to know the direction in which the way I'm moving. And anyone who is actually truly guiding you will teach you how to get to where you're going as well. No one will just say, you know, just follow me blindly and, you know, just hope I take you where you need to go. You know, I hope you drop me off at where I'm supposed to be. No, if I'm on the way and I realize, okay, well, we ain't going in the right direction, we need to turn around. You need to be able to do these type of things. So this is what's so powerful about the Meta Netter and the Purim Haru and these teachings, and learning about how to wake up in the res. I'm not sure if he'll show this too, but it also means the tongue. The resi is the word for tongue too. So it's all correlated and tied in with the speech, with the sight, with the eyes, and with the thought consciousness and rising and waking up, and how everything, of course, reverts back to the tongue and what all that means. And to be able to have command in the heka'u, to be able to bring forth your thoughts as well. To just say that thing when you're in the upesh and you want something to happen, you say it, and it happens. But to have the critical thought, to be able to have that awareness that I need to say this, that's where the work needs to happen, because a lot of it is just subconscious traversing. And why, when you do wake up in these different realms, you see so many, like Anu said, some people don't even look real. They're like bots, and some people have like 7 shapes of one head and 4 eyes, and one's way down here somewhere. It looked like you just molded something and just threw it all together and threw it at a wall and came and picked. It's complete craziness. How some people's consciousness shape themselves in the different realms. And you're aware of this. You may see 1, 2, 3 different people who are conscious at you. You look at them, they look at you. Hotep, and keep moving while everybody else is just, you know. So it's a real thing. And the more you practice, the more you're able to do. And it's a very powerful thing. So I love these teachings. I love this topic. And it doesn't get any deeper than the Kemetic root, because this is the actual first documented teachings of this that exist, which then, of course, get splattered and pushed in all these different cultures. And you just take away the source of the teachings, which is absolutely the most powerful. So Hinu to everyone who's in the consciousness and the frequency to be here in this class, to take in these teachings and allow yourself to have a resi, which is what they call a lucid dream today. So yes, beautiful. It is wonderful. Yeah, it's great. So I think that the more that what I look forward to is when everyone is at a level to where we can consciously meet and where all parties are aware of that, of what's happening. That's going to be a beautiful thing. And it'll happen. It's happening. It's happening right now. So again, it's wonderful. So yeah, peace and love, everyone. Hotep, make sure you all are supporting the Tehuti podcast. Support, send in your questions. You're not going to find this nowhere, nowhere else. Not even close. It's just a wonderful thing. And I'm extremely grateful that we have individuals who are also on the same journey and who are here just to learn, right? Just to learn. And we can take something from each and every person. And that's the beautiful thing about what Saba has taught about the word Saba. I'm not sure if you are in the meta classes. You all need to get those classes as well. Meta Monday class here. Let me put the banner up for you all so you all can see that. Email him for these classes. Right now, the classes are on a pause until April. So now this is a time and opportunity for those who have not purchased the classes, or right now the classes are paused, so you can do some catching up. Get these classes and utilize them. There's many teachings on the Upesh in the Metaneta classes. So email mysticaltelevision@gmail.com, 1:30 p.m. Pacific time every Monday. houseofatton.org, which is in construction right now. It'll be back up very soon. So yes, everyone email him and get your Metanetter classes. So yes, good brother Anu, I know you have a reading coming up for us. You can speak to us about that. What are you going to be reading for us on Study Guide Sunday class?
I'm going to be reading the Enuma Elish.
Okay. All right. This is wonderful. Yeah. So how do you feel about that? What do you think about, coming up and doing this? Have you ever done anything like this before?
No, I've never done anything like this before, but I'm happy that my first time was with the House of ATTON. For sure.
Yes. Excellent. This is a wonderful thing. This is a wonderful thing. So I look forward to your reading and to your class and what you're going to present. So it's very powerful, to see great brothers and sisters who were right here in the chat. Everyone's in the chat, to now coming on screen, to now taking a forefront position and performing. So everyone, give Henu an acknowledgement to the ones that you see that come from the little box over here. Here's Antu in a box over here. To now she's in a box on the screen. So it's a wonderful thing, and I hope more of you decide to the ones who support the PODCLASS to come up on the screen, because it's only going to enhance you, make you grow. It's going to challenge you, which is what's needed to expand, right? If we want to expand, we have to put ourselves in uncomfortable positions to overcome those limits. And the more you do it, the more you become comfortable with putting yourself in those positions. And now your growth is gone. You're out of here. And it's all in the mental again, and why these teachings are so powerful, and to be able to critically think. And that was another matrix that really helped me, was learning what fear meant and how it come from per, and it just means to move forward. So, you know, it's a wonderful thing, and I look forward to seeing more brothers and sisters coming up, you know, to the panel to speak, to let your thoughts be heard. I know many of you are extremely creative people, and are here to represent Ma'at, to learn, and by doing so, it's going to expand. You're going to expand in every aspect of your life, because now it becomes the standard. And so, you know, when you that nervousness that one may have to come up is needed. It's needed sometimes, because it just means that you want to do good at something. And so, you know, when you then do it, it's an accomplishment. You know, I did that. And it's not something that just, you know, it's something you have to stay consistent with. It teaches you consistency, discipline. So all of what's happening here is a multifarious expression of expansion in many different ways. So, you know, at any point that someone decides to, you know, in their mind, make the decision, I'm no longer okay with being complacent with where I'm at, then actions will start to reflect from that, and you'll see it. You know, it's seen, it's felt, it's heard, and it's just a wonderful thing. So Hotep and Henu to the House of ATTON, all the great brothers and sisters who are a part of the movement, the Karu, the Meru, the great supporters who help keep us supported, and as we rise, and as we expand. And the only way a group can expand is if each individual person is expanding. It's by default, the whole body is going to expand. So the growth that you're seeing of the House of ATTON is based to everyone's growth who's within it. So everyone's who's watching from the outside in subconsciously is seeing what's happening, because, you know, we make it very clear. It's a clear distinction, the difference between what's happening over here and everywhere else, completely separate. And so when you see that separation, it's already in a realm of its own. So now it's easy to pay attention to that, and while you're paying attention to that, you're seeing that grow and expand while you're looking everywhere else, and it's actually doing the opposite. It's compressing. So those who are on the journey and the path of the Ma'at to truth, to consciousness, to expansion, will automatically find their way here, because this is where it's happening. It's a frequency, it's an energetic consciousness. So if you're on that same frequency, you're gonna appear here. If not, you won't. And that's just the way this works. And it's taught in so many different ways. So Henu to the great Saba Tehuti, who is now back. I hope you had a great break. Tua for setting the standard for us, and for leading by example, great Saba Tehuti.
Thank you. Glad to be back. Wonderful. We're going to get right back into this. A lot of animal things happening here.
I figured there was some escapes going on, or
yeah. There's a lot of animal things. I'm surrounded by this is the Temple of Mutz in here, so I'm just missing the lake. I need to make a lake now. All right, so here we go, everybody. We're gonna get back into it. Welcome to the Tutti PODCLASS. We are back, everybody. Shout out to Annie Anu. We're down to Annie Anu and Antu now. And peace to everybody in the chat. If you all can hear me, press the 9. We're about to go back into it and conclude this dream concept, what's happening in the dream world, and most importantly, the reason why it's necessary. We're getting into that. We understand the that CGI cartoonish type look more now. And I'm going to even compound more of the answer on top of that. So everybody, when this is done, support at Cash App TT AMUN, PayPal at Rocky SV. And let's get into it, everybody. I'm going to go back in. You all jump back into the chat, and let's get into this and finish this up. And then we're going to do the rest of the donations and support for those who supported for this question and earlier. Peace and love, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS again. We are back. And don't even start that, Sobek. Don't even start that right there. Oh, man. Okay. Here we go, everybody. We're back. We're going to get right back into it. You all see me, hear me? Press the 9. Beautiful. You can see me and hear me. So here we go. Let's get right back into it. Oh, he's going to start that. He's going to start all of that right now. Hold on, everybody. Let me move somebody out of the way. Hold on. Hey, I am back, everybody. Woo! Okay, Animal Planet is here. All right, everyone. Is something Okay, let me move up as much as I can. Okay. All right, here we go, everybody. Let's get into it. Welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS. We are back, everyone. Boom. We're gonna get right back into it. Here we go. Back to the dreams. Boom, boom, and boom, and boom. There we go. So what is this, everybody? What does this look like, everybody? So we're going to go back for those who just jumped in right now. We're going to go back just a little bit, rewind just a little bit. So we already covered that that in the original state before the matrix, the actual word for dream was upesh, which meant to give off light, and the dream state was a state where you gave off light. And then when we go to page 432 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary, we see the word there for dream is res. And the original meaning of res here, we have one of them is dream, but what does it also mean here? It means to stay awake. Notice you see an open eye, because when you look at the definition, again, it is to be actually awake. So in the ancient times, or in the time before the matrix, we understood that in your dream state was a state where you stayed awake, and the dream state heavily related to the state of awakeness. Now, I also said that, boom, the word for dream before the matrix was to stay awake and to be in a state of light consciousness, which is upesh res. Our ancestors 3,000 years before the matrix said the word for dream meant to be awake. Guess what the new, quote unquote, new latest discovery is on dreams at the University of Wisconsin. And then I went right back to this article here. Science alert. Scientists have finally pinpointed the hot zone that lights up. So they associated the dream realm with the realm with it associated with hotness and lighting up. This came out on April 2017, April 11, 2017. And let's see what they say here. This suggests that dreams recruit the same brain regions as experiences and the wakeful state and the wakefulness. For specific contents, this also indicates that dreams are experiences that truly occur during wakefulness, and that they are not inventions or confabulations that we make while we wake up. The experiments also link greater activity to the prefrontal cortex during the dream, and the part of the brain associated with memory and a better recall of dreams. Maybe the dream brain and the waking brain are much more similar than one imagines. So where do dreams take place? The University of Wisconsin, what do they find out? That this truly indicates that dreams are experiences that truly occur during wakefulness. That sounds very familiar, because we taught that the word for dream, res, was the same word for wakefulness. The same word here, to wake up. So we already knew that. That is science catching up with knowledge that we already had from the Netzeru. Boom, dreams are through the same regions as the awakened state. Modern day science just trying to catch up with the teachings of the Netzeru that you had thousands of years ago. Yes, they are studying us. The scientists today are actually studying our ancient ways of Ma'at and that which was symbolized and represented back then. And we're going to show it right now. They are studying us in the ancient ways of the followers of Ma'at, the builders of the so-called pyramids, and the followers of the ancient Nitiru, especially when it comes to spiritual aspects in the working of dreams. Let me ask the class a question. What does this look like? And here's where we left off. What does this look like, class? Tell me, type it. What does this look like? Take a good look. Just tell me what in nature does this look like? What does this look like? Go ahead and type it in the room. Does it look like a fish? Does it look like a turtle? Does it look like what in nature does this actually look like right here? Type it in the room. What does this look like? Let me come in the room and see and interact with everyone and see. What does this look like, family? What are you going to say? Roots. There we go. That makes sense. It looks like roots. Somebody put a tree, roots, like a log. I gotta look at that again. A log. Okay, looks like a log. Looks like, okay, roots. Okay. Map. Interesting. A lot of interesting views here, but mostly what this looks like, of course, is trees and roots. Absolutely. Trees and roots. Let me put lightning. Okay. Lightning. But yes, what this coming looks like is, let's say trees, roots, lightning. Minty put a log. That's right back to the tree again. So trees, roots, lightning. So good. Let's stick with that. That's fine. In nature, it looks like roots. Yep. Tree. Most of the answers have to do with trees. Whether you say a log, whether you say roots, whether you say trees itself. Robert Williams put lightning. Okay, good. We got a lot of trees. Harass put looks like a map. That's interesting. Okay, let's take a look. Okay, look. Let's take a look at it again. And so yes, it looks like trees. Okay, no problem. That's good. There's actually no wrong answer to this question, but there is a common one. And yes, this looks like trees and roots branching off of trees or some type of plants. Okay. Does it look anything like this? Let me string them both together. Nobody put this, right? So these two images, do they look anything alike? Nobody put that looks like a pyramid, does it? Right? No, nobody put pyramid. Let me check again. Nobody in the chat room put pyramid because of course that thing looks nothing like a pyramid. It looks nothing like an aku. Anybody put pyramid? Absolutely not. Right? Absolutely not. Nobody put, hey, that looks like the pyramids of Giza. No, not at all. All right, so that image right there has nothing to do visually with this image right here. There's no similarities whatsoever. If I show that image right there and say, what does it look like? Nobody would say that looks like tree roots. But this image over here, tree roots. No matter what you say, it looks like, you can say it looks like a log, it looks like tree roots, a map. No wrong answer. It's whatever it looks like to you, but we all come to the consensus that it looks nothing like this. Does that make sense? Does this look nothing like that? We all agree upon that. Wonderful. Those two things have nothing to do with each other in look whatsoever, and you never look at that and think of anything that's to do with the pyramid. Not at all. We will get to this in a moment. The pyramid real name is Akut, and it means light consciousness. The Nitiru were also called the Aaku, the supreme light beings. The name of the Nitiru's consciousness and pyramid was the same word, actually. So the actual name for the Nitiru and the name for what people are calling the pyramid are in actuality the same word, which is Aku, Arku. And here it is right here. Akuti, and it is kingdom, the gods and beings of the kingdom of the light god, the light realm, the Akuti. And then we go down, it says Akut, name of the pyramid of Khufu. So we see that the name of the pyramid, the Aku, and the actual beings have the same name because they both pertain to consciousness and light. All right? It represents light consciousness and the transmission of light consciousness for immortality. We see Aku over here, and that's why we look up Aku. Again, light, splendor, radiance, brilliance, glorious deeds. This whole class tonight seems to be about birds and light consciousness, because there's the bird again. Look at all the birds in the class. There's been about 4 different birds in tonight's class. Now there's like 5 different birds in tonight's class, actually. So look at all the birds. All these are light, splendor, radiance, brilliance, glorious deeds. Again, Aku. We go to let me shrink this down a little bit so you can see. We go to page 113 of the Purim Haru, and it says, like those beings who are like Osiris or Osara. Not lie down, Asara, Ani, triumphant, in Heliopolis, or Ani, we're in the land of thousands of unions, has carried away from me my soul, my Ba, and my intelligence. There's the word Ku again for intelligence. Similar to the ancient word for dream, light. So there's the word Ku, which is intelligence. And we see Aku, which is light. Light intelligence, which is consciousness, similar to the word for dream, light over here, which is Upesh, light, illuminate, shine, flood with light, luminary, sleep, dream. We taught that this word was also the realm that we receive messages in, the dream realm of the communication, typo, the communication. And guess what the word for messenger is, or message? Let me take you to the Purim Haru, plate 22. So what's the word for message? So we taught that this was also the realm where we receive messages in the dream realm and a form of communication. We receive messages and communication. Guess what the word for messenger or messages were 3,000 plus years before the Matrix in the Purim Haru, plate 22. Let's go to Purim Haru, plate 22. And here it is right here. In the netherworld as a messenger of Ra, Aptu. Aptu is the word for messenger. And what do you see there? Does anything look familiar here? Epit is this word right here. This U at the other end here makes it plural. So it's the epit word. That's the word for messenger. So boom, I've made clear that the original name for the pyramid was light, transmitter, consciousness, as the same meaning for the netter, how the netters viewed themselves as Aku, light, which is the same definition for the dream realm, Upesh, light, which was the res, the awake conscious of where we would receive messages, which is the same root word of the word for dream, Upet. Upet is the same, the Upesh, that's right, it's Upet. Right there, you see the horns right there, the Upet. And you see the Upeshet, the Upesh right there. That's all from the root word of upt, and it's also the word for judge. Judge are messengers, messenger are messages, which is the same word as the root word for dream, where you receive messages. Now that you have learned all of this, let's go back to that image that I showed you when I asked you earlier, does this look anything like the pyramid? And everyone said no. Well, guess what this is called, everybody? Guess what this is called? We all look at it with our mind and we can all see that this is something that looks like a tree or roots. So when things look like things in science, they usually call it branches or things that look like something in nature. But this, to everybody, looks like trees and roots or a log or lightning or something. What did the scientists call this aspect, this thing that we're looking at right here? Harass says, I can't see the resemblance. Exactly, because there is no resemblance. Where's Harass? I can't see the resemblance. There is no resemblance. You're absolutely right. Look at this right here. So it doesn't look like anything. But what is this called right here? Let's go to this. Oh, it's called pyramidal cell. The pyramidal cells or pyramidal neurons are a type of multipolar neuron found in areas of the brain, including the cerebral cortex, hippocampus, and the amygdala. Pyramidal cells are the primary excitation units of the mammalian prefrontal cortex. Hey, that's the same place. Hey, okay. The corticospinal tract. Pyramidal cells are also one of the two types where the characteristic sign Negri bodies. The Negri bodies are found post-mortem. Okay. So these are called pyramidal cells. Interesting. Why? Why are they using that word? That has no connotation to the ancient interior structure. It doesn't look anything like a pyramid. We'll get to this with the scientists have recently found we'll get to this. Now with the scientists, what they have recently found pertaining to dreams, let me take you to the Science Your Way, January 8th, 2021, and take a look. It says, researchers may have discovered where dreams come from. Hey, brain cells that receive sensory stimuli while we're awake may be activated by memories when we sleep. Okay, no problem. So the researchers in scienceyourway.no, they may have discovered where dreams come from. I wonder where they come from. Where they come from? Cerebral cortex is the key. Okay, cool. Cerebral cortex is the key. According to the researchers, dreams arise in the cerebral cortex, which is the outer layer of the cerebrum. The cells here are what we use to think, and we use these to think and perceive with. The largest of these cells are called pyramidal cells. The pyramidal neurons, they resemble trees with roots, trunks, and branches. So they're telling you that they see what we see. They see something that looks like trees, that what everybody typed. Trees, logs, trunks, branches. But yet it's called pyramidal cells from the pyramid. When we're awake, the roots collect sensory stimuli through the eyes and ears and other sensory organs. But to understand what these impressions mean, they have to be interpreted in the light of what we know about the world otherwise. This understanding happens because the same cells take information from outer sensory stimuli and from memory, which is sent to the tree crown, the very top of the cell. Everything they're using to describe this is a tree. But yet they found out, scientists may have discovered where dreams come from, and the cells that they trace it to, the where it's coming from, have to do with the pyramid. They're naming the cell pyramidal cells while openly telling you this looks like trees, roots, and branches. But this is where the messages are coming from. It's coming from this area that looks like a tree to us. It looks like a branch to you. It looks like a branch to us. It looks like roots to you. It looks like roots to us. It looks like that to us, but we're going to call it pyramid. Yeah, let's call this place where the dreams come from, you know, where these light messages come from. Let's call it pyramid. Yeah, that makes sense. Why is that? I don't know. It looks like a tree branch. You know, trees look like pyramids these days. And or is it some other reason they're subconsciously calling this area where dreams come from that are transmitting these light messages in the hot zone pyramid cells? Let's go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS as they study us. Welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS and put things right in front of you. And nobody questions, wait, that doesn't look like a pyramid. It looks like tree branches. Oh, yeah, you're right. It does look like tree branches. But you know what? Let's just call it pyramid. Boom. Pyramidal neurons, the same ones we use in the waking consciousness, convert light into information. So the same cells that we use to convert light into information are the same neurons, used to convert information in the form of dreams, and they're called pyramid cells. And the word for the light converter or light transmission is the word aku, which is the same word for the beings of light in Kemet, which is the same word that got translated to as the pyramids, which is the word that means light, the same definition as the word for dream, which is light, the upesh, which is the same word up for messages. Woo! All a coincidence. Tehuti made it up. He went to Wisconsin and bribed them. So the same ones that they use in the waking consciousness convert light into information are the ones that are active in our dream state, named after a pyramid. Yes, the scientists are consistently studying and echoing ancient themes that we knew before the Matrix, even to the study of dreams. What do you do when you want to learn a topic and become enlightened? When you want to learn something, everybody, let me come to the room. When you want to learn something, what do you do? Very simple question. When you want to learn about a topic and you want it in your mind, what do you go and do? Go ahead and type it in the room. What do you go and do when you want to learn a topic? When you want to be really good at something, what do you go and do? Just type it in the room. It's actually one word. VRI put woo! RA put amazing. Study. That's right. Study. So you can search for something. Research. Okay, research. Study. So when you want to learn something, you study. And research is just another term for studying, right? You're researching is studying. You're studying a topic. So you're going studying it. I'm studying it. When I want to learn something, I'm studying. Research. Read about it. Right? Study it. Study. Wonderful. Harass did put study, research. So you study something when you want to learn about a topic. Wonderful. Let's see if that's actually what you do to learn about a topic. Let's see. I don't know. So everybody put study, research, same thing. Study. Okay? Yes, most people here say study. The secret of the Matrix is to get you away from the importance of dreaming. You actually learn through shortwave frequencies, which take place in REM. The studying is the observation and gathering. The compounding and learning actually takes place during dreaming. Why don't they teach you that in school? Yo, man, I'm studying this topic. What do they call it? I'm up all night. I forgot what they call it in college. I have some college friends. Cramming in. That's a word for I'm cramming it in. Yo, I'm up all night studying it. I forgot what they call that term. But when you're up all night studying for a college test, studying, I'm up till 3 in the morning. I'm cramming. I'm getting it in. I'm studying. I got to learn this. But wait a minute. Short waves take place during REM, and that's when you learn, which is when you're dreaming, when you're sleeping. They didn't teach you that in college. The tuition didn't cover that. They taught you that, right? Yeah. They taught you to get a good night's healthy sleep, and that's actually when you learn, right? That's what they taught you in university. You're not. Let me check. I know I don't have the PayPal at the bottom. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal, Rocky SB. Yeah, you paid the tuition's $20,000. What do you owe on your student loan? $30,000, $40,000. So school's about learning. School's about learning, right? So when you're in grade 9, they told you make sure you sleep and dream, because that's actually when your short waves take place, because the schools do want you to learn, right? They definitely, their intention, they have good intention. Their intention is for you to definitely be in the best healthy state to learn. So they do teach in college to go to bed at a certain time, because that's actually when you know. They tell you to make sure you do these practices to have these dreams, so because that's actually when you learn in the short wave. It didn't tell you that. You're learning that here in the pod class that you didn't pay a tuition for, but you paid $20,000 loan to learn and study, and they didn't teach you when you learn and study. Imagine that. Imagine living in a society where they have establishments that are based on learning and studying, but they don't teach you when you learn and study. It's a crazy world. Wait a minute, I thought I was here to learn and study, so shouldn't the first thing that they should be teaching me is, well, the best thing you should do is make sure you get about 8 hours sleep, and make sure you purify yourself for positive, good dream states, and go into those dreams. They don't have dream classes in college because the dream state REM, that's where you learn, right? College it's about wanting you to learn, right? No, I'm up till 4 a.m. cramming. I didn't get any sleep. I didn't get any sleep last night. I'm cramming the essay. It's coming up. The test. I'm up. In school, from grades 1 to 9, do they have classes in school about the importance of sleep? What's the name of that class? And I don't know. I mean, you learn about the cat, the rat, and the fish, and you don't learn about these. They have the sleep class where they teach you about how to they teach about the melatonin cycle, the circular melatonin cycle. They teach you about that, right? They teach you about what to do to induce REM faster, short wave length sleep. No, just Tehuti PODCLASS where you have to come for that and teach your 6-year-old child, 12-year-old. And all right, everybody, welcome to Tehuti PODCLASS. Here we go. So you've learned for the first time, because everybody you study to learn. So actually, that's when you're gathering the information. The actual learning process takes place through shortwave frequency, which takes place in REM. The studying is the observation and gathering. The compounding actually takes place during the dream state in the REM. Is that real? Here's the neurocortex slow learning system. Neocortical slow waves, sleep spindles, hippocampal fast waves, hippocampus fast learning system. The slow waves when you're sleeping. They get a little turtle at the top. You little cute little turtle. Y'all see the cute little turtle? Maybe I should bring a turtle out. I don't know. This process is called memory consolidation information. Your learning gets consolidated with experience information you already know. This is done through slow wave sleep. Do you see that? That's a slow wave. Slow wave sleep is when that takes place. That's why they put the little turtle on top there. You know the story of the rabbit and the hare? The little turtle that moves slow? In that story of the rabbit and the hare that they, ingrained in your mind, who was the smarter one? Which one of those animals represented the smarter one? Was it the one that was, or was it the slow moving one? Because the more you study and learn, the smarter you become. That comes through slow wave frequencies, not the fast rabbit. I'm studying. I gotta cram it in 4 a.m. Come on, man, give me some coffee. 2 a.m. I'm falling asleep. Waking up. Come on, we get this. It's the slow sleep that you're actually learning. They didn't teach you that? I know they taught your children that. That's why you send them to school. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti PODCLASS. Here we go. Slow wave learning. Do you see that? Oh. Hold on. Oh, what's happening? Hold on. What's oh, let me start that again. Put it back on the screen. It's trying to disappear me. Wait a minute. Okay. Okay. Slow wave learning. So the slow wave learning, the neurocortex and the slow wave is actually taking place in sleep. That is where it actually takes place, in the sleep. Okay. That is actually, and when you look at it, let me show you it again. And I'm going to get into this. See the different waves in different parts of the brain? The little turtle symbolizes slow wave sleep. And they gave you the story, they told you about it with the rabbit and the hare, the rabbit and the tortoise. And the more relaxed you are, the better you can think. And the more sleep you get, the healthier you are. It represents this little guy right here. That's the slow turtle, the tortoise. See him? Hey man, say hi. That's the slow wave. There you go. How you doing? That's the moving slow, confident, because you're pacing yourself. But in the dream world, that's where you're actually learning. Like this little guy right here. Slow waves. See? Welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS. All right. Let's get back into it, everybody. Boom, boom, and boom. Here we go. So we see they show the little turtle on top, the neocortex, slow system, slow wave. This process is called memory consolidation. Information you're learning gets consolidated with experiences, information you already know. And that's done through slow wave sleep. Let me say that again. I want you to truly digest that. So this process is called memory consolidation. What does it do? It's information that you're learning gets consolidated with experiences and information you already know. And this is done through sleep. And that's actually how you learn, because you have what? Good judgment. This is how you can make judgment. So it's compounding what you've known already with what you're learning, and then it deciphers that in the sleep world, and it consolidates that to make the real world make sense. So you have better judgment. Oh, did I tell you the word for judgment was upit? The same root word for sleep and the metanetter? I know your committee teacher told you that. I know he did. There it is. Sleep cycle stages. Sleeping in this deep sleep. Sleep cycle stage 1, stage 2, REM sleep cycle stage 3. In the EEG graph, awake, stage 1, NREM alpha, stage 2, NREM theta, sleep spindles, K complexes, stage 3 and 4, NREM delta, REM. And there's your slow waves beginning. Slow waves make it possible for the different brain regions to communicate. That's how the brain regions are communicating. The slow waves are that which make it possible for the brain regions to communicate. And this is how you learn, thus working off of memory consolidations, compounding old experiences to learn new things. If you fall asleep thinking outwardly or subconsciously, what memory could subconsciously form the images to learn? So, let me break the matrix. What age do you compare yourself to when you say you have the deepest sleep? I asked you that before. That was baby. You sleep like a baby. Remember that? I asked you that earlier. Sleep like a baby. Very interesting. Well, when you were a child, that's when you were learning the most. when you're developing and growing and learning the most? What were most of the learning books and shows depicted as? You here in America, when you're a child, and you know when you sleep like a baby, that is when you're learning the most. Some babies sleep 12 hours, 13 hours. Children sleeping 10 hours. You're trying to squeeze in 4 before you have to get to work. And that's when you're learning the most. Well, when you're of that age, of that childhood stage, what do they give you to teach you? What do the form of the books and shows look like? Type it in the room, please. Cartoons. 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 When you're sleeping the most and when you're learning the most in your first stages of life. How do you first start learning something? What do you watch? What are your books like when you're 5 years old? What are they in the form of? And then you go to sleep. And then nap time. A child goes to sleep for the night, and then most children also get a nap time in the middle of the day when they're learning and absorbing and compounding things that they already know with things that they knew before. And that's when they're learning. And the memory of you learning something, when you go back to the time when you say, I want to sleep like a baby. Welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS. There you are. There you are right there. Sleeping like a baby. There you are. You just finished reading the books, learning from the TV shows, or at school, and it's nap time. Some schools have nap time in the school. Some of the kindergartens is nap time, and they have sleep time in the school. You see? There you go. There's Annie and Eric G. That's it. Sleeping as babies. Learning from cartoons. Boom. Thus, within your memory consolidation in a learning slow wave frequency, your dreams may come out as and today, in modern day times, where there's more CGI, where there's more AI as learning systems for the children and for you, and video games look more real, then your dreams may come out as the advanced version of this, which is a CGI virtual reality type look. Whereas when they were making Dr. Seuss and the Magic School Bus and reading Rainbow and Sesame Street, there was no virtual reality type situation as we have today. Hotep, I am done. Matrix broken. Boom. There it is. For those who appreciated this guidance and knowledge more than the waiter that they have tipped, please send your tip for this answer of reciprocity. You can call it dreams to PayPal at RockySV, Cash App, TT AMUN. Hotep, I am done. I'm going to check the room to see Octavius Sly. Hope I helped you with the answer to your question. 1 hour and 42 minutes. That's what happens over here. The Egyptians are black. The Egyptians are black. The Hebrews are wrong. Let me go check the room. I'm going to put the link in the room. I told one of my naturs, I said, you know what I'm going to do to spook everybody out? I'm gonna make a thumbnail. It's gonna be called "The Egyptians Are Black and the Hebrews Are Wrong," and talk all about dreams and ancient birds and symbolisms and microcosms of out of body. But the class is gonna be called "The Egyptians Are Black and the Hebrews and Christians Are Wrong." Let me put the link in the room. Here we go. Let me go see what the people think of this answer. Octavius SLIGHS. I want to see what the support. If this hour and a half of you watching that, if you learn anything new about the modern concept, the matrix, the understanding, the pyramidal, the words for a dream, the scientists figuring out the dreams having the awakened state, if you liked any of that, if you like the little turtle, if you like the little turtle that came out to represent the slow waves, please send your tips and support. You can call it the Dream Turtle to Cash App, TT AMUN, PayPal, @RockySV. Support the Tehuti PODCLASS. I am done with that answer. I'm going to check the room and see what people thought of that answer. Boom. Great answer with fire, fire, fire. Anki and MAAT put low frequency. This is the TT turtle. Low frequency. Flawless victory. Explosions. Big Vase put fire bombs. Sleeping lions. Anki and MAAT put smiles. There it is. Did I put the link in the room yet? Let me put the link in the room. I thought I put it in the room. Let me put it in the room. Team, jump in. Woo! Nook Panook, come to the panel. Talk about it. You had me in an Upesh realm learning while you were explaining this to us, Saba. Wonderful. Angela Gate put, what is that? My eyes again. Is it 100%? 100%? I can't tell. It's something good, though. I think it's 100%. All right, everybody. Wonderful. I'm going to go into the Cash Apps and Gmails right now, see what the tips look like for this dream answer. And I'm going to go ahead and read off those and all the earlier donations that were given. I want to see what people thought of the Tehuti PODCLASS. Here's a 10. House of a 10. That's who that is. House of a 10. Peace, good brother. Can you hear me?
Peace. Yes, Hotep.
All right. How you like that topic? How you like that?
Yeah, I love that topic. Yeah, it's very powerful and beautiful, and I love how you brought it back around full circle. And yeah, the pyramidal cell. I concluded my music class with that, and that was amazing to me. Hey, I wouldn't even, hey, show him again. I didn't see him. Hey, peace.
That's a slow wave turtle. Is that person coming in the room right now? Is that Michael Ferg? I can't see the whole name. I see Dumas or something. Is that Michael Ferg?
Michael Dumas Ferguson.
It must be Michael Ferg. Okay, continue, Annie. I don't see anything.
Yes. Are you in the bed, brother? Brother in bed.
He's taking this class to go to sleep on.
Yeah. Yep. He in the Upesh right now. Yes. But yes, to our great Saba for that. Yeah, it's just it's amazing what the ancestors knew and what they taught, and what people look at today as far as the experts and the scientists, and how they're studying what we did today, but want to disconnect everything, as if, you know, where they're getting their information from didn't connect everything all together and see it all work in unison with one another. So that's the greatest. That's the greatest thing, to be able to know that, and to be able to stand on that while these people argue with each other, but yet the ones that they're studying from aren't arguing about that. So, go out to you, Grace Saba, for that.
Nini, glad you appreciated it. Wonderful, Michael Ferg, how you doing? First time on the panel. How'd you like that answer, brother?
Man, it was amazing, man. It was amazing. Very uplifting. Amazing.
Very
more about my lucid dreams I'll be having.
There we go. Atef Rem Kem Ma'at, how you doing, my good brother? You gonna dream good tonight?
He don't have his headphones on, so he might not be able to hear.
Okay.
There he is.
Atef Rem Kem Ma'at, are you gonna dream good tonight? How you doing? You gonna dream good tonight? I don't know if you can hear still.
Yeah, you know it will, because it'll start smiling. There he is. Peace. Can you hear us, good brother?
No, I think can't hear yet. Okay, good. All right, man. That's what I want to give you that kind of answer, Michael Ferguson, with the Israelite question. I want to hit you like that. I want to say yes or no for 5 minutes and click off. I want to give you a good one like that. Did you grow up an Israelite? Or were you an Israelite before at all? Or?
Yeah, I was like before, and it kind of messed up my whole life.
Oh no! Oh gosh! Oh my god!
It's from hating.
That's horrible.
Heart, you know what I mean?
What'd you say?
It breeded hate in my heart.
Yeah, even for your own people.
Exactly. It had me turn up on white folks and stuff, just doing dumb stuff.
Oh my gosh, man. And no spiritual practice at all.
No.
Not one Hebrew ritual, not one Hebrew practice.
I was at my lower self, it felt like.
You're what?
I was at my lower self, it felt like.
Yeah. Yep. VRI, the dream man. How you doing, young brother? You got your dream journal out?
I've bought a brand new one, and this class has just added so many more levels to what to do. And I thank you for breaking down how the brain works. Thank you for doing that. I will be sending reciprocity for answering that question as well. I'm so happy.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Welcome. Hey, who is this? A new person in the class? Oh, this is Priscilla. Hey, Priscilla, if you can hear me right now, I got a donation request from you, but it was a request to send to you. So if you could check that, it was a PayPal. It said $50 as a request. Maybe you pressed the wrong button. One of the young ladies tried to edit her donation, and it automatically went to a request. So I sent you a DM message about that. It was a $50 request instead of a donation. So maybe you can check on that and fix that, and then see what that's all about. And the last two also were requests too. So maybe you're pressing the wrong button and they're going as requests for me to send you a donation instead of you sending it to me. So check on that with PayPal. Peace and love. All right, everybody, we're going to go through these donations here for a little bit, and then I'm gonna step away and let you all talk for a little bit and come back and close out. Let's see what everybody thought of that answer. This is how I'm going to see by looking at the donation. My eyes are, ooh. I need to work this, get this monitor working. All right, everybody. So we got, so right off the bat is, we got Michael Duma. Michael Duma, I see you, but I'm going to go to the, Robert E. Williams says, I like the turtle. All right, Robert E. Williams gave $10.72. Let me know when that's on the screen. One, two, three. One, two, three. 4, 5. I'll put this as 4 tip dreams. Turtle. Okay, let me save that. Okay, here we go. Shout out to, oh, my screen is frozen. Shout out to Robert Williams. Can you all hear me right now? I don't know if my screen is, I don't know. Can you hear me, Scribe?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, there it is. Shout out to Robert Williams. Give him a hand clap. He gave a tip for that class. I like the turtle and dreaming. And another tip given. Hey Annie, where'd the turtle come from? Did it come from the lake of REKHTET? Where did the turtle pop up from? When you were over here, there was a turtle here.
Not that little one. I seen the real big. He shrunk.
You seen a big turtle over here? The frog. Yeah. You saw the frog.
Oh, yes. I'm getting them mixed up. Yes.
Everybody thinks my frog was a turtle. What's that?
Yeah, I did not see. I did not see that turtle. I got a lot of introductions to have next visit.
Hey, you know what? That turtle was not here when you were here.
Oh, okay.
And after today's class, after this, the turtle won't be here. It won't be here. It's only a synchronicity. It's just here for that, and after tomorrow, it won't be here anymore.
Oh, nice.
That's not even my turtle. It's a family's turtle, but it's not directly mine. So just a great synchronicity, and that's how the magic works at the Tehuti PODCLASS.
Absolutely.
Okay, we got yes, on a slow path. Okay, we got oh, look at this. Oh, ooh, this is great. This is great. Harass did is doing Harass did a lot. 1, 2, 3. We have 5. Where's 4? 5. 5. Dream tip. Okay, shout out to Harass did a lot. Harass did for Ye Culture, but it's not Ye Culture anymore. It's Harass did. She took off the Ye Culture. 2772 for Dreaming Awake. Give her some big noise, please. Nice. Very nice. Harass did. Very, very nice. Ox Effects sent a donation for dreams. And after these donations for dreams, I'm going to go back to the bottom and look at the earlier donations from earlier today and go through all the donations here at the Tehuti PODCLASS at the House of Attend Tehuti PODCLASS. So who's this here? 7, 8, 9. 10. Is that right? Who is this? Ah, of course, my good brother. My good brother right here. Great student right here. Mr. Ox Effect gave a tip. 1572 for dreams. Give him a hand clap, please. Gabriel Lopez, I am so I look forward to seeing you again at the next Pathways of the Awakening. Your change from the last time to what you're doing now. You one day come on the PODCLASS and give a testimony at what caused this dramatic change in you. I'm sure other people, but just know the ladies would love to know, especially people with women with children and family, what happened to you. Just like burst off from not even. I remember Primordial Thought was saying, yeah, she kind of watches TV, she kind of browses the PODCLASS. Not really. I'm trying to get her more interested. Now it's like you're sending more donations than Primordial Thought. So it's just amazing. I don't know what happened, but maybe come one time to the panel and give a testimony on what you felt changed you to make you feel that this was great for you and your children. Okay, so here is speaking of which, Gabriel Lopez, $25 for clarity on our dreams with a purple heart. Give her some big noise, please. Is it still showing her name?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. This is awesome. I can multitask while doing this. This is great. Wonderful. Gabriella. Next up here. They're getting tips for the turtle. The tortoise is getting tips. The tortoise is getting love tonight at the PODCLASS.
Oh.
Everybody found the turtle emoji. I'm seeing turtle emojis.
You showed him the turtle?
Oh, it was a turtle was in the scientific graph for slow wave thinking in your dreams, and it showed a turtle. And when I came to the screen, I had the turtle in my hand.
Did you know? No, you didn't know.
No.
And you didn't know you were gonna have the turtle.
No, and I'm the one that put the chart there. I didn't know a turtle was there. and after this class, the turtle's not going to be here anymore. Wow. Shout out to did I show Sarahine 1414 yet?
No.
I didn't? Uh-oh. Somebody has popped up. Peace, young lady. 1 second. We're going to get to in just in 1 second. I got to do what I thought already showed up, but it didn't. So give Sarah, a.k.a. Harass did. Give her a hand clap. She said for bringing the turtle out. She gave a tip for the turtle. Wonderful, wonderful. How you doing, Gabriella? Nice to see you there.
Hello, Saba. How are you?
I'm great. What exploded in you? What I need to know what happened. Something happened. Something switched.
It's actually interesting because me and Primordial had a conversation about that. And I told him that when I first met you and we attended the event, I felt very lost in a group of people who have found their way. And so that was a little intimidating. So I think I came off maybe very defensive, but I was very shocked. It really blew my mind. So I decided that why not give it a shot? So and become more invested. And so some of the things that you have, some of your classes is just blowing my mind. And I'm a big fan. And So I'm trying to stay consistent. Sometimes, you know, mom life gets wins the battle, and I'm not able to see the classes live, which I really enjoy. So sometimes I just can't seem to sometimes catch your classes, but for the most part, I try to stay pretty consistent. And I've been loving watching your past classes, because some of the things that I wanted to send a question on, you've already answered. So I'm very grateful for that, because I feel like slowly but surely I'm finding my way. And it's all thanks to all you amazing people that I met that day. So I'm very grateful for.
I'm listening to you. I'm not on the screen, but I'm listening to you clearly. I'm just not on the screen right now.
Okay.
I'm listening clearly.
Yeah, so very grateful to have met all of you, because you guys definitely made a huge impact on me. So thank you for, you know, always reiterating, like, MAAT has, or Kemet has nothing to do with being African American or Black. It's really where your state of mind is. So thank you for that reminder, because of course, you know, you're trained to think that's only who can feel connected. And yeah, it makes me a little emotional because it's very impacting. So thank you.
You're very, very, very welcome. And I'm glad Primordial spoke to me on that as well. And I'm glad that hit you like that, because all these divisions and all these different titles of African American and Latino and Afro-Latino, Hispanic, and all these different things, these are all terms that nobody knew about before they were attacked and raped by the conquistador. Nobody in the Americas called themselves Hispanic. Nobody in Africa called themselves African. Nobody knew about all these different divisions. And that's why when I show the images of Kemet, I show a vast array. The people in Kemet look like everybody on the panel. It's a vast array of people, but the European had to divide everybody up, because when you divide people up, you actually make them weaker, and you put artificial hang-ups on people that they never had before. But if people unify and there's a big group, then you're just like those swallow birds. When those birds do that, they're actually doing it as a form of defense. So those birds get eaten by hawks very easily. But when they form that, hawks can never get in that, because it's such a big mass that if the hawks go in there, they'll get bumped side to side and fall to the ground. They can't go in there. So if you separated some of the swallows and said, hey, you know what? You're not a swallow, you're a swallowetta. Oh, I'm a swallow. And then you get pride. I'm a swallowetta. I'm a swallowetita. And the person says, you're a swallow Africano swallow. And then the whole thing divides up into a bunch. And then now they're fighting. And the Matrix Master is looking, saying, what is that thing they say on the internet? Gadim? I don't know, some kind of thing, but whatever they say, that's what the European is saying. So I'm so glad, Gabrielle, that you came to that realization, and you're doing absolutely wonderful. You're doing great. You and a Tef's mate, but you are really you're moving as a unit with Primordial, but you're showing yourself as an individual being as well. I really like that. You're coming to the panel, you're donating, you're coming to the chats, you're in. What a big leap. So I'm very proud of you. Thank you very, very much. And peace and love to you. And how old is your oldest child?
My oldest child is 12, and then we also have a 10-year-old and soon to be 8-year-old this year. So
it's all 2 years apart. 8, 10, 12. Is that what it is?
Correct.
Okay, so and that's the age when the Matrix wants them. All those ages right there. That's when if they can get them at, you usually mature puberty wise around 12, And when things are ingrained in your mind around that age, that's what sticks with you, because you're becoming an adult and your DNA is changing. So they want you right at that age. So I know in the society it's hard to get them interested, but anytime they want to, if they even want to show a little basic question, I'll do whatever for them. They get, any of your children get one free question from me.
Thank you. You know what's funny?
You're very welcome.
My son is always he's always asking these random questions. Like the other day I told him, like, do you see your scalp? Like this, you know, your scalp, you have to, something about like keeping it clean. And he's like, well, why is this called a scalp? And I said, I actually don't know, but I think I know someone who might know. And Primordial just started laughing. And I was actually thinking about sending a question just for him. So
yeah, any of you, I'm gonna do that right now. I'm gonna declare your children and Atef's children, Jada and your three children, they get a question, and send a question in. And if they get a question, and I'll go ahead and answer any little, whatever the basic little thing is. I want to show, Camille 101 did that, and I did a whole class for, I forgot her age, but she was 12, I think, and she sent a question in, and I did a class just like I would for a 40-year-old, so absolutely. Okay, so nice to meet you again, and this is even better than the last time I met you. Is Primordial Thought safe out there? Is he okay? Did he come back yet, or is he still out there?
yes, he's safe. I talked to him. He's okay. So I know he'll reach out.
Okay,
but,
good.
Like I said,
Okay,
I was representing both. So you said I had to jump on, and I was feeling a little.
Say that again. I didn't hear the, after you said Primordial was safe, I couldn't hear you. Say it again.
I said Primordial's safe, and he's good, but I was representing us. So I know you had said I had to jump on, and when I heard that, I said, "Oh no!" But I've this is actually something that I've thought about, and I just thought, why not? I know Ani had said something like the definition of fear, and that really hit me. So that kind of inspired me to just go ahead and get on.
Okay, good. And I think in the future I want to form a triad. I'm gonna form a female triad of teachers for the future. Not my Naturts. They're already majorly advanced. But you, Nefer Keperet, and Shanti are gonna be 3 teachers in the future. the triad. Yeah, you, Shanti, and Nefer Keperet, the three mates of 3 people, 3 men that I love in the podcast. You all will be the triad teachers in the future. Watch what happens. Okay, guys, we're gonna go back to these. That's Nefer Keperet. Oh, Nefer Keperet is on the screen. Is that you laughing? I need to know now that you're here, Nefer Keperet. Is that a sample of you laughing? What is that? What is that, Nefer Keperet? Who is that laughing? What? Never Keperet's right there. She popped up right when I said something about the laughers, and then the next thing I thought it was Scribe. It was a Nefer. I said, wait a minute, Scribe doesn't have a part in his hair. Okay. Nefer Keperet, how you doing, young lady?
I am doing great. I also, like Gabby, felt like I needed to also get on. And I'm very happy that she's here and that she shared her testimony, because I, in a lot of ways, can also relate to what she mentioned about, going through a time of feeling lost. And this class, or the Tehuti PODCLASS family, was a place where I could, I didn't feel as lost. So Henu to you, Gabby, for coming up and yeah.
That is so beautiful. And also, did you have the same concerns at one time, trying to figure out the the Latino black thing and where you fit in. Did you ever have that long time ago?
Yes, actually, as a first generation Mexican American, I definitely, as a young girl, I struggled with my identity because whenever I would visit to Mexico, I was not Mexican enough, and here, yeah, because I was not born there. But then
Yeah.
here, I'm the brown Mexican kid. I didn't really fit in much. So yes, I definitely had a period of identity crisis, I would say.
And did you ever have any stage during this learning under Annie where you may have questioned where you fit in as a so-called Mexican or Latino in this what appears to be another culture, Egypt? How does that? Did you ever wonder, well, what's the connection? I'm not really. The Egypt isn't me. I'm more South American. Did you ever have that feeling?
I did actually, and the first question that I ever asked in the PODCLASS really helped me with making a deeper connection with the Cometians and realizing that we're connected and we have a shared consciousness. So that class was very revolutionary for me.
What was that question again? The very first one you sent?
What my first question was, what are the similarities between the Mesoamericans and the Cometians? Yes.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay. One moment, everybody. I'm going to step away for just one moment, then I'll be back and we'll go through the rest of the, this is a great class here. We'll go through the rest of the donations and I'll be right back. You guys can build for a minute.
Well, Tap, peace and love. Can y'all hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Can I be heard?
Yes, can hear you.
Welcome to the panel, ladies. It's great to have y'all on the panel. It's absolutely beautiful. My mate is experiencing some similar feelings as well, especially with the classes, with the Monday classes. She connected very well with the Monday classes. Initially, I'm saying like independently. She's always been a supporter of me. So when I got involved with the teachings and I began to learn and raise my consciousness, she was right there with me, supporting me. You know, just wasn't just on the sidelines. And then a lot of my early presentations, she helped me with a lot. Just, you know, being parents, we too have 3 children, so it's constant. It doesn't stop. So I was at the today at a butterfly festival with, and I have girls too. I have one son who's too cool to do anything, but my daughter is 12 and 9, and then their friends. So I had it was just all girls, and we were at the butterfly festival, of course, with my mate. It is just beautiful, and these teachings are they're so necessary for me, especially having daughters. Jada, the 8-year-old, she's very interested in just everything. She's like me. She wants to know everything. And it's just beautiful that to see women up here, you know, when I see you two Nefer ladies up here, and I know your mates, you know, the energy that is represented, it's just beautiful to see. And then my mate as well, you know, when the Monday classes, when Saba, when he switched from Friday to Friday to Saturday, the Monday classes got a little more challenging for him to do. So a few of them got canceled. And in turn, my mate would be disappointed. Like we would go, like Monday, we would pick the kids up. We wouldn't do gymnastics or tutoring or nothing. And then we would come home and, you know, I would have dinner ready and stuff just so that we could, you know, it's part of our ritual, like this learning and being a part of this energy and this frequency is just it's been a part of rituals. So when they got canceled, she would be absolutely disappointed. I mean, like super disappointed. And, you know, I'm laughing about it now because I'm just so happy that she wants to learn. You know, I'm happy that she wants to be connected to the truth like that, you know. And it was very interesting that she connected with those classes. The Monday classes are like the practical classes. So to come from the Friday, or to come from the pod class here where we're at, where Saba answers these questions, it's different than the Monday classes, because the Monday classes are like the it's just it's the practice. It's taking the knowledge and putting it into practice, because Saba teaches us rituals and practices and stuff that we can use, very advanced stuff that he doesn't teach in these pod classes. So you know, my mate, she asked, I would tell her about the classes. Of course, we share the information, so I would always talk to her about the classes and teach them what I learned, you know, Friday. And we would, you know, we live in Florida, so we take a lot of road trips and stuff. So just one day she asked, like, can I come to the Monday class? And I was like, what? Absolutely. Like, yeah, no question. And she started coming, and she's been there ever since. And this has been like a few months. And I didn't want to, you know, I didn't want to invite her, but she knew that she was invited. You know what I mean? It wasn't like I didn't want to like coerce her to come, but she definitely benefits from these classes. She loves them. She loves the Monday classes. She watches this class back. She doesn't catch it live most of the time, but yeah, it's just beautiful to see the women up here. And yeah, it's gonna be a triad. It's gonna be a beautiful triad, Saba. So Shantae was upset with you. Wait till you talk to her next time we have class. She doesn't have much to say. Like, she's shy too, Gabby. She doesn't like to be on camera. She don't like to come to the screen. She hates to ask. She hates when Saba asks questions, but she loves to be there. So it's just beautiful, man. I'm definitely looking forward to this triad, and you know what we're building here, and this frequency is absolutely beautiful. So welcome, VRIs. Good to see you, brother, on the panel. And yeah, and just real quick, I just want to touch on that separation with the color thing. Saba did it was, I don't know, I'll call it a supervision with me and the brothers. And it was about the separation when it comes to black and white, and how he broke it down for us that day was revolutionary for me, because this Isfet energy existed before any of us had a skin tone. The energy was there. So this Isfet and this war that we've been fighting has been going on long before we called ourselves African, and whatever the term is that we use to separate ourselves. That war has been going on long before that. So when he touched on that, and I call it supervision because he was educating us, it was absolutely beautiful and groundbreaking for me. That was revolutionary. So Hindu, welcome back, Saba.
Hey, peace. Thank you very much. Wonderful. Great words. I heard a little bit of what you said about Shantae, and that was wonderful. I do remember back in the early classes that Shantae was actually helping you. She was co-author of some of your presentations. You were like in the shadow ghostwriting. So that was great. I remember those days. I remember that. That was beautiful. So, what's up? Okay, well, time is running out. We're gonna get to these donations. Everybody, stay on the panel. We're gonna go through these donations here. Let's get to it, everybody. Let's get to the support while my eyes are still here. Okay, we got Emmanuel Rodriguez. Oh, Nook Panuk says he gave a donation tip for what's this one for? He always tips. What's this one? It's always a midnight or two. Let's see. Let's see if I'll get oh wait, 11, 12, 13. Okay, here we go. All right. Okay. Here we go. Shout out to Nook Panook Panook. I'm gonna rest my eyes for a moment, and you know what? Gabriella, could you read this for me? There we go. Gabriella, could you read that for me, please? What does that say? What language is that? What does that say?
Well, it's a
The
challenge.
Nook Panook channel. What's that?
I said that this definitely is a challenge right there.
Yeah, that's Nook Panook's his special language, but it's in Metanetter. But just read it how it sounds, and you'll be right. Don't worry, it's not. You can't read it wrong. Just however it looks like is right.
Okay. For Heka, Resi, Upesh, REKHTET, Nefer, Neter, Tehuti, MERI, MAAT.
You got it. Give her a hand clap for that. Steph, you got the hand clap. Yeah, there we go. All right. I know that Nook Panook has his own way of sending messages, and glad you're able to read that. So thank you. Shout out to Nook Panook Panook for that great another support for the Upesh one. And we got Michael Dumez, I see you. Don't worry, I got you. I have you. I see your addition there. This is Israel Hoyley for tuition. Give Israel Hoyley some noise, and we're gonna go down to the bottom donations and work our way back up unless there's any more tip for that dream one. This is Israel Hoyley. What number are we at? 14. Okay. Israel Hoyley, very loyal and dedicated, and very, very consistent. Give some noise to Israel Hoyley, $29 for tuition. Give some noise, please. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Next up, oh wow. Oh, Anu and Antu, are you there in the room? Are you still awake? So this is a sorry. Let me show you all an example of an order of the Metanetter classes. So there are no Metanetter classes anymore until further notice, which should be around April time. But in the meantime, everybody should be doing this. Medu. Everybody should be doing this. And I'm gonna send out Metanetter classes tomorrow. So I have a lot to send out. So 5 Metanetter classes for $100 from Robert E. Williams. Give some big noise, please. Big noise, please. Robert. Like I told VRI and basically and everybody, Robert, if you're listening in the room right now, if you could for me, please, send me an email with the Metanetter classes that you already have, so I don't double send you. I don't know what classes you have, so send an email saying I have these classes. So when I pick the 5, there are 5 classes that you don't have. Thank you, good brother. Okay, on to the next one. Which is I see one email from you, Robert. I'll read that later. Hey, my little brother Johan Biladu, who looked just like me when I was 24 years old. Shout out to this young brother right here. Johan Biladu comes through consistently for years. For years. He even did a one-on-one with me. Shout out to Johan Billadou. Where is he? Give him some big noise, please. Big noise, please. Johan Billadou, shout out, peace and love to you. Hey, Nefra Keparet, can you hear me?
Yes.
Is this the first time you've been on in a box? No. In the pod class?
Yes, this is a
Oh, okay. I'm so used to seeing you in the MENDES class. I'm like, is this your first pod class in the box? Okay. Okay,
Yeah.
okay, this is good.
Yes, definitely my first time in the pod class, and I was inspired by the great sister Gabby. So
See?
to,
I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. That's why I told her to come. I said, come and you're gonna inspire others. I knew it. That is beautiful. Thank you, Gabriella. And thank you, Nefra Keparet, for coming to the panel. Beautiful, beautiful. Hope to continue to see both of you come on more. Okay, and the next up, oh, Dashe's giving major fire. Thank you, Dashe's giving fire, fire, fire. All right. Johan Billadou is awesome. Who's this now? Holy smokes. I don't even know these names. Some beautiful new people. What is this? Is there a Maurice Ricardo in the room? Oh my goodness. Maurice Maurice Ricardo Charoo. Shout out to you. I do not know who this is. It's a brand new donator supporter. There's not even a message to it. But shout out to, I believe this is I think this is the biggest donation I've said so far tonight, coming from someone who I don't even never seen before, brand new. But that's the beautiful thing about it. You just never know how these pod classes affect people. So shout out to, let me say your name properly. Shout out to wow, look at this. Maurice Ricardo Charoo. Give him some huge, huge noise, please. Big transformer noises and all type of stuff. Wow. Maurice, who are you, good brother? If you're in the room. Peace and love to you. You never, wow, the sounds are still going. I don't even have it up on the screen anymore. That's how much this is, how awesome that was. Shout out to Maurice, whoever you are, Maurice Ricardo Charoo. Never heard of you before, but I hope to hear of you more. And definitely come to the chat. Let us know who you are. You are wonderful, man. Thank you for the great support. No message attached. Just wonderful. Speaking of a great supporter, here's another young lady who I think is a sister that came in who is what they call so-called Latino descent, but in actuality, we all descend from the same thing. So this sister right here popped up and changed her name, and I didn't even know who it was. I think it was Angeli something, and then it turned into this. It was like Angela Lopez or something, not Lopez. One of those names, I'm not sure, but it turned into this, and I was like, who is this person? And then I blew up the picture, and I was like, oh, that's oh, okay, wonderful, wonderful. Shout out to this young lady right here. Let me see if I can get her on the screen. Formerly known as Angela something, and now known as the wonderful, appreciative Sheshaet, who gave $44.44 support to for all your Nefra teachings. Wonderful. Sheshayet. When I saw her in a Mendedes class, I was like, you look like a powerful medicine lady. You look like you have all the answers. Shout out to Sheshayet. She looks like some type of oracle to me. And I appreciate you. Wonderful. Did we get some noise for this yet already?
Yo, let's go.
Let's go. Wonderful, wonderful. All right, Sheshayet, you're in the room. Peace and love. Peace and love. What's tickling you guys? What did I miss? What just happened? Something happened? I started laughing.
I'm figuring out the little buttons.
Oh, is that you? Is that you doing that? Oh, nice. Okay, yes. Oh, that's right. Annie's not there. That's right. Okay. She got the buttons. She found the buttons. Oh, that's you playing that. Okay. All right. She found the buttons. Oh my goodness. She's dangerous now. She has the buttons. Shout out. Oh my God. She's a child and a new toy. Shout out to this name I'm not familiar with, but peace and love to Rainwater. What a beautiful name to pop up, Rainwater. I hope you were here earlier for this pod class. And pin that. Yeah, thank you. Rainwater, if you came, go back and rewatch if you're just coming in now. But the half of the class was on your name, was on water, and the female energy in water. I don't know if you're a female, but it was on a lot on the water principle and the artificial water lakes created in the temples of the mother. Okay, Sheshayet is awesome again, and Anu and Antu for what? What do they have? Always a for the water breakdown. There we go. Look at that. A tip for the MERI, which is the other word for water, and this is a tip. Oh, I didn't label it. Wait, what number? Tip REKHTET. This is nice. This is nice. Anu and Antu always give tips. Sometimes before I even teach on the topic, it's just it's awesome. Okay, here we go. Give some big noise. $33. Could you read that for me? Neferkepret, could you read that for me?
Yes. It says 4 Upesh breakdowns and build up. Tua Marie.
Wonderful. Give Anu and Antu some noise, Neferkepret. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Better keep teaching like this. You don't play with pseudo. Yo. I was thinking, I was like, they.
What's happening right now? There's a concert going on. Okay. All right. Neferkepret is, she found the buttons. Okay. Now we have Humble LLC. So Neferkepret, now that you're pressing the buttons, let me walk you through the little button. So anything over $20 gets just a hand clap. Any tip gets a hand clap, and if it's a big tip like the last one, it gets regular noises. And then when things go with like $50 and $100, then they get the transformer. Are you the one doing the transformer sounds, or is that a Tef?
I believe that was Brother Atef.
Okay. So yeah, the big $50, $100, that gets the big transformer sounds. So it's everything over 20 gets a clap. And anything that's a tip and then anything that's of course a large amount gets all the sound. So just giving a little breakdown right there, so you can have fun with memorizing how to do that. Maybe Scrabble puts you'll be in charge of that or something. A button pusher. Okay. All right. So the next donation is Humble. What is this? Humble LLC. Where's the donation? Where's the Okay. I think here it is. All right. So we're whoa. Oh. Okay, let me reset and do again. Hey, it's here. If it's here, Humble LLC. Okay. I'll say so. Humble LLC gets just a shout out and just read it. I can see it big now. Grateful for the light you provide. Thank you, Humble LLC. Appreciate you. And now we're gonna go to Eric G. That's it. Gives the exact same donation, and they're back to back. How interesting is that? Eric G. That's it. Uh-oh. Doo-ga-doo. What's that? Uh-oh. Oh, no. Okay. Okay. Eric G. That's it. Gives, oh, my. Okay. Eric G. That's it. Gives the same amount. $3.33, and it says Tua for your great work, Saba. Thank you, Eric G. That's it. Appreciate you. Thank you, Eric G. That's it. And now we're on to Mr. Consistent Man. If he gives a donation, if he misses a pod class, he will give a donation with a date on it. Wait a minute. Hold on. 20, 24, 24, 25. 25. He will give a donation with a date on it to let us know that, hey, I missed this donation, but I'm gonna go ahead and put a date on it and then catch up. He's been consistent since Killer Priest, I believe. Oh, that's Eric G. That's it. He's been consistent since Killer Priest. Okay, where'd it go? Oh, the thing unplugged. Okay, one moment, everybody. It unplugged, but that's okay. Okay, let me do it again. Here we go. Boom, boom, and boom. And what does it say here? Let me see. Do I have it already? Oh, 25. 25. Yep, I want to override it. And okay. Shout out to this brother right here who gives a donation. If he misses one, he'll give a date for it and make up for it. And that's Mr. Owen Hythe. He says, Black Mason's contribution to us. Okay. Give us a big noise, please. Give us some hand claps of noise.
Is that the right one?
You sugar man. Oh man, there was a pause and a restart. Okay. Experimenting over there. She's the new DJ of the pod class. DJ Nefer Keperet. Okay. Oh my goodness.
Don't nobody really want no smoke.
What's happening? Does Menkara, I think, has the most sound bites of everybody. He has like 4 of them. Okay, shout out to no, this brother Neil Campbell, even though it's not $20, but he definitely gets a hand clap for particular reasons. He's Mr. Consistent Man, and he's just donating in mathematical codes of 9. He's been doing this for years, and we're still going to give him his hand clap. 26. So this is Brother Nito Campbell, also known as Squano Trending. And let's give him some noise. So give him a hand clap there for Kepret or Atef. Any one of you, just give him a hand clap. Thank you, Nito Campbell. Appreciate you. And let's go through these. Anu and Antu, are you still awake? Anu and Antu, if you're awake, let me know if you're in the room. If you are awake, let me know. If not, I can tell you tomorrow. I'll probably tell you tomorrow. Okay. Interesting. Where is the other classes? Let me see. I always lose a class. Oh, interesting. Scribe. I don't know where these classes go. It's so strange. Scribe, go ahead and forward me back class 40, please. If you're there, Scribe. Can Scribe hear me, Nefer Kepret?
Yes, he's right here beside me.
Okay, good. Scribe, forward me class 40 if you can, please. Thank you. My thing disappeared. I don't know why, but okay. Shout out to Big Vapes. Big Vapes, who always orders a MENDES class, and it is what's on the screen, Atef? Is there anything on the screen at all from me?
No, nothing. Just us on the panel.
Okay. All right, here we go. Shout out to Big Vapes. Medu sent. Oh boy. Oh no. Did it again. Man, okay, this is interesting. Okay, here we go. Okay. All right. My hard drive kicked out. Now it's back, and now there it is. Okay, shout out to Big Vapes. Big Vapes, who give him a hand clap. He gave $20 for a MENDES class, number 40. Shout out to Big Vapes. Peace and love to you, Big Vapes. Let me check and see. Oh, 1 second. Oh, Maurice's message. Oh, Maurice said support. Thank you, TT. I typed within. Oh, interesting. Okay. Maurice said support. Thank you, TT. Appreciate that. Okay, Big Vapes, are you in the room right now, brother? Are you in the room right now? If so, go ahead and check your email, and you should have class 40 now. Oh wow, new donation. Wait, I spent. I don't want to see those cash apps. I spent. What's that for? Huh. Must be some delayed stuff. Okay, shout out to Michael Dumas, Mike Ferg. I don't know if he's still on the panel, but he gave an extra $10 to put on top of his Israel question. So 28. So Mike Ferg gave an extra $20 for. Sorry, not 20. Extra $10 for his question. So I got you, Mike Ferg. Okay, so there it is, Mike Ferg right there. That's an extra 10. So that's going to be for the "Are we Israelites?" question. No problem. Awesome. Thank you, Mike Ferg. Got that, and we'll go ahead and get to work on that and put that in file. Okay, we're gonna scroll down. We got oh my gosh, harassed free cultures. Oh my, I'm gonna go ahead and just say them all. We got some big ones here coming. Big ones. Oh my goodness. The House of a 10 is getting. What is this? Hand clap, owl, snake, spider, and something else. Okay, now Nefer Keperet. Hold on. Nefer Keperet, are you ready? Now it's going to be time for you to have all the fun you ever wanted to have on the buttons. This one is for you. You can dance on them. You can do the piano. What do you do on the piano? You can do all of that because here it is. This is the one now. These ones here, this is from HarassDid, where you can give her all type of noise. Okay. Wow, everybody. HarassDid in the room. The biggest donation, well, no, tied with, I haven't said that one yet. 155.55 for the Saba of Saba. I don't know what. Saba of Saba. Give it. Go ahead and Nefer Keperet. Go crazy, please.
See, that's how it's done.
Not a surprise when you learn of the light that I bring. As above, so below, I found the rhythm and flow as I grow with the pendulum swing. This is the matrix where everyone's faking they speak like while we wake up and dream. And in the skin like a serpent, this work makes it worse at attaining a purpose while searching.
Oh my god.
Better keep teaching like this.
That was I've never heard anything like that. I'm hearing any songs are now the sound effect of full verses. All right, shout out to Nefer Keperet for that performance, and shout out to wow, HarassDid. Are you in the room? I gotta rub my eyes. HarassDid. Oh, me myself. That must be Mr. Nike. Me myself. Is that Nightmare? Is this you, Nightmare? I'm not sure, but shout out to me myself. I haven't seen that name before, but from this comment here about first of the month, I think it's we donate first of the month. Nonetheless, amazing show as usual. Okay, shout out to me myself. Peace to you. I've not seen that name before. Peace and love to you. HarassDid. Wow. Oh no, not Nightmare. Just a brand new name. Shout out to me myself. Brand new names in the podcast. Beautiful. This is a great frequency. Stay here. Enjoy. Hey, look who's back in the chat. Who knows this man right here? Who knows him? Primordial Thought 9. Who knows that guy? How you doing, Primordial? What do you say? Yes, welcome, Primordial Thought 9. Come to the panel if you can. I don't know if you guys are using the same computer, or if you have your own or whatnot, but come jump on. Don't knock Gabby off, but jump on. I want both of you on. That'd be awesome. Okay, who do we have here? Oh my goodness. Man, I want to this is anonymous. I'd love to give this brother his he wants to always be anonymous. No problem though. I would love personally for people to know how much of a consistent and large donator and supporter he is, but it's up to you if you want to actually donate and be anonymous. That is 100% fine with me. That's 100% fine. So speaking of that, once again, another humongous donation from Mr. Anonymous. We're going to put in the room here. And that is $90. Give some big noise, please. Oh my goodness! Wow. Okay. Never kept right. I think you got some violence to get out of some. You guys, was that who did that? Is that a you or a Tef? Who did that one? These last ones have been sounding like a war.
I think that was a Tef.
Okay, Tef. That was okay. I was wondering, what was like multiple gunshots. Okay, shout out to you all for that. And I'm actually gonna put his I'm gonna put what he said. I'm gonna keep him anonymous, but I'm gonna put what he I'm gonna put the message that he said. So let me go ahead and do that. Oh boy. Here's the message that the good brother said, and he is this person is anonymous, so we'll keep it that way. But at least I can put the message, and the message is thank you, Saba. 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 Supporters. Okay. It's multiple. Thank you, Saba. Thank you, Saba. Thank you, Saba. Thank you, Saba. Supporters. Very interesting message there. And peace and love to you. You know who you are. And let everybody know you can be anonymous. So if you are somebody that, for whatever reasons, personal reasons, whatever the reasons are, you may be famous, and you may not. I have different people that are on, that are on your television shows that you all like, that I've taught and guided, and they can't let their name be known with me, for whatever particular reasons. But much love to them. But some people you may see that have nice physiques online, who do certain reality shows, or they look like that because of Tehuti. Shout out to you, the anonymous people. Then I have different genres of students in different places, and one is on some are on TV. So shout out to you people for your support, regardless if you're anonymous or not. All these donations are huge tonight. It seems 90% of them are huge. Lisa's coming through again. Lisa and Sasha. Where's brother Sasha? Sasha, you come to the panel one day. Come to the. Let me. Oh, what's that? Uh-oh. Not a Pico there. See if that's the Cobra. Or maybe that's Komodo. I think it's Komodo. It sounds like thank you though. Okay. Shout out to Sasha and Lisa and Sasha, in whatever order it may come about. This is another dynamic couple that they've been supporting. They've been around since I was on Kill the Priest as well. Let's give some big noise. It says peace, Saba. Tip for today's class, Sasha and Lisa. Wonderful. Give some big noise, please. Wonderful, wonderful. Who gave those sound effects? Was that you, Nefer Kipret? Oh, that's a Tef. Okay. All right. So any big ones? So Tef, you can give the regular ones. Any big ones? I want Nefer Kipret to do all the craziness. I want her to do all the sound effects. The Tef, you can do all the other ones, but all the big, huge ones, Nefer Kipret can go crazy on the buttons.
It's actually a Tef that goes crazy on the buttons.
Is it a Tef? I can't tell who's doing it from this side.
That's me with most of the sound effects is me. I pretty much got everything.
Who has all the sound bites? The people talking. Who has all like the Menkora and the?
We both do.
Never.
We both got them.
Forget them. I don't.
We got them all.
Okay, good. So between both of you,
it's a team effort, Saba.
Oh,
I don't need
okay.
credit. Team effort. We're gonna give all the credit to Nefer Keperet. We a team. House of ATTON.
Okay. Nefer Keperet is the official
They
sound
don't know
lady
where it's
creditor.
coming from, Saba.
You don't know where it's coming from. It's like the gunshots on the streets. You don't know where somebody got hit. Where'd it come from? I don't know anything. I saw nothing. All right, so we're gonna go to oh, look at this Ox Effect. How many donations is this Ox Effect? This is 3, I think. Ox Effect is I think this is 3rd one. We're giving some big noise. 3 donations. 3. Oh my goodness. 3 donations in one PODCLASS. Very good. Shout out to Ox Effect. Okay, let's give him a nice clap. What is this? 3. My eyes. Woo wee. Yeah, they're getting worn out a little bit. Okay, shout out to Ox Effect. Let's give him some noise. Beautiful family. Here we go. Let me put him on the screen so we can give him some nice noise. Is it on the screen? No. Ox Effect right there says, oh, Metanoia class 11. Okay, give him some clap. Metanoia class 11. Ox Effect, are you in the room right now, good brother? Is Ox Effect in the room right now? Ox Effect, are you in the room right now? If so, you have Metanoia class 11 right now. Shout out to you, Ox Effect. Okay, good. Everybody, this is great. The donations are Metanoia class 29. Oh yeah, that's good. Okay, we're doing good. Everything's good. Okay, good. Next is Angela, straight out the gates. Annie, pass me a water, please. Angela, straight out the gates. The Colgate smile. Yeah, Angela Colgates. That's your new name. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Oh, okay, that's fine. Shout out to Angela Gates, Angela Colgates, Angela with the white teeth smile. Shout out to her. She gave $10 for Hotep. Oh, to say Hotep to the Saba in the panel. Thank you, Angela. Hotep to you. I hope you're doing well out there. Hope your family's doing well too. Peace and shout out, love to you. Okay, we're going. This you guys have been rat snake. One moment. What is this? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Look at this thing. Oh, you can't look. You can't.
Oh.
Look at that. Look at the eyes on this.
What? Oh.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Okay, I don't know what that is. Let me get this off the screen. I don't know what that is. Okay, here we go. We're gonna delete that. That's odd. We're gonna go. Oh, a Tefrem Kemaat. We finally got down there, and he donated this a long time ago. Not long time ago, like earlier today. A Tefrem Kemaat. Shout out to you. Okay. Are we losing people? Who's Nefri Keprat? Who's not on the screen that was on before?
VRI is no longer on the panel with us.
Okay.
Mhm.
Shout out to Tefram Kim Ma'at. Peace and love to you and your wonderful, awesome family, the fathers of fathers. He's probably my father. I never know. Okay, here we go. Tefram Kim Ma'at again, because he always does this one. This is the classic. This is how he started. He started giving this donation on a consistent basis. It was always this number right here. He always donated this. And then he moved up to the other number. Oh, wow. Okay, Tefram Kim. Gabrielle, you hanging in there?
I have had a busy day, so yes, I'm trying to hang in there.
Okay. Okay, wonderful. Tefram Kim Ma'at 777. Give him a hand clap because that's $27 in full. Give him a hand clap, please. Oh, wow. Okay. All right. Next up, the donations are Ferdinand Thomas. What is this? Good afternoon. I'm interested in all the MENDES videos. Each one is 20 per video. I'd like to learn, but I'm on a limited budget. Fernandad, Thomas, if you're listening, I'm going to respond to you right now. I'm going to just say the same thing to you I said to Lisa. He wants all the MENDES classes. Hold tap. Okay. There are, how many classes are there, Scribe? 65?
Yes, 65 classes.
There are 65. Okay. All right, Fernando, I just responded to you. And Sarah Jean says, something's in my email. I don't see it, but I'll read this. Shout out to Harass did from Fab. I'm gonna read this one, then I'm gonna step away for another few minutes, and I'll be right back. I have to take a break for a moment. But Harass did sent you sent something to my email. I do not see it. Maybe you can resend it for me. Give Harass did some big noise. $40 for leap year question sent to your email. Go and give some big noise to Harass did. Harass did. Harass did, thank you. Okay, oh, she's working on the question. It says, I'll send later today. I'm unsure how to structure. No problem, take your time. Take your time. One moment, everyone. Hold on. All right, I'm back. Okay. Oh, it's 10 minutes. Perfect. Let's go. Wonderful. Okay, Arrested. Wonderful. You're doing great. And oh my goodness, Anu and Antu blowing the building down. Anu and Antu right behind Arrested, blowing the building down. Look at this. Wow, 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 wow. Wow. I'm gonna go ahead and get who can read this one. Okay. Hey Gabrielle, I have a easy English one for you to read this time. It's easy English. Go ahead and read that for me, please, if you can, please. Thank you. It's not an easy English one. Oh no. Okay, go ahead. You got it though.
It says, for Tua MERI Tehuti, becoming strong moment by moment.
Okay. So, Gabrielle, do you know what those words mean, Tua and Maria?
I know that Tua's like, thank you. MERI, I've heard it.
Okay. MERI means love. It also means water, but so the translate would be thank you, love Tehuti, because MERI is a word for love.
Thank you for that.
What do you say, Gabriella?
Thank you for that.
Oh, you're welcome. All right. Okay, that's 155. So noisemaker, please. We haven't given any noise for this one, right? Oh, there we go. Here we go. Crazy. Oh my.
Oh, okay. I feel you like a pizza slice. I'm tripping. Pizza slice.
Forget that we the real champions around.
Who put the pizza slice? Never get bread. Is that you? Did you put the pizza slice one?
I think I did.
Oh my goodness. Thank you. Never Kept Bread is it the Frankenstein? What cartoon was I used to watch with the guys just like this on the piano? I forgot, but Never Kept Bread just like this on the button. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Tef and Never Kept Bread. Appreciate that. Thank you, Anu and Antu. Wonderful donation. Wonderful. Just continuous. I don't even know what to call them anymore because you literally and if you can hear me right now, and I'll tell you too tomorrow when I talk to you. In case you'll hear this, the MENDES classes are postponed, and I saw you still sent for the MENDES class. Anyone if you sent for the MENDES class, I told Scribe to put up the message that that for the money that was sent, you can get those back in other classes that are recorded. But the MENDES class is postponed until April. It's very hard for me to do 10-hour pod classes. I teach a class in person here, and then I have to do and then the MENDES class is like it's like 3-something hours, and that's not even including the diet plans that I do It's just it's too much right now. Plus the reconstruction due to the asbestos situation. Anytime they shut off water, gas, we gotta leave. So when all that calms down, and then I'll be able to start the Menderes class again. But until then, we're just gonna have these long pod classes. It looks like. Okay. Harassed Data sent me another message. She says, someone read that. Never kept Could you read that for me?
Yes. Harassed It says, I'm also unsure if it's something I even want to ask anymore after further quote unquote processing.
Okay, Harassed. You know you're good for whatever you want to change that to. Not a problem. Whatever you can come up with, whatever you want to do with that, just email me. I'll attach it to the file. And whatever you'd like to do, whatever you're comfortable with, wonderful. I appreciate whatever you're doing. Okay, and oh wow. Oh wow. Oh, just two more. Okay. Oh, I'm reading. Okay, I see what you're saying. 80 Thieves, VRI. Okay, so give VRI some noise. Medu sent. Oh, it didn't come out right. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Do it again. How about that? Uh, 30. Yeah, Medu 37. Two classes. I get it now. I see it. All right, we're gonna give the brothers VRI, who was just on the panel. We're gonna give him some big noise. Let's give him some noise. VRI, who was just on the panel. I thought he was actually asking for all these classes, but it's actually for two more Menderes classes, recordings of my choice. He's letting me know the class he has already, so I don't double send him. So go ahead and give him some big noise. And Vera, let me know if you are in the. Are you in the room? 2, 3, 4, 47. Okay, one moment, everybody. Let me just fix this one. Yeah. Oh, he has 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Gosh, you have. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and send. Okay, I'm sending the first two classes that I see because they're all excellent. So let's go ahead and send these two right here. Okay, VRI, you have two new Menderes classes. It's that fast. We are faster than Amazon. Okay, good. You're here. Check your emails. Let me know if you got them. VR to the dot. It's actually V.RI. Shout out to you. Okay, good. 2 Menderes classes. All right. Okay, family. We're still going. Keep your eyes open. We're almost at the closing. At least we have the best time, Gabriella. We actually have the best time because it's 11:40 over where they are. Tef, tell Gabriella what time it is where you are. Watch this. What time is it there, Tef?
2:40 a.m. 3 o'clock in the morning.
What's that?
I say it's almost 3 o'clock in the morning.
Whoa! Oh my goodness! And where you are, Neferkeperet, what time is it there?
It is 1:41 a.m.
Yeah, I think Tef has it the latest. Okay. We're almost done. We're almost done. I think I have some new donations came in. Annie. Oh. Well, let me scroll down. Let me scroll down before I get to that. Hey, I thought I already to a Saba. Okay. Let me go ahead and save this one. This one wants to be totally anonymous. So nothing's on the screen right now, right?
No.
Okay. So shout out to this person who wants to be totally anonymous for this donation, and not a problem. So I'm just going to save it as Anon. Okay, good. And let me see something if there's anything else on this page. If not, we're going back to okay, we only have a couple more left, family. We have a couple more left, which is Sheshayet, but I thought I read this already. Sheshayet, if you're in the room, let me know if this is a completely different one or a duplicate of the first one. Let me see something here. Let me see. Sometimes the Cash App says pending, and then it says received. Received, it says received, so okay. Sheshayet, if you're in the room, let me know if you gave 2 donations of this same amount or if this is a repeat. But here we go. I think this may have been given earlier in the week. This may have been given earlier in the week. Okay, we'll read it anyways. This may be an echo of the this may be somehow an echo of the last one. I'm gonna go ahead and check when this is done. But just in case it just in case it is not, I'm going to go ahead and read it. Shout out to the wonderful Sheshayet for her wonderful support and donation, and it's the same amount. Go crazy on the button. Says Sheshayet class to a Saba for your Nefer teachings. I know I read this already, but go ahead and give her some noise. I'm reading it again. I don't know why it's here.
Better keep teaching like this.
Let me go check. I think this is this. What? I think that's a repeat. Let me look. What is this here? Let me see. This one says support Tua for all your Nefer teachings. No, it's not the same. No, it is not the same. It is a different donation for the same amount. One is for the Sheshayet class, Tua for your Nefer teachings. The other one didn't say that. Shout out to you, Sheshayet, wonderful supporter. I think we're down to the last couple here. Minty Hotep, January. Oh, request from Scribe. Scribe, do me a favor, please.
Yes.
The my MENDES classes are labeled. Minty's requesting January 3rd. Wow, 2023. January 30th, 2023. Could you tell me what number that is, or let me know what that is, or resend that? I don't know how to find it like that.
It's number 21.
Oh wow, never kept right. You know? Oh, wow.
I'm looking at the screen.
You're advancing. You're looking at. Oh wow. Okay. Never kept right. Okay. What is it? Number which one?
21.
Okay.
Yes.
Let me take a peek at that and let me see. Minty requested 21. Minty, are you still here? Or are you knocked out for the counts? Look at that. 24, 23, 22. And where's 21? Magically. Okay. Let me see if this is it. Drinking Nanny. Okay, Menti, you officially have class number 21. You have class 21. You have it. Okay, so let me go ahead and put that on the screen there, Menti Hotep. And I think that's it. I think that's it. Wait a minute. Yeah, he's awesome. He always does that. Oh wait, where's Menti? Yeah, he's. Oh. Oh, I see. Okay, you got it, Menti. Sorry, she said she's sorry she doesn't know the name of the class. You only have the date. Okay, no problem. We have it. You have it now. You have that class. So I think that's it. I got some from Antu. Something from is that it? I think that's it. No, oh no. Okay, thank you, Annie. I found it, class 21. And speaking of Annie, here we go. Oh my. Annie gave a monster donation tip for the question he asked that he already gave a big support for. But this is the I guess if anyone appreciated the answer the most, it would be him. What is this called? We call it REKHTET. And I think Annie had one of the best, if not the best, comprehensions of the class because of his already advanced knowledge on the MERI, and so he's very appreciative. So therefore, he gave this. Let's see. Shout out to Annie for REKHTET cleansing Resi. Okay, beautiful. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, it's bedtime. Shout out to Annie for $62.72 for REKHTI cleansing Resi teaching ATTON and Nefer Kepret. Give your man the works. Give your man the works.
We the real champions around. Don't nobody really want no smoke.
Oh my goodness, man. You guys are that is awesome. That is absolutely wonderful. And I have one here. Here's mine.
He said he was a fellow practitioner. Practitioner of what? He said he was a fellow practitioner. Practitioner of what?
Tiger Woods, you could have moved your left foot a little bit, 2 inches to the right, and the thing if you just moved the little golf head about a 5.5 centimeters, you would have had a perfect hit. You would have been Tiger Woods. Just give the guy the golf club, please.
Is that me? I don't know what that is. I don't know what in the world that is. Look at Nefer Kepret. Look at Annie.
Distraction. Yeah.
Annie is focused right there, man. Look at Nefer Kepret and Annie on the screen there. And he's not budging. Okay. And who's this here? 80 Thieves. Oh, for the slow turtle. 80 Thieves. That's VRI, everybody. Little turtle man is moving around. Okay, I think this is it. And I know there's one more after this. Tip turtle. Turtle tip. Shout out to the VRI. We have this one and one more donation, I think, for the night. VRI. Give him some $22 for the slow turtle and dream. Give him some noise, please. All right, and I think we're down to one more family unless I refresh the page and see some more donations. And I was in the Robert Williams. Hotep, I was in the 2.4 podcast. The purpose of the dream cure. Oh, I was in the Robert Williams for the hopefully the classes get into that. Okay, I'm gonna save this Robert Williams. Okay, I know what, I'm gonna save this message with let me save this, everybody. Hold on, I'm gonna save Robert Williams. Send me a message. I'm gonna save it with his donation. Where's the donation? It's Robert V. So gave 100. There's a Robert. Robert gave 100 for 5 classes. Where is it? Hey, where is it? Robert. Then Robert Williams today gave 100 for 5 classes. Was that PayPal or Cash App? Madhu sent. Oh, there it is. I see it. Okay, I'm gonna put this. I'm gonna put this with you. I'm gonna call it 15.5. I see you. Okay. 15.2. Okay. All right, Robert. I got you. I'm gonna go over these. Send some of these out tomorrow. All right. I think that's it, everybody. We have one more donation that I see here. I'm gonna give it. Oh. Let me see if anybody can guess who this donation is. Let me see. One more donation I see. Okay. Here, I think this is the last donation here. The Tehuti PODCLASS. Oh, and it lands on 42. And this person asked about 42. Wow, this person asked about 42. I'm gonna give one more donation. I'm gonna give a hint if anybody can try to guess who this is. Gabriella, who's your favorite man on the planet? Who's your favorite tall man? Who's your favorite bear on the planet?
Primordial.
All right. Primordial bear in effect. Here it is. Primordial is the cuddly bear. We're gonna all right, shout out to Primordial Thought. Apparently is the last donation of the Tehuti PODCLASS. $25 for You Already Know Saba. As you can see, fist, round fist, black heart, orange, yellow sun. Give them some big noise, please. Wonderful. That concludes. Are we under 10 hours? We're under 10 hours. We are under 10 hours today. Oh my! It's a world record. The PODCLASS is under 10 hours. Let me refresh. I miss the good old days right here when I would be about to end. Remember Raphael Gary? He's another brother that disappeared. Raphael Gary. Right when I'm about to end, all of a sudden I see Raphael Gary be like, 2 donations right as I'm about to close up the podcast. Shout out to Redfield Gary. I hope you're safe out there. Peace and love to you. All right, everybody. That concludes the beautiful Tehuti podcast. I'm going to let the panel give a quick closeout, and then I'm going to close out. We'll close this beautiful podcast out. We'll start with Nefer Keperet. Give us a little nice closeout.
To Saba for another wonderful, amazing Nefer pod class. I deeply appreciate all the classes that you give us and all the time and effort that you put into creating them. So Tua and Kes to you, Saba Henu, and also Henu to Gabby for coming up to the panel and inspiring me to also get on. So Tua, and also for sharing your beautiful testimony that I could relate to as well. So I hope to see you again up here as well, and I'll be up here with you.
That is beautiful.
I appreciate all of you. Like I said, thank you for showing me that you can be part of something bigger than what you have been taught. And just thank you for your guidance, Saba. And just thank you for everything that you do. Really, you've made quite the impact in my life. And I think that it was exactly what I needed in life. And so definitely very grateful to be here to represent myself and Primordial, and to just be in your great presence. So thank you, and MERI.
Thank you, Gabriella. Beautiful, beautiful closing. Beautiful words. You have never kept cheesing. I don't know what you've sparked something in her. She's smiling, happy. This is her first time I've had the podcast for over 2 years, and you're the one that brought her out, not me. I didn't bring her out. I'm at every podcast. So thank you, thank you. And he's at every podcast too. So thank you, Gabrielle, for your great words and for inspiring Nefer Keperet to come out to this. Beautiful. Thank you both. And on to a Tef Ram Kim Ma'at, my good brother, the family man.
Hotep, great Saba. Henu to you. This was a excellent class as always, as usual. Very beautiful to see you ladies on the panel. Sister Gabby, Saba did a class on MERI and Natert, both in the same class. I encourage you to go check that out. Shantae, I had her watch that the very next day. That was an all-day thing for us on Sunday before I had to do our Sunday class. So definitely check that class out that he did. It's phenomenal. But it was on MERI and Natert. So it's like a 2-for-1. It's an excellent class. And it was a few weeks, maybe like a month or so ago. But definitely check that out because Shantae really enjoyed that. And like I said, it's very wonderful to see ladies on the panel. And, you know, we're going to keep building brick by brick. And hopefully soon there'll be way more women on the panel. You know, we'll have a lot of women, a lot of sisters on the panel. Definitely looking forward to that triad. House of ATTON, like, subscribe, and comment. Come join us. The SABA'S, you know. Definitely. Tonight, come join us for our Sunday class. Tonight, I'm going to be doing the hymn to Tehuti. So Henu to you, great Saba Tehuti. I'm a Hotep Rayu. I had a great impact on my family, on my mate, on my children as well. So I definitely echo that sentiment. And we're going to continue to build here. We're going to definitely continue to echo the frequency of the Natiru. So Hotep Ma'at to everybody in the chat. With that, have a great week, and we will see you soon. Hotep Ma'at.
Otep, thank you. Great, brother Otep. Appreciate your awesome words. Tomorrow, you said it's your day tomorrow for the presentation?
Yes, sir. Yep, I'm going to be reading the hymn to Tehuti.
Okay, good. I'll have that in the background. I usually have that class off and on in the background. You're doing a wonderful job. And tell Shantae I said peace and look forward to seeing her in the MENDES class begins again. Wonderful words, good brother. Appreciate you. Peace and love.
Nini Saba.
Okay, and Annie, you want to come sit beside Neferkepra and give a little closing words?
Yes, Hotep Henu, to our great Saba, to everyone in the PODCLASS who supports, ask your questions, and who show up every single week. We appreciate you. And yes, come to the Sunday class. House of ATTON, houseofatton.org is in the works. It'll be ready very soon with some great big updates for everyone. Continue to keep supporting and have an excellent night. And we'll see you all tomorrow in class. Sakim Arit, Murder Ka'a, Semu Hatunatiru, Per and Hetep. I obtained the power to do what pleases my Ka. May the hearts of the Natiru lead me. I come forth in peace.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful words. Tua and Hotep to you. Wonderful. I look forward to hearing your piece tomorrow. And I know Hotep is doing the class, but you always come in and you always have something nice and informative to say, and I'll be playing it in the background. Okay, beautiful people, wonderful. Thank you for coming to the another beautiful Tehuti PODCLASS. Welcome everyone who's just watching to the House of ATTON, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Netaru. Appreciate all of you. This is a beautiful thing. Those of you who know the support, it's Cash App PT AMUN or PayPal at Rocky SV. There are no MERI classes live right now, but I would advise everyone, if you want to be a part of that journey and get to the part where I start, which is right almost from the beginning, but it gets heavy right after 47. The part where I start actually teaching practices, then I would suggest you contact for the MERI. It's going to be when I come back on when it comes back on, it's going to be MERI Magic class, MERI Magic Monday. So you can contact that email and you can request how many ever amount of classes you want. There's 65 of them. I was trying to make it to 72 before I did a pause, but I couldn't make it to 72. So there's 65 of them right now. And they have incredible information that I do not teach publicly. So get them, just email this and you can receive them and find out how to get them. They come immediately too. So shout out to everybody that attended the Tehuti PODCLASS. Those beautiful people that are constantly sending in the questions in order for the symbiotic relationship of the PODCLASS to continue, which is showing the world that the class is based on the students. It's not based on, I could set up a lecture on every one of these topics, but I want to show the world that this is an interactive session. It's never been happened in the world before, an interactive session where the students actually send in questions, and some people send in curveballs to me. They send in a question to see, I'm going to try to stick them on this one or whatever it is that some people said. I think Primordial did, Stranger did, someone else. And it's a beautiful, fun thing that we're doing. And in the midst of this interaction and fun, you're learning about immortality. That is literally the most important thing to learn about, which is biological imperative. Nobody wants to die, but unfortunately, in this physical body, we are going to. So what happens after that? What happens to you after that? That is the quest that the longest civilization on the planet, the civilization of Ma'at, this lasted the longest ever in history, that the whole society was based on that. So you don't have to be in the dark and wonder, are there ghosts and all these things? Yes, there's all of that. Now, where's your control within it? What can you do? Do you have any special powers? Is there telepathy? We are here to activate the magic within you with all these beautiful questions, and people's lives are changing, and there's multiple testimonies. The new sister, Gabriella, gave a testimony today. And this is not just information. This is a movement that's changing people's lives. So be a part of this movement. Support the movement, and the movement will support you for as long as I am around. And even when I'm not around, I may see if I can still do a class in the spirit form. I don't know. You're making it up. I don't know, but we'll see what's going to happen in the future. I want other teachers to pop up. I'm so proud of Atef. I'm so proud of Menkura. I'm so proud of Scribe popping up, as they didn't come to this to become teachers. Well, maybe Scribe, but Atef did not come to this to teach on YouTube. He wasn't even for the social media. He didn't even want to get a Facebook. Now he's a teacher on YouTube with a Facebook. So what a beautiful thing that his children can now have forever. Something to look at. That's my father on YouTube reading from the papyrus and teaching. They can look at it, and their grandchildren can look at it. That's a beautiful thing. So come to the PODCLASS and get stamped in history. And I would love to see Gabrielle and Shante and Nefer Kepharet teach. I would love to see Minty Hotep teach. I would love to see the sisters come up and teach. I'd love to see Bella come up and teach, and everybody come up and inspire. Just by Gabriella coming to just showing her face. Imagine that. Gabriella inspired Nefer Kepharet more than me and Scribe could. That's amazing. I never know who's gonna inspire who. And just from there, now Nefer Kepharet's gonna be a regular. I already know it because she became a regular Marionetta. So peace and love to everyone. This has been a beautiful PODCLASS. Thank you for everybody coming. You know the support link. You know what to do. We'll see you next week, and we're going to get the brother Atef to do the affirmation for us. Atef, are you ready, my good brother?
I'm ready, Saba.
Okay, we're going to start on the count of 3. Let me move this from the bottom. Okay. Go ahead, Atef.
On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Unki and Ma'at. Un and S, Nintet or Set and Ma'at, Men Hepapet and Ma'at, Her and Hukui, Her Iku. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light.
Wonderful, beautiful. Okay, everybody. Gabriella, get yourself some sleep, please. You had a long day.
Will do. I hope you have some great rest.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Atef,
You too, Atef.
Atef, go to sleep, brother. Sleep tonight, please. Can you sleep? Going back, close your eyes and snore. Don't get distracted. Close your eyes and snore for us until the morning. You get a big day, so get yourself some rest, my good brother. I'm gonna go to the big screen and just do the closeout. So peace and love, Gabriella. Peace and love, Atef. And tell Primordial peace and love. I'm gonna go to the big screen and just close it out. Okay, here we go. Peace, y'all. Peace, everybody. Okay, let me go big screen and close it out. Here we go. Solo screen. Okay. Another beautiful House of a 10 Tehuti PODCLASS. What a wonderful experience this is. Peace and love, everyone. You all are wonderful. I'm beautiful. The supporters are excellent. You are keeping this phenomenon alive. This is Nakshampa. Nakshampa says peace. The turtle is sleeping, so we're going to leave the tortoise there.
But you all are wonderful and excellent. Without you, there is no us, because you can't have an us as an individual. So this is the House of a 10. I'm glad you all appreciate the ancient Tehuti teachings of the Nitiru. We're going to close out now. We did the affirmation, and it's time to close. Tomorrow is another day. Peace and love, beautiful family. They say peace to them. Say, I'm not dangerous. People are.